Hi guys. Can you guys hear me? Just to make sure. It looks like it's good to me, but I don't have a co-host to bounce off tonight. Zach's taking a very well-deserved night off. It was just his birthday 2 days ago, the 19th, and he's been going. I think I've dipped out of one or two shows at them. I think I don't know, but he's done the whole time. So 61 shows. Zach's gone, which is seven, and seven is what I am now because I'm 34. So that's seven. So that's taking on whole new meanings to me. Yeah, especially after things now that I'm remembering that I've learned this last year. Since microdosing Aya learned something about seven. She is seven. Just multiple meanings to me. Hello, everyone in the chat. So, Brittany. Oh, let me see. Brittany messaged me too because I told her. She's like, "Hey, I can't find the link." I'm like, "Oh shit, yeah, I'm working on it." Which is cool that you like messaged me on that, and so now that helped me be aware. Oh, you see, I keep refreshing, waiting on a room. LOL. That's so nice, Brittany. Really, that's cool. Makes me all warm and fuzzy inside. Hi, Sam. Hi, Willow. Oh, good to see you too. Let's see who else. I'm gonna scroll up. Joseph. Joseph, that was me from the Expanded Understanding, and I wrote back a comment, a great comment, and it told me on here when I posted in StreamYard, it says YouTube has rejected your comment because I said, "Oh wait, I got it." So Joe was asking. I asked him to send me a DMV track. So I was trying to get some music going with that, but we can't. I can't just throw up a track. It's got to be non-copyrighted music or whatever. And Zach already has those, and so I was stuck. And I don't think I have his recording these in either, so I couldn't play anyway. So I asked Joe to send me a track, and I think he thought it was Zach. So did you get it? And I was writing back. I said, I don't know. Did you message Zach? Cause this is Ron, motherfucker, laughing my ass off. But it blocked it. It would have been perfect timing. Then Joe says, "Wait a minute, who is this?" It's perfect timing. What up, Joe? You gotta come on camera sometime. Let's just chat about whatever. What other areas of interest that you're in? Just chat, like we're on your back porch or patio. Your patio. The cool sunscreens that block like the perfect amount of light. Blocks like the heat, not the light. That's why it's legit. All right, see who else we got here. Got Willow and Kevin. Greetings, beautiful souls. Kevin says. Excuse me. Reading through things. 11:11. So it's good job, Brittany. Always somebody. I feel like it's different people every time I point that out. I know Will's pretty consistent with it. That's cool. Brittany caught it. Nice. Who is this? How do you know my name? Let's see, hi everyone. Sam. Hi Sam. Kevin, how is your foot, bro? You know, it's one thing I was talking about before. Like, please do come on or talk about something else. What happened to your foot, Kevin? And Brittany says, good to hear. Oh, let's see. Did you say something? Oh, perfect timing. Guess who we're having on the show? Because I was solo until Mr. Frank Castle himself. Let's put him on. Hey.
Hey, homie.
What's up, man?
Son.
It's really good to see your face, bro. I was listening to your voice for the last hour and a half. That's part of the reason the show was late, guys. Frank, we and I were on the phone. We have not talked in like fucking, it feels like eternities. Because when we talk, we usually talk for like 4 hours. And then it's like, oh shit, it's been 4 hours. I gotta go, I guess.
And so I didn't even know what time it was.
I know. Then you were in the middle of a narrative, right? And I was feeling the energy of what you're saying. I'm like, I know I got a show to do, but there's some leeway. We literally say on there starts about 8 p.m., right? So I was trying to get some music going, and I was asking Joe in the chat. I just went through this whole thing for a D&B track, and I didn't get going in time because I didn't want to do a copyrighted one and fuck us over because you know how that goes. And think about that, man. So with the show that we're doing now, so like, it's fine. It feels good on it, the way we tag stuff, the way we do the tracks. Now, especially the more and more we move to community music, never going to be an issue. Fucking great. All right, again, let's put a pitch out there. Anyone who wants to send in weird audio sounds or just whatever, doors squeaking or anything you find interesting. And you know what? The cell phone mics are pretty fucking good on the newer phones because you can't really expect people to get, if you can get some kind of plug-in, digital mic, condenser mic, even lapel mics are really good to focus it instead it's on Omni. You can get a unidirectional one. I mean, that'd be ideal, but first phone. But really, just sending in sounds. Send them to Kevin, send them to us, send them to me, send them to Frank, send them to Zach. And we'll add those into, maybe we'll put a Dropbox or Google Drive folder for like community sounds amongst all the communities, the tribes. All right, that can be like source files to draw on for all future tracks, and they'll get nuanced, changed in nuanced ways that'll carry on like forever. They'll continually change. So that can be music we're listening to 20 years from now. You can tell your kids, like, I recorded that shit right there. Yeah, and then Frank worked on it for a little bit, and that was awesome. There were these tracks, and then fucking Kevin worked on it and some other shit, and then all this other shit. But it's that this original frequency sound is of that person and their contribution. Fucking beautiful.
Yeah, man. Having a sample bank from the tribes, that's pretty dope. Um, Once again, it goes back to something we were talking about a while ago. We're gonna have everything in house because everyone does something different, right? So you're like, holy fuck,
Yeah,
I don't even have to go make the phone call. I could just log in and look, right? And be like, oh, you do this. Oh shit, we could do this together. Oh, you play guitar? I need a riff. I play drums. I rap. I do this. I produce. I
yeah,
can build a fucking house. I know electricity. Right? It
yeah.
just keeps
And
going.
then
It's like
and
doing
then
that in
even
every level.
even with the nuances of like now everyone can contribute to the sounds because then we do a lot of shows that have turned into total music shows with just me and Kevin and Zach and talking music and talking about all the stuff and songs and history of shit. I mean, whatever gets in all the conversations. That's why I messaged you one night, and I know you've been busy with shit. I was trying to goad you on, like, oh man, we're talking about East Coast and West Coast fucking hip hop. Better hop on the show, Frank. They're talking some shit. I told them that on the show. They're like, and Zach goes, no, 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 we're not talking any shit. We have nothing but mad respect for the blah blah blah. But West Coast is better.
Yeah.
Whatever. I was just waiting for you
That
to
shit's
get
funny,
on top
man.
of that conversation. Yeah.
Dude, when I went on tour, I literally, um, I only wanted to do the tour, wasn't to be around Wu Tang because I was already around them a bunch of times. So I was like, who haven't I met? And they were like, well, we're gonna have Snoop Dogg is gonna open a show for us in LA. So I was like, oh, I'm coming. I'm gonna outsmoke him. And by outsmoke him, I mean sit with him and be like, hi. Right? Just get into that mode. And we got there, and that's the only show they canceled when we got there. And I was like, I talked
Bummer.
so much, dude. We stayed at somebody's house, and I sat outside with these girls and talked so much shit. They were like, so what do you do? I go, I came to take Snoop Dogg's title from him, but so they were like, why you smoke like that? Because I didn't have any weed with me. And I was like, oh, I could outsmoke everyone. So they were like, oh, let's put him to the test. And I just wanted to smoke. So everyone started breaking out weed and all different kind of. That was when I had my first dab. Like just weird shit was going on. That fucked me up.
Yeah.
Show for like 20 minutes, man. They were like,
Yeah,
oh, he's a
yeah.
pussy when it comes to this. And I was smoking blunts of the other stuff though. And they were like, wow, you're just still going. I go, yeah, I can't do that dab thing. That hurt my throat. My chest
Yeah,
hurt.
that's intense. Yeah, yeah.
I couldn't breathe. I was like, it felt like I was
Dude,
like
we were
sucked
down in
in water.
California. We were in California. We bought a double bubbler for a dab double bubbler, like double tiered one. Oh, it's fucking sick. Put some colloidal platinum and shit in there, a little and water and what distilled water and shit. Oh no, I think Zach fills it with just regular water. And I was like, oh come on, man, come on, let's do some alchemy, whatever. He's like, yeah. But I put some, I think I put some Kool-Aid in there or whatever. But anyway, it was fucking yeah, it softened it a lot. But still, like, so here I learned a trick. I don't know, maybe like I'm still new to this shit, right? I've only started really smoking and shit since let's see, I started smoking weed shortly, let's see, it's about 18 months ago. And then uh is that right? And then cigarettes about a year ago. So we started rolling my own in Barbados when I'm out there to visit Andrew Bartz's or to do their well, one of the things, the programs they had offered for 6 days was a lot of body work and yoga work, but also energetic work. And like we used those LED. I don't know if we talked about this much. We used those the LED lights. I forgot the name of it is off the top of my head, but the ones that induce the DMT experience. There's a couple of them, like aura lights and like whatever. There's a couple of them, but it's just from LEDs. So you close your eyes, but it triggers the actual DMT experiences, or similar to like hypnotic states and other shit. That it's, but there's programs, there's codes actually just restructure and just cleanse and like rebring into harmony or like neutral your balance, your DNA. Right? It's just light codes, literally. So there's positive
Well,
ways to use this technology.
what do you think the med beds are? They're gonna flash
Right.
you with light, and you're gonna just you're not gonna be looking. You'll probably have a thing over your eyes, so you don't even know what's happening, and then no cancer. You just
Right.
walk
And think
out,
about
and it starts to go in reverse, just because they flashed you with light and frequency for 20 minutes.
right.
That's the truth, right? That's
Right. Well, if you think
even
about
Trump
so it's
kind of mentioned it. We'll send the light up into your veins. He said something stupid, and then they were like, "See, he's discussing it. He's making it sound the way he makes it sound." But once again, light is going to be the healing technology with frequency and sound.
Okay, so check this out. So there's so many roads I wanted to go down on that, but this is engaging the chat too and staying on top of that because you know how that goes. Dude, I was thinking about that. I'm like, when am I going to catch up to Frank? It's still going to take because you've done more than you've done 52 episodes a year for like 5 years, right?
Yeah,
Give or take.
I did, dude. I've been doing radio. I did the International Heist
Oh,
radio show too for like
oh
four
shit. Yeah.
years.
Okay. All
That's
right.
I had to
So
take I
hold
had
on,
to
hold
take
on,
it
hold on, hold on,
down.
hold on. 50. Hold on. But how many days a week for those 4 years?
It was a 4 hour show once a week.
Okay, so it's still once a week. So let's add that in. So that's 5 years doing this show, Fearless, and then even on the radio, TFR, all that shit, and then being in your own channel and doing it on YouTube. So it's like 5 years in that whole dynamic. And then 4 years, so that's 9 times 52 so far. Shows. Keep going. Because you have other experience too.
Uh,
I mean, you're
well, multiple
just shows
ridiculous
and shit.
amounts of interviews and other people's shows
Yeah,
and
that's right. Yeah.
stage work where you're just talking on stage, even though it's about other shit. It was never about any of the stuff we
So
talk
let's
about.
add let's add an extra let's add an extra year, make it 10. Right? You've
Yeah.
got
Well,
10
you
years
guys are
worth of
gonna fly.
weekly
You guys are
podcasting.
gonna.
No, no,
Yeah,
just
but
figure
you
out the
guys are
math
gonna
right
fly
now.
past
Because
us at
think
the end of
about
the
it.
year.
No, that's what I'm thinking. So like 10 times 52. So it's about 520. See, that's what I'm saying. That's still like what, a solid 20 months of everyday podcasting. And maybe we keep doing that. I don't know. But like we're just rolling for now. We're at 62.
It changes though. It changes. So Fearless is just the
Yeah.
last couple of years, right? There's going to be incarnations of it. Like when we jump ship from TFR, it became Volume 2 because I don't want you to associate. Volume 1 ends where we start our own. We start writing our own story. Like there is
Yeah,
no
totally.
TFR that Frank could attach to, and then do a radio show. No, Frank's got to go on his own, like a big boy now.
Yeah.
You
New
got to live
chapter in a
by your
book.
word. Yeah. Well, it's new book completely. So it was like
Yeah.
from the moment ayahuasca entered my life with
Yeah,
my
even better.
injury and whatever to the day I walked away from TFR. That book is shut right now. If you want to get on the cycle for part 2, you go to volume 2, and there'll be a volume 3.
Yep.
There'll be more. There's fearless conversations. I kind of I'm very simple.
Okay,
So as
hold
much
on,
as
hold on. I got it.
imagination I
I
have, I'm kind of boring.
No, I know what you're saying, man. Like I know you and your habits and your lifestyle, and you're a beautiful human being, Frank. Really, I mean, that's why if you can do it, Paula, do more shows, nuanced shows, talk about whatever. Let fucking Paula be Paula. She's awesome. Right?
She's
She's
gonna be
whatever
on with
shows she
Angela
do.
Miller
I
tomorrow.
know. That's right. I will do my best to catch that live. I might have other appointments I have to handle in that time, but I will definitely
It's all
see that one.
right.
But I'll,
It's still getting
but
out there.
also, um, but also, anything you guys do, if you did whatever your interests are, like we're talking about, you just being frank, right? If you're doing fucking shit around the house, and you have some way to have the phone like on, it's not too much too cumbersome. Your iPad, and you're just chatting. What you're doing that day, you're feeding, you're just doing your shit, but you're just chatting. You're just fucking tell stories, man. Whatever, get into it. What you experienced that day, or what, like, you start to be able to
Oh, I
talk when you
fucking
met.
forgot. We didn't even talk about we didn't add the meditations, the ridiculous amount
To
of meditations and the talks and the I
oh
I
right,
burnt
oh
out.
right, no
I
doubt.
burnt out from doing that because of my world kicked up like everyone else's, right? So I was like, I'm meditating. I don't have time to go live and cry every day. Like I can't do it with you every day. I'll tell you about my everyday experiences, but I can't do it on camera every day. And
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. I have a lot of my own things checklist that I checked off. I was blaming
totally.
the little sneaky things going on in the background. I was like, there's people in the meditations just listening to what I say about Chris, and these people, they're just there for
Right.
that. I don't want those people around, but I also don't want to fight with them and go, well, you and you and you. Then there was my own, uh, I was getting a lot of shit because it was taking time away from, I have old women around me that need my help. And they're like, dude, every time I sit down, you're in front of the fucking thing using up our time. I started hearing that and I'm like, really? I thought I was doing a good thing. So I backed off a little bit and then realized I had a million chores to do. So it can't be every day during that. Like there's got to be a give and take, you know? Um,
Yeah.
there's a whole checklist I had. And then once I bounced out, I became the meditation. I talked about that for years, becoming the living meditation. I can quiet my mind now. I'm doing it right now as we're talking.
Yeah.
It's very calm and very whatever. Like I built into that. When I rant, I could stop at any moment and control myself. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
reach
Yeah.
out and start choking. But
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
And that interaction, by the way, you have with Paula is so fucking beautifully organic. Like that meme or the one that it's Patty made, I think, right? They put it up of
yeah,
you and Paula. I'm gonna fucking put that shit up. Let me find that shit. It's so good, Frank. And it's so true and beautiful of your relationship. I've seen you guys. I've been with you at like 2 different days. Well, no, at 3 full days, like full days. We hung out fucking like full days, right? You see you and Paula just in your environment doing your shit and hanging out. And just like really, I mean, what you see on screen is a fraction, a fractal. Put that, not even fraction, a fractal of what you guys experience in real life. You guys really fucking enjoy each other, man. It's really
it's
fucking
almost
cool. It's such a beautiful relationship.
it's almost like we built the ship. Thank you for saying that, by the way. It takes
Yeah,
work like to keep
yeah,
that alive. What you
no
see is
doubt.
not. We're not joking on screen and then shutting off the camera and not doing that. We
Right?
go, as they would say, balls deep with that shit in my house. It is out of
Hmm.
control. See, people don't get to see how funny Paula is sometimes, right? She'll do some shit that
Tell us
will
about it.
make you. So Paula hanging out with me has developed a potty mouth. All right. So,
And
but
she's gone
everyone,
into rolling blunts. You've corrupted her, Frank.
so she goes, I thought, am I smoking too much weed? Nah, I don't take any medication. Give me that fucking blunt. I'm like, holy shit, right? Anyway, so I wake up one day, she's rolling cones, and then when she has a gripe or wants to say something, when you set yourself up, even when you're being serious, you're talking serious, and then you realize if a comedian was standing across from you, he would shit on you right at that moment because you walked into that one. Paula has
Yeah,
developed this skill. It is fucking brilliant. I don't know how she does it because she doesn't look like that's what's going to jump out of her mouth. I'm with her 5 years. She's still, I call it the quiet Asian, right? But she's
uh
not
huh.
Asian. She just looks Asian, but she is. She's Korean and Italian. So when she gets all quiet, she has that Asian look where you're just, are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Are you not responding?
When
It
she's
looks,
peering into your soul, when you
yeah,
know
she
you
just
better have
looks
the
at
right
you
answer. That one.
and you're like, I can't tell what's going on with her. And then there's the other side, which is
Mm-hmm.
90%. She's hyper Italian. So she's waving her fucking hands and she's throwing shit. She's like, I'm gonna come over there and punch you right in your fucking dick. And I'm like, oh, right? Like, and she's turned into that guy, that girl, right? That
That
character.
guy.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? So I'll look at her like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So she'll crack you up on that level if you can handle it. A lot of people can't handle it.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
watching this video. Her and Ellen had the funniest video. So
Uh,
the two cats were in the yard, the old lady cat and my cat Reggie, right? So it's Mama and Reggie. So Reggie looks like he's gonna go attack that she's gonna go attack Mama. She's creeping right towards her. So Ellen gets it on camera and she goes, in the wilderness, right? The two cats see each
mm.
other, and then suddenly, right? And then Paula goes, hey, Reggie, don't you dare do that. So then she goes, no, Reggie, do it because it's nature. Nature wants you to do it. And Paula goes, hey, you ever want to drink fucking ayahuasca again? Shut the fuck up. And I was like, what the fuck was that? And they were both laughing and laughing. She goes, you missed what happened before. It was so funny. And I'm like, I was not expecting that, Paula. And she goes, I know, I was just in one of those moods where, and
Yeah.
I tell her all the time, that's the real you. That's the real
Yeah.
you, right? Um, the real us shines. It's funny. It
Mm.
jumps out. It's original. When I go on the other side, I'm like, I had to bear witness to something that bothered me a little bit, but it didn't bother me. I witnessed all the times I was part of the tribe, right? So the American
Mm.
Indian or that ilk, right? So I was never, although I had lifetimes where I was. The majority
Yeah.
of my lifetimes were that of not the hunter or the warrior or the leader. It was the shaman, right? The guy that kind of just sits in there. But they're like, you would help with the women doing dishes. This was like a big thing. And then they showed the men
Yeah.
making fun of me. right? But I also knew how to do everything around the home where they didn't, right? Like it was weird. So I was being made fun of to the chief. Oh, he's like a girl. And I'm like, why am I a girl? And they're like, well, you hang out with them. And I'm like, so Frank in me is like, where I'm from, that's called a total success. I don't know what you fucking punks are doing, but right in this
Right.
lifetime, that would be successful. So they're like, nah. And I go, well, I don't rely on you to get the food. And they're like, what are you talking about? I catch my food every day. So they're like, what? I go, I'm a better shot than you on the horse and off the horse. So the hunters
Mm,
all start lining up and taking shots, and I just fucking Robin Hood them, one shot kill. And the chief said to me, "You're not like any of them." He didn't call me weird. He made it almost like, "Well, you're very original and different, but that's what makes you my favorite." And I was like, "Oh, I'm a favorite? I thought you fucking hated me or disliked me because I wasn't like the men." And then I could do what the women do. I could help fix the outfits. If my outfit rips, I don't leave it to you to sew it up. I'm like, how do I
yeah.
sew it so I can just
Right.
sew my own shit? I don't just give it off to
So,
some woman. They're
so you
like,
can
you're
call that
you're
like
always like that.
con. The term I like for a modern term, I really appreciate the Native American dynamic, and it's in the Hebrew traditions and stuff too. Like even in the Hebrew traditions, traditionally, when you part of the dowry was not just like because she owed it to him. It was part of literally allowing them to pay a year off of their career. Like usually they are in a mason or a farmer or whatever. You don't take a year off, right? You got to have employees or something. I mean, if you're gonna do that, but you also have the money to take a year off. So like yeah, the dowry was to allow them to have a year off, and the whole year was supposed to he was learn how to please her, not just
Yeah,
sexually, but yeah, but other ways. Like really help out around the house. What would help you? What would please
yeah.
you?
Like,
And you learn, and
why
then
are
you
you
want to do it.
doing,
Like you,
Aaron? I look at
yeah,
Paula and I go, you don't have to do all that. And then she's like, what? I go, you leave that. I'm gonna do that. You're not tall
yeah,
enough for that. And Paula just goes for it. So you learn, like you're saying, how to
yeah.
please, but also how to take care of the home
I don't,
and how to take
yeah,
care of this. To the warriors, that made me soft, but
mm.
I can fuck you up. So what are you talking about? How am I soft if I could do your
Right,
job without you? I don't need none of you, and I still
yeah,
do what you guys do, but I also do this. So
yeah,
this is what equates to being a girl to them.
mm.
We eat, say there's plates in front of us, right? And then we're all done, and there's like a woman kind of coming around checking for dishes. Now, you're gonna let her
Mm.
walk with a stack of dishes? Wait. This is how I think. Is that her fucking job? Is it her fucking job to pick up everyone's plates every day? We're a room full of men, and no one's gonna take those fucking heavy plates and walk into the other room. You fucking
Right,
losers. So I'll take your plate, whoever's next to me on my left. I'll just say, oh, let me get this. I'll stack it on mine. I'll go this way. I'll ask for yours.
yeah,
They're like, what are you doing? And then I'll take whoever's in front of me, put the plate, and then I get up and help them go in the other room. And the men are like,
yeah,
well, this is man time. We got to smoke the peace pipe and do this and do that. I'm like, you're a fucking punk. You're a punk.
yeah,
So if you,
yeah,
when they pull me
or
outside, because they used to make a circle and they're like, listen, we're going to take you
Jesus,
outside. You're going to get in the circle and we're going to fight in the circle until you're not in the circle
Jesus.
no more.
So you
Because
stop
I don't
acting
like
gay?
the way I didn't want to use any of the
Really?
words what they called me. They were calling me
Right.
fairy and all kinds of shit, but
Oh
I'd
yeah, I
go in the
bet.
circle with them and whip the shit out of them. So I'm like, you can't say
Awesome.
anything to me. So
Well
the
done.
champ,
No shit.
the like the head hunter, you're not out hunting me, and you're also not out fighting me. I'm
Right.
just the shaman, though, right?
Yeah.
I'll whip your ass 8 ways to the sun, and then I'll pick up your plate and go wash it and bring it back and hang it on the wall.
Yeah.
So you have a clean
Yeah.
plate for tomorrow, you dick, right? So
Yeah.
they're like, well, that shows feminine qualities, but I'm like, I love these people. They're not my fucking. There's to me, there's no rank system. You're not lower than me
Yeah.
unless you're a
Yeah.
child, and I have to tell you, like, no, you can't stay up and shit. You're not lower than me. You're
Yeah.
just in the frame in the outfit, what the human suit. We were just talking
DNA
about
skin suit
this.
technology.
The DNA skin suit technology, it has to grow into it. So it's not really a little kid. But there's some things you can and can't do. But I'm not going to
Yeah.
make a woman do things that a man can do in 2 seconds. Like,
Yeah.
or why is you guys know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't have to.
Yeah.
I don't think I have to break it down.
No, no, it's no, it's good. It's good because like It's a
So
topic that a lot
when
of
it
people. Hold on, so check this out. So I've got additional layers. Keep going with what you're saying, and to add be additive to it. But
so the
even though
chief
we
would
talked
talk.
about earlier, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, I'm saying like the chief would talk,
We're-
and then I would respond, and they would go. He would listen, but I would never know if he's really truly listening. And then they're like, "Why would you take advice from him?" And it's like, "Well, you take advice from me when you come and drink ayahuasca in the tent, right?" Those are the beefs that used to happen constantly.
yeah, yeah,
So I always played that position and that role.
yeah.
Growth is important for everyone, not
So check
one
this out.
role.
Yeah, so perfect. That leads totally what I was going to trail off on that, or dive into the DNA skin suit technology. So I've taken an anatomy class recently that went through some modern science and connecting all to ancient, a lot of the just ancient, what's the word I'm looking for? More detailed descriptions like the Taoist practices. And they have, Montauk Chia has great ones on knowing like your own sexual energy and how the bodies work and more energetic dynamics to the actual skin suit technology. um, that one are more diverse than we realize. So there's not just XX and XY. That there's actually many. Like every endocrine gland is actually biased one way or another, but it's not one way or another. It's not binary. There's like so many layers in between. There's like I don't know if there are XXO, XXY, XX. Like there are different XOXO, like different variations of. It's not just binary. So literally physiologically, like for example, and this is connecting this to two. So I was born as part of 12% of the population that had my left and right brain. The way I understand this is my epigenetic expression for my corpus callosum was more activated. So it was denser and allowed to pass information between both, just from my skin suit technology and astrology and the way I came in and a bunch of other shit. So the things and the difference between our cultural appropriation. So where you grew up in an environment where when you began to embody those skills, you already had the skills. By the time you began to embody the more of you, more of the right side of your brain, more of your heart, more of just everything, more embodying you, really filling out all of it, not just one side or anchored to one side. But what you had built in you allowed you to defend that truth, literally, physically, right? And keep doing the fucking kind, pussy ass things because now they have to respect you, right? Because that worked in your
How can
culture.
it?
So I grew up in. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
how could something be pussy, right? If it takes a lot of strength. Like, all right, so men would measure strength, right? So I gotta go, I gotta take the weight, I'm gonna pump the weight. Okay, well, she's
Mm-hmm.
lifting 40 fucking plates and walking the distance of a mile after serving and cleaning this whole area. You're
Right.
not doing that at your workout.
Right.
I'm lifting weight. It's like she's lifting weight too,
No doubt. And look, just
right?
even the practicality of it, really, as a human being, trying to be more androgynous in that sense, but more whole instead of androgynous being another thing. But really, the point is it's a conglomeration of you and all those different dynamics in your organs and all that different shit. And I'm gonna put that up here. And and so the role playing is just it's fucking culturally created. So like what you're saying, that culture it was more balanced, and so it's balanced, man. Especially if like here's the thing, I know that I want to be with someone who fucking cooks. It's not a gender thing. It's the way I live my lifestyle. I want to cook also, but I want it like that she desires to cook. She likes to cook. I want to eat food that's created by hands through someone who loves me, and we're building a relationship. I so honor the
Dude,
fact that they cook. It's not a trivial
Paula,
thing at all.
Paula is a beautiful woman and cooks. She's a cooker. She's gonna cook
Yeah.
all day and all night, no matter what you say or do that you're gonna do to help. She doesn't give a shit. She's like, I'm cooking, right? So that doesn't make her wackadoodle. But when we were first together, I would stare at her and go, "You don't have to do all that. This is like a lot of work." And da 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 da. And then it was delicious, and I started to do what you're talking about. I got into it, and I was like, "I'll help you
Yeah.
whenever you want." And she was like, "You will?" And
Totally.
I was like, "I will if you teach me."
Yeah.
And she was like, "I'll fucking teach you." So
Yeah,
now she
man.
calls me
And
her
that,
sous chef. But I
yeah,
put a
and that
chef
dynamic too. Like,
jacket and I wear it and I go, "Hey yo, what the fuck?" And I act like Gordon Ramsay, right?
yeah,
We do funny shit. So while we're
yeah,
chopping
man. See,
garlic and onions
that's
and
the
all,
thing. Like, here's the thing. I know how to have fun with another human being in a closed relationship for an extended period of time where you're not going outside the relationship. You're gonna figure that shit out. You know what I mean?
yeah,
You can learn how to fun with people. Like, you really do.
dude.
You just
Now I
you got to
know how
figure
to
that
cook,
out.
dude. I She goes, all right, look,
Yeah, and
this
you
is
learn
how
shit if
I
you're just open.
this is how I value stuff, right? So it's not man or woman, right? It's what you bring to the table. So if our household, if one person falls, can you still hold the household together? And that doesn't mean by shoestrings. Can you do what's required? We have 12 cats. We have this that needs to be cleaned every day. This needs to go here. The plants need to be watered. The shit needs to be swept. Garbage needs to be on and on and on and on. It
Yeah,
takes
yeah,
two people to do it. That includes cooking. It includes other things that you didn't know, but now you know because you're here. Can you handle it? See, when I think of my past, and Paula was with me in many lifetimes, she wasn't, even though we play roles, we're complete. So if I could throw an axe, you can throw an axe. If you can
yeah,
cook an egg, I can cook an egg, right? Like we're learning
yeah,
and growing from each other. I'm not like looking over
yeah,
there.
man.
Oh, look at that.
Well, and like
I
think
will
about
if
this
I
too.
have to
So like
learn that. But if you
ano-
know something, I'm going to come right to you.
another avenue to get to the same actions, but with additional intentions. I'll put it that way. I think it's a really good way to put it. So not with different intentions, additional intentions. So there's intentions of engaging, of sharing the house load. There's intentions of engaging to want to learn what pleases her, takes a relief off her, makes her feel good in her body, her stress, like just makes her feel good. Why wouldn't you do that? Like, but another avenue, you get to know the person. I want to know the person I'm with inside and out, right? I want to know what they're like. I want to know what they're thinking during the day. I don't want to know what they do, Not have to ask them questions just by being with them, observing.
Yeah.
I want to know you, you know?
Yo, listen, I do shit to, she's going to kill me for this. I'll do stuff like, "Hey man, you do that? That's incredible. Have you ever tried it with a thumb in your butt?" And I'll attack her in the kitchen,
Yeah,
and then
totally.
she'll go, "Stop that shit! What the fuck is wrong with you?" And then she'll go and do it again, and then we'll just laugh over and over and over. I'm like, "Look, it's
Yeah,
not man woman. It's you're 4'8". I'm 5'8", right? I'll get the
yeah.
high shelf shit. You get the low shelf shit. If
No
you can't
doubt. Right.
get it,
Practical
ask
shit.
me.
And also,
If I
like, look,
can't find it, point it out to me.
and if someone cooks the meal to me like that, I know the energy that goes into cooking a meal, especially when someone is energetically engaged and their intentions are in it. But just if they love you, they actually have it when they think about you in every regard. The more regards, in the relationships, there's things that people tolerate for long periods of time. We've probably all done it, but like that area doesn't feel very good about the person, right? There's a love for them and the wanting to work that out, but it doesn't feel very good. But the more areas in that relationship where it feels good, man, just that feeling in their body, natural state, not because they said did this special thing, whatever, just on a regular basis, it feels
Yeah,
good.
dude,
So
I
then when they're
fucking
cook,
go into the bathroom.
hold on. So when they're cooking food in that feeling state, doesn't have to be special prayers and whatever, that too, right? But those can naturally come out of it. The point is a feeling state in the body. The feeling is the prayer, right? So having
Yes,
that dynamic, okay, my point is, and all that, those are all nuances, but like I so honor what that food is that's being prepared for me. If I didn't have a hand in, I would like, it'd be fun to do all those things too, but just on a, regular basis, that's what I like to do. Paula probably cooks way more meals than you help her with because she likes to cook and bake and do whatever she does. So like,
well, that's her
but even
thing.
me,
That's like me with music.
so hold on. And on a practical note, to wrap this up, my point was the practical dynamic of look, if she made all this food, why the fuck wouldn't I even just naturally clean the dishes? Let me do the
That's
dishes. Jesus, you go chill, go do whatever you want to do. You made the food. That's duh. It's like
that's how
manners.
you
It's
know.
just like
That's how you know we're cut from the same cloth because that's not what normal. Listen, most people don't do that. I'm telling you right now. My
it's so
brother sits at
weird.
the table and he'll do this to Paula,
Oh my god. Oh
right?
my
And
god.
then she'll
Did
go,
she
"What do
just
you want
smack
me
it
to
off
do
the
with that?"
table?
So she told him one day, "I'm going to take you outside and fucking punch you right in the face," and he was like,
Good.
"Yeah, whatever," right? Like, because she's like, "I'm not your wife." Remember that, right? Like, just most people. Um, I guess you learn that in your home. We were raised by my grandparents, so he's 90. So he's from an older time where grandma took care of the house and he just went out. He had the job, handed her the
Yeah,
check
yeah.
at the end of the week. Everything was cooked, cleaned, fucking folded. Like, I was like, Jesus Christ. But both of them had hard jobs to run. It was hard work. You didn't get off easy because you're a housewife. She had the hard work. She's raising the kids and doing all
Right.
that stuff by herself.
Well, it's funny.
Here, there
Okay,
was
so
a
it's
lot of
funny
women, a lot
because
of sisters. Everybody was working.
you and I are in the same paradigm on that, right? In that dynamic in the household. Like again, it has nothing to do with gender roles. A lot of it has to do with practicality and a base desire to know and honor your partner. You know, why that's why you're that's why we're with them day in and day out. Like it's like, isn't that a natural thought? Think in what ways you can enjoy them, honor them, fuck with them in fun ways or whatever, engage them in cognitive sapiosexual dynamics. You know, I bet
I
for
do
you,
shit like
bet for you, Impala
I
doing
don't
the
want
show is like
you to
so
walk
fucking like
on cat
sapio
litter.
sexy for you too.
Yeah, no, dude, I'm telling you, all this weird shit happens when you service to other your partner and you're happy to do it. Like if I'm ever up before her, which is rare, the
Mhm.
cats always kick out cat litter into the bathroom. So if you're walking barefoot, you'll step on it. It's like stepping on little
Yeah,
Legos, right? So I just sweep that and I wipe the toilet down because you never know who's purging or
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
use the toilet or whatever, right? So then
yeah,
later in the day, something will happen where she's like, "Wow, the toilet was clean, thanks." And I got sick and I was gonna throw up. And then I was like, "Oh, if the toilet's clean, I can do it." And I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "That's funny because I cleaned it the other day." And then I came outside and I was like, "Oh, thank God." And my head was in the toilet and I had drank and I was screaming, "Oh, they blah." I was just throwing up and she had no clue. And we were just doing these cute things for one another to stay ahead of the
yeah,
game, right? Like when
yeah,
she wakes up, if
yeah,
I fill the coffee maker, all she has to do is press the button.
yeah,
So I'm like, how do you like your coffee exactly? Well,
yeah,
it's not like the way you like it, but it's 4 scoops with this. And I go, oh, okay. And she goes to bed and I go, 4 scoops, this, water. Now she doesn't have to lift anything because she's shorter than you got to like make things smaller for people Paula's size. So she's like always lifting her arms up and she has cerebral palsy. She's like, I can't lift my fucking shoulder. So why are you carrying a
yeah,
gallon jug when I could do that for you? And I could set that up for you in
yeah,
advance. She's like, dude, when we're doing that shit, there's nothing more sexy. Nothing. When
yeah,
you're in the
yeah,
kitchen, we're cooking and the food's fucking delicious. We're listening to music. I dance, right? So I'll dance around the kitchen. She's like, I didn't know you can dance like that. I'm like, I could do some fucking crazy shit, but it's only because it was like theater dancing. Like I was in Greece and shit. So that and then the hip hop. So I'm showing her this shit and she's cooking and shaking and cats are jumping in and out of the window. It's like a fucking like a musical happening in the kitchen, right?
yeah,
So it's pretty cool. I fucking like it, man. You ever watching a
yeah,
movie and
yeah,
they break out into song and then
yeah.
they're
Fuck
like
yeah,
cleaning the house while they're cooking? We laugh at that and go, that's fucking gay. But when you watch the movie, if you enjoyed the movie, you're like, yo, that looked like fun,
dude.
right? Like
Have you
when they're all
seen? Okay,
sweeping the
hold on.
chimney and Miss Poppins and
Since
they
you're
clean the place.
okay, wait. You're gonna love this then. If you're in this state of appreciation of those types of films, you have to see The
Fall,
Greatest
fall,
Showman.
fall, fall.
You have to see The
Yes.
Greatest Showman. Have you seen it?
No.
Okay, you definitely have to see it. It's a musical type movie. It's with Hugh Jackman, Wolverine, right? And he's a
Mm-hmm.
fucking he used to be a Broadway singer and shit, right? But the energy behind it, I remember watching it. I've literally seen that movie probably 50 or 60 times by now, because when the first time we saw it in theaters, saw it with my grandma, and I remember just like moments in the movie, like my soul, I'm just tears are coming down my face of like soul connection with the beauty and the songs that are the expression or just the cinematography of it, right? But the way they develop the character development, the fun, the humor, the honoring of people and the relationship dynamics in there was incredibly engaging, and the music enhanced all of it. And there's fucking cool scenes in there, some fucking cool track. I listen to the soundtrack regularly, but there's a song in there that's called. It's early on in the movie. It's called "A Million Dreams." I listen to that one a lot, right? And it has kids singing, so the music's not, their vocals aren't the greatest in the world, but it's like the dynamic. If I remember seeing in the movie what the dynamic was, but just the song alone that says, "This matters." I'm gonna pull up the lyrics real quick.
No, it's funny. When I was a kid, um, no one could. The singer was nervous and didn't fit the role, and then we had 20 roles, and it was just who got the balls to stand up and do it. It didn't matter what you really sounded like. We could work with you. The nuns used to say that. Well, we could work with you vocally. We don't worry about that. But who has the balls to get
Yeah,
up and do the dance and everything? And I used to just get up and throw down, and they were like, "You're hired." And I used to do all of it. And just from throwing myself into it, it didn't always sound great and whatever. But what you're talking about, that feeling, that overwhelming of awesome, people would just fucking
yeah,
love it and clap and be like, that was awesome. Yeah, just regular people doing it the best way we can.
right. So, okay, check out these lyrics. So, I close my eyes and I can see the world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own, through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say, oh, actually, I'm putting another screen, so I don't have two monitors on my tablet. Make sure I'm
Yeah,
following
I'm
along
looking at
here.
my iPad because I can't see it on my phone.
Yeah. I got it just so I can scroll through without knowing where we're at on screen. There we go. Oh, I actually shorten it. Sorry to interrupt the actual lyrics, guys. Figuring it out. Okay, so it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what a world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. Oh, there's one last one, I guess. So there's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. The special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. Or just the dynamic of even just, your first twin flame is yourself, right? Yourself. So being able to understand this dynamic of engaging with yourself and engaging with dreaming your dream every day, to be able to engage and viscerally embody your optimal timeline, as Frank calls it. It's true. But that what is that for you to embody the reality that you want to create? And it takes a million dreams, really, and
I'll tell.
viscerally envisioning it.
Those are great lyrics, and I'm gonna teach everyone something right now that you could do at any time. If you know this song or any other song that treats you that way and that has the lyrics that way, that don't take you down a path that's whatever. Like you say this out loud and dance through your house, knowing the song. You. I don't know. Does anyone do this but me? Like I know there's others that
No,
have to
I
do this. My cats
this yes.
love me when I do it. They look at me, they get scared. I go like and then I just start singing and I start moving through the
Yeah,
house. I'm filling up waters. I'm throwing out garbage. The waters are getting fucking hypercharged. Paul is like, dude, I love it when you just walk into the room, look at me, look the other way, and fly off. It looks like I'm flying because I'll just move my legs really fast.
yeah,
And she's like, I fucking love that. I go, right. What am I always doing? She's like, well, we're always doing stupid shit like this, that, the household stuff. I go, right.
yeah,
And I love it. And I love it. And I love to keep it clean and I love to feel this way. And I love a million dreams and all it's going to take and a million dreams for the world we're all going to make. And like you, I'll you say something like that right to someone's face, would dance with them and
yeah.
tell them while
Come
you're
on, man.
doing this stuff. Or this is how you do it. Well, I'm
Dude,
holding
the
my
energy
cat
is
and I'm
beautiful.
dancing
So
through the
like
fucking
this is
house.
where this is where cinematography can encapsulate that well, the emotions you feel, but then also like I know you're talking about. Do you know how many rooftops I've danced on in Seattle? Like just at night, my own music and just fucking dancing, man. Like it's fucking
Yeah,
beautiful, really different times. Because it's just it connects you. Again, it's more about viscerally embodying the feelings when you it's like yoga. Your different asanas or whatever your movements, you're dancing your own intuitive movements. So I wouldn't say I'm a good dancer by any stretch of the imagination. I would like to actually sit down and learn some things, get my rhythm for actual footwork and certain things just in my muscle memory and shit. But like the way I dance, I thoroughly enjoy the way I move to music. Right? It feels good to
yeah.
me,
I like
and
taking
it's
songs
powerful
and
to do that.
lyrics and singing them like it's some kind of like old singing in the rain song where you'd have a hat on and you'd be
Oh
twirling
fuck
around
yeah,
the thing. Like I'll do that with like something famous and she'll lose her shit and go, "That was fucking
dude.
awesome."
Okay,
And I'll
hold
go,
on.
"Wasn't it?"
Yeah, dude, it's so funny. That's fine. Okay, it must be you're Leo, right? Your Aries, sun signs of Leo.
Yes.
All right, mine's an Aries,
Yes.
and I have a Leo ascendant, so that's two fire signs plus the personality types, right? And that whole dynamic too, like showing people what it looks like to be just be a better human being, really what you can call it, but it can be seen as effeminate or whatever, weird. Dude, like I'm fucked. Everything I just do being me and on the show and shit, like I go through full like entire emotions and expressions and all that shit. It's like playing the jester, I guess, in a sense, but it's just embodying more of me. I feel like
All
whatever
right.
that
We
is, and
talked
based on
about this.
astrology does
Listen,
do that. Do
we
it.
talked about this right before went live about the jester. All right.
Right? Right. Yeah, no
Right.
doubt.
We said that the tribes would have um, chief, you'd have
Hmm.
the queen, you'd have the warrior head, like your general, and then you'd have the clown, right? And he wasn't a clown. He was to openly mock any choices or any decisions the king made or whatever that wasn't the tribe leader made that wasn't the people didn't like but didn't want to say nothing. It's like as if Bill Burr walked in the room and just started a thing while you're making decisions. And then you come forth and say, well, we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this, and he's going to go do this. And then the guy walks in and goes, that's the stupidest fucking thing I ever heard. Like, that guy was the most important guy because he was the one that'll criticize you right to your face. And he
Yep.
won't lie to you because it's his job to do it. So he can say anything.
Yep.
He could walk
100%. That's
in
why,
and
like,
get away.
this is any
He's the
kind of
guy that won't
friendship
get
you
his head
build
cut
around you.
off.
Right. So any friendships you build around you, this is just a thing for people in life who maybe didn't learn this in different ways growing up. But like, there's a lot of different things. Birds of a feather flock together. Good, bad company corrupts good character over time. You know, there's different things. So you understand what roles people are playing in your life. Oh shit! What is that? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh fuck, Frank. We gotta talk after the show. Beautiful. We're on a bit of a shortage here. Yes, sir. That is when you know a microdose is no longer a microdose, Frank. Just to answer your question. That's how you know. I thought I only took a little bit, dude. You just wolfed that whole bag down, bro. Beautiful. Caps for snacks, bro.
I got to
Kevin said, son.
I got to test the waters right now.
Yeah, do it, man. I have no time limit. As long as you're willing to stay on, we'll do our 4-hour chat on here. That's yay. Kevin said you can double Dutch, so you're ahead of the game, bro. Dude, did you see the episode? You probably heard it or listening where I was doing the double Dutch in the Chaz. I'll have to send you the timestamp in the clip. No, it's literally I did double Dutch. So I was filming all through the Chaz, like one episode with Zach. Now there's one episode a couple days before. Well, so there's one point in there, like right? there's and there were people playing double Dutch, and I saw him before we walked around. I came back to him and asked him if I could try. I told him we were live streaming and whatever, and set up I was on that's fucking cool. Check this out, actually, you're gonna appreciate this. Oh shit! I think I put it.
Shout outs to Kevin and his. I know you hurt your foot, KG.
Yeah.
Sending you positive vibes and healing vibes. And before we just kick into the next thing, I just want to tell everyone that's listening. So I have a really good friend in the group, family member, Gina Jin. Anyone that knows her knows that she's the girl that talks about fruits. She's a fruitarian. She got really sick, and they thought it was because she was trying different techniques of fasting and
different cleanses.
Different things. She was signed different
cleanses. A lot of different cleanses, I think. Yeah.
It wasn't that, right? See, this shit gets a bad rap. Like, oh, she was doing cleanses and had to go to the hospital. No, they fucking took her in and they opened her up. And this is on Facebook, so I'm not saying anything but you guys need to know this because it's not going to be on her page. They found a tumor on a pancreas, right? They made her sign a DNR immediately and said she was on support because her organs are shutting off. She's not old at all. She's young. And they were like, we don't know how long you got. It's right there. So the daughter reached out on Facebook. So I'm letting the Fearless family member know, the Expanded Universe people know. I'm letting everyone know that Gina Jin, if you know her, you should be sending positive vibes to her, please, and healing vibes, because I work with her with ayahuasca, and she changed into the fruitarian and came forward and was helping a lot of people with this information. And just as she broke through and started doing videos and everything, she got immediately sick. Right. So everyone was like, oh, she's trying all this different stuff. Maybe it's hurting her. It wasn't none of that. It was a tumor. Right. So in a fucked up place. So if we could just send her positive vibes, because I don't know when you sign those DNRs, they're telling you might die tomorrow or tonight as soon as we take
you. So as a focal point for sending,
down.
Yeah, so as a focal point for sending energy, what came to me, you're talking the pancreas, and I don't remember where I read this or heard this, but it sounds resonant, feels resonant, that the pancreas has to do with the joy for life, or loss of the joy for life somewhere. So as an additional focal point, whatever ways you guys want to send her energy in the ways that you guys experience those things, please do. But as an additional one, to help restore a joy for life, a counter frequency to the tumor, or tumor leaching a joy from life in some area of her life that maybe she's not even aware of. or she is, but something that's been draining her, like we all have, sometimes literally biochemically inside this DNA skin suit technology. Our gut microbiome, that's where most of the, we talk about the nanotech, the parasites that's in there. That's why you purge it on night and stuff. And you can have it in there and deactivate it by your resonant state and frequency, being a good human being. All the stuff Frank and I are talking about practically, and we learn in our own ways. But really, you can do that, and you can tune into it energetically too and turn it off, more viscerally experience that. But that stuff is in our gut microbiome. So cancers and things, I mean, there's different biological reasons, but it's all connects to the psyche and to energetics. It's always in those bodies first, especially on the organs. Organs are massively interdimensional realms within
The
realms.
thing
The
that's
organs
the
are
thing that sucks about sometimes it's not us just bringing it on ourselves. What happens is you are in that mode because we've been trained to be that way and we're trying to break free, but you're stuck and you're having shitty moment after moment, but you're also getting bombarded by chemicals that you're not even like you think you're drinking fresh water and it's not fresh water. You think
right.
you're eating healthy food, you're really not. Like they still
Yeah,
spray the organic food. As the
yeah,
inspector, I used to go and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, well, we still spray everything. We just don't
yeah,
genetically modify it. I'm like, oh, so
yeah,
you're still a scumbag. I see. Right. So we're
yeah,
getting that thrown on us, depending on your area situation and where you're at. That can you can have the magnet in your body where you're bringing shitty vibes to yourself, and then it's amplified 1,000 times because you have that stuff in
yeah,
you and
yeah,
you didn't
yeah.
even realize because you live too close to the nuclear reactor, or you're too close to the lake that they poured
Right.
shit into,
Yep.
or whatever. Right. So um, 'cause sometimes I say,
Or
some
even so,
people
even
bring
even
that
like
onto
feel it. So
themselves, but I can't
so
believe
even
that
like feel
everyone is doing that when you have villains
right,
out there literally poisoning you, right? Like, so
right.
it's a this weird balance thing.
Well, so it's like the the feeling state in the body. I mean, if unless your internal DNA skin suit technology epigenetic expression can exceed the amount of poisons and toxins around you, that's physically changing over distilled water or the different filtered waters. We really distilled, and you can add ionic minerals is one of the best ways to do it because they're bioavailable. It's not going to crystallize in your veins. That's why so many people their veins get brittle. It's years of electrolytes and things that are pre-plant processed minerals. It just crystallize in your body. You don't absorb that shit. So like it may give
Dude,
you a
when I'm
boost
doing
and shit
the,
a little bit.
I told you when I was doing the foot bath, the ionic thing, I don't
Yeah,
know what it's doing inside my arteries, but I was, I ate mushrooms. I jumped in the foot bath for the third time. It hit,
yeah.
and they said I saw the colors. I saw the colors of the rainbow in front of me,
Mm.
and I said, "Oh, that must be me." And it was there were dark patches, and then I'm like, "Ew, what's that?" And they're like, "You ready?" So I'm like, "Oh, we blasting off into outer space and getting away from this shit." They were like, "Yeah, not really." And then they're like, "One, two," and then Paul was like, "Okay, I'm turning the machine on." Boom, puts it on. I go, "Oh, I feel that in my," and then it just this energy came up into there, and it just broke free of the sludge, and then went, and I went, "What the fuck?" It was me, and I've been saying for a while, I think I have some clogged arteries. I have sex afterwards, like right at that moment. I feel like I'm gonna die. Like I feel like I'm
Mm.
dying, and then
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I can't breathe, and I'm laying back. I go for a jog or a heavy walk. I can't breathe for a few minutes normally, like it, and then all of a sudden it kicks in. It goes from feeling like my chest is contracted and constricted to feeling good. So you give me 20 minutes to warm up, I'll look like I'm dead, and then you
Yeah.
give me 5 minutes to rest and I come back in and I'm ready, right? But I'm like, what is that? Ugh. And they're like, I've been asking, do I have clogged arteries? Do I have clogged arteries? Well, apparently I did. And nobody was saying anything to me because they don't tell you on the other side when I go, hey, how am I looking? And nothing looks too bad from here or whatever. Am I going to die of cancer? Nothing. They're like, no, you're fine. They don't even tell you. They like wait for you almost to find out that you're shitty.
Right.
And then now
Yeah.
what are you going to do about it? It's like, well, I'm doing 20 things. I'm eating fruits and vegetables. I got the clean water. I'm doing the ionized bath. I'm taking my minerals. I'm going for a swim. I'm being polite. I'm, I'm
And all of these are
exercising
like
and meditating.
all these are free will choices. So like no one has to do these things, but there's ways to if you find out tools, especially efficient tools to upgrade your experience on this earth. Why wouldn't you do that? If you can fit in the budget different times, I mean different just transitioning over time in the
So
ways
it
that you
was a
can afford and
mixture.
schedule in.
Just when you think you're like, well, I meditate and I jog. And it's like, well, maybe that's not enough. Well, I don't have time to do that. And it's like, well, hold on. If you change your meditation and you still jog, maybe you do yoga, because you got some stuff in you, and things start breaking up, and you're like, wait, that wasn't doing that, and I've been jogging for 20 years. I've never felt that. And you're like, oh, right. And then you're doing your poses and you're holding them and you're sweating, and then things start to occur, and then you're like, wow, that was crazy. And then you start adding, I don't know, iodine and then zinc, and then all of a sudden
Right.
you're feeling good. And then at 45, you're having sex like you're 18. All of a sudden, you're like, yo, I couldn't understand. I was jogging,
Right.
I jogged, right? It's like, yeah, you got to do
Yeah.
more than jog. It's more than jog and meditation. When the Joker was beating Batman in the first Batman movie, I use this example all the time. Batman could not figure out how he was doing it. He's like, dude, I'm testing everything, nothing works. And then
Yeah.
he started mixing the chemicals. He's like, so if I put the hairspray in, put the lipstick on, brush my teeth, and then it started working. The poison then interacts because he had different things in each chemical. And when you just start mixing, it just starts changing you. There's nowhere to fucking, you can't pinpoint it. So he goes, it's in everything. They poisoned all of it. So it's the mixture of the chemical. We start doing that the other way by going, oh, meditation, the walk, the jog, the exercise, the service to self, the service to others, the proper rest, the proper
Mhm.
food, right? You don't have to do any, like, it's a choice to do all that, but then you're like, it's still not working. And then you hit another one, you add something or
Yeah.
you remove something and it works.
Well, and also it's your
Like
belief
the
system in
foot
it. So like,
ionizer,
right. So like the belief
that's
system
true too.
for, well, when I understood what distilled water does in the body, that's negatively charged. And so it pulls all the positively charged, which are cancerous or viral or negative for your body. It pulls all that shit out of your body, negative minerals, all that negative shit. So you can literally do distilled water for most people on the SAD diet or American diet. You could probably do distilled water only, not adding minerals to it, just plain water, distilled water, because there's no TDS in it, no other particles, for like 2 years, if that's all they drink. I mean, I've listened to the many, read through the documents. This kind of stuff was in old Merck manuals and stuff. They just got rid of it out of medical literature and decided it was outdated, and it's incredibly effective. If you do a gallon of distilled water a day for a month, there's many testimonials, and I've seen this on the dynamics that people in gray hair in their 60s, 70s literally goes back to their natural hair color. That actually, and Gina Jin's talked about this too, like that's actually a result of toxins in your hair, like malnutrition. When you have gray hair, it's just part of getting older. But if I'm going to live 350 years, and I think we all are to some extent, I keep putting that number in there because I guess it triggers something in people, and I would say that I'm very serious. I think we're going to transition and time's going to look different. However, my point is, if I know that I'm going to live that long anyway, like these little things, it makes sense to me, incorporating it over time. So like, if I know I'm drinking distilled water a lot, even when I'm feeling shitty or I'm going through something hard or maybe I'm being hard on myself, I'm doing this thing. Like I end with cold showers. Every time I take a shower, I turn it on to cold. If you do it for 30 seconds on your forehead and right here, there's the neurological ganglion that are primary for the temperature in your body, even the back of your neck too. But if you can just do that for 30 seconds, that's the same effect as like spinning your whole body or dunking in ice cold water for 5 minutes. So I do that at the end of every shower. So it makes me feel good about me. Like I'm doing something that's really beneficial for me regularly. I've incorporated into my life, even though other shit's like not necessarily right and other things I'm getting in order in my life. These things are going right, and it's healing me over time. Like I have a magnetic pad under my mattress that I know is literally, I've seen the science on this shit. I'm an electrician. I'm fascinated with magnetism and all that other shit. And it actually allows the mitochondria in your cells, mitochondria in your cells, to actually do what they need to do. It creates an actual magnetic state that they function incredibly more efficiently. So like there's benefits too. If I need to sleep in or I'm fucking whatever, I'm in bed all day, like which doesn't happen too often, but I don't feel bad about it. I'm like literally healing my body by being in bed. I have a red light therapy thing that I use on my body and my
And you were
chest and the
saying you tilt the bed the degree,
yes,
right? Okay.
inclined.
So
Yeah.
everything you're talking about, plus that thing, plus this thing, plus what I said, plus what other, like,
There's more tons of
these
stuff.
are the
It's really
choices
whatever fits for you.
to whatever works for you. And
And what you believe in, what we have joy in doing, like those things I enjoy doing. They literally add to my internal feeling state in my life. That's belief,
yeah,
right? You're
if
not
you're
just
sitting
doing
in
something
meditation
ritually,
and you're like, I can't wait till this is over in 5 minutes, then that 5 minutes feels like forever, and you're not really getting a benefit out of it. You might, but you're
right?
not really. You're
So
already
it's not, and
rushing to
also
get
it's
out.
not just. There's one dynamic to think. Check your attitude, right? For sure. There's times you're just feeling shit, and you put that aside or engage in this dynamic wholly. You can choose to be present. At the same time, maybe that's a thing that's no longer beneficial for you. Maybe that's a tool that needs to change for you. So step out of
Yes.
meditations, do something else. Try something else that brings you joy to do it.
You should be.
Like dancing while you're cleaning and while you're fucking doing chores and shit. Listen to music, right,
See,
Frank?
people. Yeah, people get
Yeah,
embarrassed with certain things, and I I don't know, man. I don't. Prior to this last 5 years of my life, I'm like, well, I guess I ain't got much time left here, so I'm gonna just do it. So when I was on stage, I would give it my all. People would always tell me, though, that dude fucking was awesome, right? And I'm like, thanks, man. They're like, nah, it's like you. And I'm like, yeah, I'm living it, is what you're saying. We used to make
right, no
jokes,
doubt.
rock star, bitch, right? But you want that. Why are you half-assing it? Why? Because you're gonna get a blowjob on stage, or you get to smoke other people's weed as much as you want. Like, what is it? And I would just go up and let it out. None of that shit ever mattered to me. None of it. I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm on stage. I gotta deliver a performance that's me and the best of. Because if I was in the crowd and I saw a lack of, I'd be like,
yeah,
what's wrong? Yeah, what's the matter? You got
yeah,
too many blowjobs before the show tonight that you can't fucking sing your song, millionaire, right? Like, I would be totally that asshole. So
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like, I'm gonna come and give it my all. I also have a wrestling background, WWE style though, where there's like a performance art to that, right?
yeah,
So I added that because it's actually growing up the way we did. It was like part of the personality structure to do shit like that. So I'm like, well, they
yeah.
do it. Why am I not doing it? Right? Do you want to be the hero or do you want Hulk Hogan to be your hero? You can have Hulk, but Hulk Hogan's getting old. He's not wrestling anymore. Who's the new hero? Well, this guy, oh, that guy's fucking sucks. Right. Because you're not being the hero. You can grow up and become the Rock if you want. And you could grow up to become this. You could grow up to become that. And I'm like, oh, yeah. So I'm just going to incorporate that into whatever it is I do. So people go, oh, you're animated and you're this. I'm like, no, that's really me all the time. I've just embraced that whole thing. So I'll break out into song,
Yeah,
like song,
yeah,
or I'll try a note that I know I'm not going to hit and really
yeah, yeah.
try and Red Bull and go
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
like as loud as I can, and it'll sound
yeah.
like I'm destroying my throat. And I'll go. So there's a cutoff between boom, 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 and
A little
just
bit.
go, what the fuck, dude? And I'll go, you got to do it because I might have
Yeah,
to go outside and sing right now or rap, right?
yeah,
You got to get the marbles out of your mouth. So you'll say, I'll come into the room and try to ramble off the top 10 horrible things. You fucking cunt, pussy, faggot, motherfucker, right? But I got to say it. And she'll look at me like, you didn't just. And I'm like, okay, I'm all better. You ready? And she's like, I'm like, look, you got to go. If you don't have that intestinal push, it's not going to come out right on the other end. Why would you even
yeah,
bother? Why bother
yeah.
be here if you're going to be like this? I guess that's necessary too, but we call that holding up the wall. We have many friends that used to do that. I go, you talked about this for 3 months. When I get there, I'm going to tear up the dance floor. I'm going to meet my next fucking wife. I'm going to buy drinks. And you get there and you're like, nah, I'm cool, bro. And you're like, dude, there's music playing. You're not even going to the beat. It's like, no, I'm cool, bro. Yeah, I'm not like these fucking freaks running around having a good time. And it's like, oh, okay. Right? Like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I used to have
Yeah,
to
yeah.
hang out with those guys. I went to a Bush concert, and it was when they first came out. We all we ate mushrooms. And then the
Of
one
course you
kid,
did. What kind of
older
mushrooms,
kid,
Frank?
was like,
Can you show us again? What
oh,
kind of
I put
mushrooms
them
did you
away.
eat?
So I don't even know what they are. I just
Just
ate
eat
them.
them.
So
Yeah, we'll have to talk after the show.
I was with the wall guy, right? So he was standing up against the walls, like trying to talk to these girls. And I'm like, they're all metalheads here. They're not and grunge people. They don't want a Guido in the back standing at the wall talking to them. So I started feeling terrible during the experience. So Bush came out. They were right there in front of me too. It was at Irving Plaza. So there's only a few hundred people there. So they're
Mm.
jamming and the crowd breaks into the mosh pit, but it's not really a bad one. It's one of those good ones where nobody's getting hurt. And
Yeah, yeah,
I'm feeling terrible watching this. And at the time I wanted to see this in the worst way, but because this kid
yeah,
was like my buddy. So he's like, nah, stay over here with me, bro. We're gonna talk to these girls. I'm like, how are you
yeah.
standing there and not looking at the band like they're 20 feet away? We've been listening to these guys forever. Forget about these two stupid, right? So then he's like,
No shit.
and I'm shaking. I'm like, this fucking sucks. I got to get the fuck out of here. I look over, the crowd breaks open, right? And my fucking
Yeah.
other friend, who was a year older than that kid, was at the show, and he goes, oh, and he runs up to me and he grabs me around my head and pulls me directly into the crowd, says, what the fuck are you doing with that dick? Right? And I go, right? It was ruining my mood. He goes, I came out. This happened in 10 seconds. He goes, I came
Yeah.
out. I saw you. I loved you. I had to get you away from that guy. So I'm like, what's
Awesome.
wrong with you? He goes, I'm on fucking acid, bro. So I was like, oh, I hate mushrooms. So I'm in the middle of the crowd, and then they pick me up and just launch me across the room onto the stage. And now I'm standing with the guy from Bush, and he's right next to me, and he's like, raw, he's singing. They take like this moment, and he stops. He's like, we're Bush, we fuck it and smoke it. And I go, I'm fucking tripping balls. He goes, ah, and they throw me from the stage. And I thought I was gonna get killed from this. The
Uh,
security grabbed me and just threw me, and the fucking crowd caught me, and they were laughing. They were like, fuck that security guy, because he threw me, and I went back around, and boop, they threw me back on stage. I said, this is the greatest experience of my life. So now, after the show, me and Fred, the guy that came out of the middle of the thing and pulled me away from that kid, he runs right up to that guy. He goes, why the fuck would you even come here? Why would you come here?
yeah.
So he goes, I love this group. What are you talking about? They sing my favorite songs on the radio right now. He goes, you
Right.
stood there tripping like this, nothing, for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Did
Yeah.
you meet those girls? No. Did you have a good time? Yeah, it was all right. I'm kind of beat up now. Now I got to drive and I'm tripping. And we were having the greatest experience ever. He goes, I had to pull him away from you. He goes, you know why? Because you're a magnet for shit. You're a Debbie Downer. They went at him so hard. I was like, yo, he's tripping, stop. And they're like,
Yeah.
nah,
Yeah.
he does this all the time. He's older than you, and we're older than him. We know what the fuck's going on. So
Yeah.
then I watched that and was like, wow, I got to get away from certain people and want, when you're there, go want to be part of it. I want to be part of this. I don't want to sit here and go, okay, okay. Like, I want to get up and be down. I want to give you fucking high five. I met the guys after the show. They loved me.
Yeah.
They fucking loved me. They were
Yeah.
like hugging me and shit. They were like, bro, they couldn't even talk proper English. And I fucking loved it. Everyone was all sweaty and stinky. I was like, this is the greatest experience ever. Not showing up and then doing that. And there's a lot of people do that. A lot of people show up
Yeah.
and just stand at the wall and think,
Yeah.
and I'm like, you're losing out on this experience. And metaphorically for life, it runs through the whole gamut. So what else do you stand at the wall for when you're supposed to say something, when something happens and you want to say the right thing, right? But
Hmm.
you have the words, but then you don't say nothing, and they're standing right in front of you, and there's this awkward silence, and it's like, well, you didn't hug them, you didn't fucking say anything. You wanted to be the hero. Why didn't you open your fucking mouth and say something? Well, because you're a wall guy. That's the problem. You're the guy who stands at the fucking wall. Now, shitting on them doesn't really work, because you need to have those characters in here as well, and they need to learn the lesson from that angle before they come on this angle and see it for themselves. So that's the state
Right.
that they're in. So there's
What's
this whole
funny? What's
conglomerate
funny
of
is
crazy going on.
yeah. What's
I'm
funny is
tripping
it's
right now too.
off that one cap.
Yeah, and the stem, that's how it's supposed
That's
to
a
work
decent
all the
sized cap.
time. I hear
No
you
doubt.
and me hire me as like, like we're here. I'm like, this is great.
Yeah.
It's great. Um, yeah. So when you show up to do the things you want to do them. Don't kind of half-ass them. Don't stand at the wall and kind of watch and wonder, oh, I am the hero of the story, and then you're holding it in, and then that all densifies you into this weird thing that it holds in your chakra points for whatever emotion and output is affecting you at that time. So if it's misery, it's here. If it's jealousy, it's here. If it's pain or anger, it's in different spots. Just by standing there and not enjoying the frequency and vibration, you made it. You made it to Earth. Look what you did. You're a human being. You got a body. Then you made it to the show. Look, you're here. Look, there's Frank. Oh, and you ate mushroom. And you're still just chilling, right?
Yeah.
That's how
You
deep
guys
the
think about
layers. It's showing you how deep the programming is, that you can't even move in rhythmic in music.
yeah, and like just I mean I can see like you said, people can be there and have an experience. So I'm not judging anybody for like and there's layers of getting comfortable in your you-ness of being able to be you and experience the music however you experience the music and not feel judged for it and be okay with whatever. Because I think that's part of it too. People are just not comfortable in what that looks. They've never experienced it, man. Like if they're not dancing at home on their own, how are you going to dance in a group? Or some people it's the opposite. I don't know, but like, but really, the more you embody that, the more you get the energy to
If
move
you
in you and through
watch
you.
somebody who could kind of sing, they could just hold a note, really throw down. You watch this beautiful, it's like watching a rose open or something, or some kind of something beautiful happen in front of you, and you're just
No
like,
doubt, man.
wow. Think about what is going on with them, right? It's a
Yeah.
regular person that's just in the moment, in the mood, and releasing
Yeah,
it. You're
man.
watching that, and you're like, wow, why can't it always
Dude,
be like that?
listen,
Because you're too busy holding up the fucking wall, or there'd be
listen,
more
listen.
of that.
So I experienced the whole same thing in the church. Sasha's in the show now too. Hi, Sash. If she was in the last time we were talking about this. So in the church, one of the churches I was at for a while was very charismatic and free in the way they did worship. People were doing flags. People were doing different instruments or their own dance thing, and they, even to the extent of at times certain Sundays this couple would come in. They're in their like 60s, like grandma and grandpa, right? And they would wear a bee suit and a clown suit and they go around put stickers on people say be happy as they're just dancing around and shit. And like the clown had this big fucking plastic hammer and he'd come around and boot people on the head and he just fucking start these laughter riots. They're having a good time, man. They're embodying whatever that looks like to you. There's no judgment. And there are in so many churches, right? So it's nice when you find these churches are very free. The people in there, even though they seem weird, like I remember bringing someone with me once and they were stiff as a board. And they felt like at first they were trying to figure out if this is bad or if this was like witchcraft and chaos. I'm like, oh my God, it is witchcraft, but witchcraft is just you embodying these frequencies and
It's
intentions of
alchemy.
embodying you. Yeah. Oh geez. Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
So anyway, like,
Oh,
but
Jesus.
but the same thing. There'd be and like okay, and I was in part of this uh oh yeah. All right. There's several things going on. We'll have to get to chat in a second. But I was part of this contemporary choir in college, and it saved my life because it was during the period that, and funny how D&B is saving my life all over again. And other music has just time to time, but I've connected like the song we were going through. That's always good to throw back up on the screen. Still have it here. So this song, even though it's in a movie, a musical, kid song, really, but it's like you're saying, the lyrics and the resonance of the story and the picture it paints, a million dreams, is all it's going to take. A million dreams from the world we're going to make, right? So embodying that future that you want, but with yourself and with others as a community or just whatever that dynamic means and whatever. So connected with music in a lot of different ways and gotten into different genres. And Sasha actually introduced me to AIC and a lot of that music, which has been great, like connecting with that because I never really did before, but still music that I'm used to. D&B is totally new. There's so many layers, so many nuances. It puts my brain into a brainwave state, right? Because the beats, I think you get into like a focus state, like with binaural beats. It seems like it puts in that state. And then I actually will do binaural beats also on top of that at times and whatever. But like getting into the music, music helps for different seasons of life, right? To move energy through. And I feel like there's always music that's going to really be awesome and move me. But I've seemed to always move through layers of music and I enjoy each one. So I can always go back to it and thoroughly enjoy it at new levels for sure. But to experience and embody new music and allow the experiences to come forward, like getting into the D&B and that stuff has been massively powerful on every level, internally, meditatively, all that other shit. And became what I was drawing that back into. So fuck, I got distracted by the chat bar moving up on my peripheral. Fuck.
I have to tell you guys something. I don't mean to
Do
interrupt.
it. Do it.
I just got
You
a
always have
text
permission.
message. I'm gonna lose my shit. Gina
Do it.
passed away.
Shit.
Gina died. And I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, if we could have a moment.
Yeah. Do you want to lead into yeah, it's right, live. Do you want to lead into a
I have to
meditation or
call
some kind of
Paula.
engagement?
I
Yeah.
have to call Paula.
Okay.
We work with her so many times. Okay. I love you guys. I don't mean to do this, but I got to bounce.
Yeah. And if things balance out
I'll get
with
back
that,
to you in a
then we
little
can.
bit. I'll get back. Aaron,
Yeah.
I'll just hit you back in a few because I'm at my grandparents. But Paul is
Okay.
texting me now, and it's.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
I'll run
I
the show
love you
for a little
guys
bit.
so
It's cool,
much.
man. Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
And if Paula wants to come on too, I don't know if her thing after that we can just engage too. Who's listening? So. Okay. Not even necessarily. Just okay. Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot. I've lost a lot of people in my life. Fortunately, a lot of them are really young because of the works I did with muscular dystrophy camps and a bunch of kids camps over years. Amongst some of the other processes I'm going through, there's a lot of energy I'm saying to her and her family and those dynamics. Others of you that engage in different realms and dimensions, then please engage as you would. All that's going on simultaneously. There's a million things that go on inside of here. I think I talk a lot. You have no idea. Red and blue, triggering the nervous system, taking information. There's another one coming. I know some people say that when you lose someone, you never get over it. And I appreciate the sentiment. That's not been my experience. And get over it might just be the wrong terminology when people say that. There's a way, I think, to viscerally embody grief in such a way as that will find a resonance and harmony with you over time. Not overnight. It's not being cold. Whatever your process is your process. And this is more of a longer term dynamic here over time. But So again, this is in addition to the other stuff going on, so please take that in mind. Like, I'm trying to keep all things in awareness of how to even talk about this. So I don't want anybody to feel like I'm dishonoring anything. Or in this dynamic, I'm just trying to see it from many, many perspectives and also feel it from many, many perspectives. Not just think to find the answer, because that's there. The whole left brain, right brain thing, so trying to also feel it in heart and trying to engage. So I guess, this is coming to mind. So prepare maybe yourself for stages of grief to go through. Don't have any expectations for what that looks like. There's been times when I've grieved, I have yelled and screamed and made sounds or wailing sounds in ways I'm like, holy shit. I didn't even know I could sound like that. Like, fuck, but just fully feeling. It creates myofascial release in the tissue to help move the energies through so it doesn't get stuck and add to our other traumas. A fear of grief of losing someone. It was so painful we had to dissociate from it or we keep it. Literally can season our bowels. So again, to honor what Frank was saying about Gina, the cleanses and stuff, you always do your own research and you feel it in your own body, always. But don't ever let this be tainted with a blanket statement that this was because of the cleanses and stuff she was doing. There's a tumor on her pancreas. And they found when they opened her up. The cleanses and stuff, just regular bowel cleanses, can clear out childhood trauma, mucoid plaque. Those things are very, very real. I knew all that shit before Gina. She knew it too. Do your own research. But again, connecting this to the spiritual, to the emotional, to the psyche. There's things in us, and grief definitely can sting very, very deep. And I think that we honor that is by feeling it, right? 100%, man, whatever that means to you. And like what Frank was talking about, being the wall sitter. To not do that with yourself when you're grieving. Don't be a wall sitter. Feel like I have to respond this way, or I can only show this, or I can only share this, or I can only, especially, I get when certain people, you can only share certain things. You don't feel safe enough or comfortable enough, but even for yourself. Brittany said I didn't even know Gina had been sick. I haven't talked to her in a couple months. She's helped me a lot in the last couple of years, off and on. She was a beautiful woman. So part of this is laying out a framework that may be potentially helpful for myself that I lay out, is allowing me to feel whatever I feel when grieving, and over days, weeks, random times, right? Certain thoughts or memories come up, or images or things. Someone makes a comment or something, and it, feel whatever you feel, but feel it, really feel it. Let it through. Let it actually maybe connect to some childhood trauma and grief, and you feel it so viscerally. You honor the fucking grief that it shakes that other stuff out and leaves you in a state where you're actually in balance because you felt it. Like, don't, in my opinion, unless there's certain dynamics where maybe there's some other dynamics going on where you like cry constantly, it's a problem, I guess, right? But other than that, when you feel like you're gonna cry, like I dive into that shit. Like when it feels like coming up in me, I'm like, oh, awesome, it's a release, and I don't just resist it. I like fully engage, like the K hole, the spiral. Like, oh, tears are coming, I'm going down that hole. Let's just let it go, because it's always beneficial. One thing about skin suit technology too, it's releasing interdimensional waters from your own saltine, crystalline tears, really. And I've felt from my experience, the more I've allowed myself to do that, the more I'm able to move to integrate the experiences I've had with that person in this life and other lifetimes, whatever the engagement is, the connection. And then also knowing you can always connect to her, reach out to her energy. especially those of you who knew her and had a connection with her. There's a dynamic to connect, and there's some people who are more gifted at connecting that way than others, even within our community. But that's a very real thing. That helped me a lot when my father passed on my birthday 2 months ago, which I haven't talked about till now. If I'm not mistaken, I think I got the text message or the voicemail left from my stepmom at 3:06 a.m. on my birthday. It was the night that we were up doing I think it was my first time doing Lucy, and it was 5 hits or so. And that that night I found out I got that message, I was already rolling, and it was perfect. Like, it was perfect. It allowed me in that time, in that realm, in that dimension, to engage with my dad, engage with his energy, very fresh, right? He had just passed, and began to connect with him and had beautiful dialogues with him. I began to see how his passing on left an energetic field in the mantle, and I understood this before these dynamics. I've been working with this for years. With my family mantle, the Kessler name, those different dynamics, the things that would pass on morphogenically, energetically, when his signature frequency left, and I'm his firstborn son. And I was seeing how I was integrating into my DNA the things that were beneficial, altering the things that he was holding a resonance for that weren't necessarily in line with his truest self. So that as it passes down, that I'm taking on the mantle, but I'm adjusting it where I know it's in line with my truest self. And in that way, honoring our family lineage. Thus says we have some beautiful videos of Gina on Fearless. Yeah. Which is nice. On the note of my dad, here, let me, here, Dad, I love you. Oh, shit. All right, well, maybe I'm gonna cry. That's okay, Aaron. You just told everyone it's okay to cry. My dad, come on. Spell right. Okay. So that should link in the chat. That was an extra dot on there, so you guys can see it though, I think. Oh, did it remove it? No, there it is. Yeah, but the website, anyway, you can go to, it's pretty easy. It's terminaljay.com. And actually, when I pull it up here, you could have just done the first place, but I gave you guys the link to it. I tried to. Okay, let's do this. It's funny you said cancer support, Brittany, because the actual title for the webpage, the actual bar that I'm pulling up, it says cancer support blog, Terminal Joy. It's synchronistic. All right, I gotta split my screens here. Hold on. This one over here. Hi, Dad. All right, so this is my dad's blog. He was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Oh, that's synchronistic, isn't it? 4 years ago. 4 years and 2 days ago, matter of fact. I had dinner with her, breakfast with him that morning. Oh, hi, Dad. Yeah, thanks, Sash. Oh, Bree says she went to the website. Yeah, thanks. Oh, you saw it, yeah. I went to have breakfast with him that morning, and his eyes were incredibly jaundiced. Jesus, how much of the story am I getting to with my dad? I don't know, a beautiful way. So let's just go from there. And I pointed that out to him, and um, he when I was like the last confirmation he needed, because I guess Janice's wife made a comment about it, but he just didn't really see it in the mirror as much, and it might have gotten worse really over a couple hours because he went in that day and was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And he had such a good attitude. He was always making the doctors and the nurses laugh because of his crass sense of humor. It's definitely where I get that from. I get all the other good stuff from my mom. But I got my dad's sense of humor. My mom has a great sense of humor too. And he's got other great things. I'm just saying, like one thing that she definitely didn't have. But just his attitude, man. I mean, they said, the doctors like were amazed that he was staying alive that long, and they could only attribute it to his attitude. And you know, I went to several of his So after he was no longer like, he just kept living, right? He became part of a metastatic cancer group because it spread, and you know, he was in there longer than almost anybody else because they would, you know, it's metastatic cancer group. You're usually not in there very long. You know, I think he went to like 25 funerals in 3 years. Oh, there's another way. See my dad be able to grieve with people thoroughly and very viscerally, or for himself, be able to continue to do that. I mean, that's a hard position to. Oh, thanks, Brittany. It's really nice. Um, and yeah, and in that group, every time I go with him, I went to one pretty recently. Yeah, and he always had such a good attitude. He loved people, man. He really connected with people. And it's like thoroughly, as thoroughly, very fundamentally Christian as he was, he always found common ground with people. Always. He loved people, humor. He gave me so much shit. Because we'd have our very intense disagreements. You know, I've got videos on this channel that I'm not proud of, honestly. I look back, I'm like, fuck, I did an interview with my dad last summer, and I was just such an asshole. Like, really, I'm like, oh, God. And it's like, whatever, that's where I was at the time. And it's not who I am now. I wouldn't have those engagements with him now. And, you know, that's part of our relationship, being able to put that on. He wanted that on, and he actually talked about his cancer stuff, which was unplanned. Like, I thought we were actually going to give each other shit a little bit, and then I realized, like, oh, that's not where it's going, but I was still pushing it too far. And, like, I know he understands. I talked to him about it later, and Paul said the same thing. I just said, you know, here. You know, and he always gave me space. You know what? You know, it's something really sweet that he did. Um, We were at Costco, and going down the aisles, I got a big 5 pound jar of Himalayan salt. So I want salt for just all my own purposes, right? Many things you use salt for. Not just cooking. I'm talking about other practices and whatever. But like, um, I said, so I was going to pay for it, whatever. But when we went to the checkout line, I went to go get food, and he ended up paying for all of it. And so we're going back to the car, and I said, let me reimburse you, or how much was it? And he said, no, don't worry about it. And I'm like, well, are you sure? Because we talked about it earlier, where my ex had thought that was all witchcraft, like that buying it and just like demonic and bad. Like there's just no conversation that can be had. And yikes. And anyway, so we got out to the car, and I said, "Are you sure? You sure you're okay with paying for my witchcraft?" Because again, it's his own belief system. He goes, "Well, are you gonna put it on any dead bodies or something?" I go, "No, I'm not planning on that." And he goes, "All right, no, that's fine. I don't mind paying for it." It's like, "Oh, Dad, that's really kind. Really, it's really kind." So let me read some of what my dad wrote. That's really tiny, isn't it? Let me see if I can. Oh, here, from my dad's story, from my dad's side. Oh my God. I was like, oh, I might be done crying. Nope. The problem is, I gotta get these to don't bind like that. It needs to be separate screens here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, cool. Do that. Okay, I think that'll work. That's tiny. It makes it smaller. Yay. It doesn't really help, does it? Okay, I'll just have to read through it here. Okay, so on Father's Day, 2016, I received diagnosis of stage 2. Oh, he started stage 2? Maybe I was wrong. I'm pretty sure it was stage 4 at the beginning. All right. I was 56 and my life changed forever. These are the conversations that I had with God 3 months before the dreaded words, "You have cancer." A week after I had my biopsy to confirm the prognosis, these exchanges with the living God were the most meaningful, prayerful, gut-wrenching communications I've ever encountered in my life. Simultaneously, I experienced the love and grace of the one true God. At this time, I need to go back and fill you in on who I am. Hopefully, it will show you my heart and my calling. I'll break down my life in these categories: work history, serving and enjoying people, my faith, and talking with God. I'll not go into too much detail in these areas, but as I continue to journal and blog, the blanks will be filled in. I was going to say this to Frank earlier, so my dad was saying this, but as I continue to journal and blog, the blanks will be filled in. So when you actually open the doors of the river, actually, hold on, can I make this bigger? Oh yeah, there we go. That helps out, guys. No, it does. It's still tiny. I'll just show you here. Thanks for the group hugs, everyone. Biggest group hug. Group hug, everyone. We'll go on there. But when we choose to speak, like even me choosing to continue to speak, I could have deflected the conversation at any point here. The blanks will be filled in, and I really thank you guys for holding the space here and allowing me to just turn into a thing about my dad, and because it's allowing me to grieve. Oh yeah, it's also Father's Day. Yay. Really, actually, it's very synchronistic and beautiful. There's the ambulance coming. Mute for a sec. Okay. So yeah, we continue to, yeah, I think I went through that. My work history. I started doing odd jobs to make money at an early age, mowing lawns, paper routes, and occasionally babysitting. My first real job was at 16, bussing tables, flipping burgers, warehouse work, making pizza, and other small jobs in between. Then at 20, I started as a helper clerk at Safeway's grocery store. I didn't realize at the time this was going to be the start of my career in retail sales. Eventually, my last job as a salesman was at Fran's Bakery in Seattle. I was grateful for these opportunities as they provided for my family. In the 40 plus years of all the professions I've had, these assignments were a precursor for the real and truly fully fulfilling purpose of my life. Serving loving people. I love interacting with people. This is probably what made my work so tolerable. Let me just highlight here. My work so tolerable. Many times I had wanted to quit, especially towards my last few years at Fran's. Honestly, I was very ready to retire. Don't get me wrong, it was a great paying job. And a strong pension and retirement package, but the long hours, split days off, it was a very physical job and it took a heavy toll on my body. I just had to hang in there for 6 more years for retirement. What I did enjoy in all my work situations were the people, coworkers, and customers alike. Some of the people that I encountered drove me batty nuts, but at the same time, I developed a fantastic relationship that I still have today. I take the good with the bad. I also have a heart for shadow people. I forgot that he said this. What are shadow people? People who are There are people who are right in front of your eyes every day that we don't even see. They are the unlovable, the special needs, the brokenhearted, and the loneliest people you'll ever meet. All of them just want to be a part of something just by acknowledging them with a smile, a kind word, or just a moment of your time over a cup of coffee. Not only can it change their life, but it can change your life in ways that you can't imagine. This part of my life gave me the most joy, even if everything in my world was falling apart around me. My father was a wow, everything's culminating on this day. One of my best friends in this world was someone I met after my senior year in high school, or going to my senior year, at a church camp. His name was Andy Lutzenheiser, and I was just hanging out with his brother today and his dad. His mom, who I also lived with for several years when I was a caretaker for Andy, also died of pancreatic cancer within 3 months, which is the most common. I think when they did my dad's biopsy on there, when he mentioned, it was stage 4 pretty quickly. They had to remove and readjust most of his bowels. I forgot what the procedure was called. They had to cut out a lot of his pancreas and redo his whole bowels. He didn't have to have a colostomy bag or anything, but his bowels are not the same after that. And honestly, I talked to them about this. I'm like, Dad, I think what's keeping you alive is you pass shit through. Like, there's some bile and shit that's coming out, and like he's certainly not digesting things, but there's also like it's not other literally decades of shit. I think traumas and shit, like the way it gets in impacts the system and affects the way your nutrient uptake. So even though looks like he's not taking more nutrients, he was clearing out shit out of his bowels, so it actually was allowing him to take in more nutrients and function better. So that plus his attitude, and it starts in the psyche. But it's funny how that works out, even synchronistically, I think, in that dynamic. Anyhow, I mean, who knows, right? But it makes sense to me. Oh, sorry. Didn't need that. It's not exciting. So he was so Andy, who I just became really good friends with, hung out all the time. My dad really connected with Andy too. My dad would take him to church. There were years he'd go and pick him up because Andy wanted to go to church, and he'd take him to church. And then we'd take Andy to youth group and stuff after, hung out with him all the time. Then when I lived with him, we were always doing stuff together. And he died 10 years ago now. Yeah, 10 years and 2 days ago. That's when he passed. It was on his birthday, synchronistically. It's also my brother's birthday. It's also Zach's birthday. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, my faith. Oh, what I was going to say. Oh yeah, I did say that. And my dad even did, and there's actually a separate blog in here. And but he. See, actually, let me just show you what that looks like because the picture alone says it all. It's just the about section. He's got some. Oh, well done. There it is. My friend Andy. He's got a whole blog, and there it is. Look, you guys get to see Andy. And my dad. I went with him. I was in Florida here, because Andy had asked my dad to push him in a 5K race fundraiser for muscular dystrophy, or specifically ataxia telangiectasia. I think he raised $5,000. Andy was so lovable. Oh, you know what I'll have to upload? Now I'm thinking about it. I've mentioned it because it's really beautiful. A tribute to him. I also have to post on my regular Facebook. Find it. I've got a file that we made one time. It was professionally made in a studio. Andy and I went in to record, and he wrote out his story, but he wanted me to read it. And so I'm telling a story it's mixed in with music, music from, oh, what's the movie called? It's beautiful music. It's a soundtrack on a movie, but it's just beautiful vocals. And so when the vocals are out, I'll tune those way, way, way down. And my voice, but Andy's voice through me is present in the track primarily. And that's the background music. And, just fades through it. It fits. They did it pretty well. Really cut it. It's beautiful. It's about who he is. It's about disease he has. It's basically about me, about dad. That my dad, I just wrote about dad's like that for Andy in a 3.5-minute song. It's really beautiful. Hold on, let me see any comments here. Yeah, heart. And so this is Andy that I lived with and took care of. Oh yeah, here's some other pictures. There he is. Hi, Andy. Look at him. It was hilarious. We had such fucking fun times together. And it was like Disney World when we were down there. And my dad in that blog talks about how that was a huge challenge for him. And he took the challenge up. He's like, fuck, I got to get in shape. And like, he had to push him for 5K. My dad, you can see in that picture too, wherever it is on here. Yeah, like my dad he's pushing himself hard. Like he went past his limits and shit. And like, it was awesome to see Andy get all exhilarated. And he was like, anyway, that's super fun. And, but Andy, one time, like we were, at the church after hours, they had a night service go on the main doors. And me and Taylor, probably was Taylor, we had these bungees and like whatever, the stretch bands or something. And Andy was holding on to them, and we'd pull ahead of him and kind of slingshot him in his wheelchair down the hallway and shit. Like it was fucking cool. So as we were figuring that out, like how far he'd go without, get more momentum, he can control it and whatever. So we were doing it more and more intensely. And this one time, he's coming down so fast, and he hit the wheel the wrong way, went busting through the doors, the church doors, into the service. The chair hit the doors, slammed the doors open. His body, he didn't have a seatbelt on, went flying and face planted into the aisleway. It just looks so bad, right? But then he gets up and he's like, oh, that was awesome. He was cognitively present. Like he could follow everything, but his speech was slow. The ataxia telangiectasia attacks the myelin sheathing around the nerves. And so they end up being regular walking, wonderful children up until sometimes 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. Andy and all his friends that I knew at camp were, I think, 7 years old by the time they were in wheelchairs, and before that, crutches, and so it's deterioration there. Okay, so go back to life, back to reality. All right, pops. Wow, that was pretty long. All right, Dad. So my faith. Actually, that's beautiful. The longest one. So his faith here will show you what he believes about life and the afterlife and everything. This is how he lived his life. So no matter what you believe, like he embodied this. He had joy the last 3.5 years of his life. Really. And he was able to progress as a person and through things that I hadn't seen him progress through yet. Maybe not all of them, but fuck, good job, Dad. Really. And so this is the framework that allowed him to do that. And what's going to be interesting here is reading the Talking with God, because this is him connecting more internally, right? To himself in those internal dialogues, telepathic internal conversations. But the beauty in here is how he is responding and engaging those conversations to me. So he says in my faith, the truth is, knowing the Bible doesn't mean that you know God or Jesus, but if you know God or Jesus, then you can truly understand the Bible. I believe that's probably one of his quotes. He should have put his name on there, but he didn't cite it because I think that's him. And, we always embodied this paradigm. Me and him agreed on this, and this is what the conversations I'd have to use this as a focal point of us finding where we agree and disagree, or finding coherence to cross paradigms, if you will. It's not about just reciting text and memorizing the text and make your own interpretations of the text. Like, ugh, gross. Any text. Because it's just legalistic and it's just religion. Repetition without illumination. Repetition without internal positive feeling states. That's progressing you in life. Figuring out the things that no longer serve you or the people in your life or the dynamics or circumstances or whatever that means. But it's about actually knowing the one who authored the Bible. There's another quote in the church I resonate with because of the deeper paradigm was, don't read the Bible to just read the Bible or get the information from it. Read the Bible to encounter the being that authored it. Like, think about that shit too. And everything you read, the energy being conveyed there to connect not just with the written word, but with the artist and the writer themselves. Not just the human writer, if they're channeling messages, and there's energy behind that. Now, when there's that whole dynamic. So it's a beautiful way to engage anything, I feel like. Is that true? I think that's right. Without my faith, nothing really matters. I came from a Christian home with a Catholic upbringing, and I went to a Catholic school, 1st through 5th grade, the worst 5 years of my life. See, this is where, like, he different. Yeah, you'll say whatever. So I was an altar boy and went through all the rituals of the faith, but I fought it all the way with my parents. My mom called me a rebel without a cause. Now looking back at it, my elementary parochial school was the best seminary training I could have ever attended. I would rank the nuns that I've had against any Christian seminary professors, yet from the ages of 14 through 20, I rarely attended church. At 19, I was working as a shift supervisor at Pizza Hut, working the closing hours. That fall, we hired a number of people from the local Christian college. My knowledge of the Bible was on par with theirs. The truth is, knowing the Bible doesn't mean that you know God or Jesus. But if you know God or Jesus, then you can truly understand the Bible. Yeah, I bet you put that extra emphasis in because of me. Because of our conversations. It's been one of our sticking points. It's funny. It's beautiful. It's really what he believes. So it's beautiful. I love that he's fully able expressing his paradigm that has found beauty and healing in this life. I honor that very, very much. But if you know God or Jesus, then you can truly understand the Bible. My mom taught me a lot about faith in the Bible before she passed away in June 2013. Oh yeah, she died. His mom passed June 2013. I think on the 14th or something. On her birthday, I think, actually. 2 months before she passed, she didn't know how I was, but she knew Jesus. My mom came up to me one day while I was visiting and, not knowing who I was, asked me, "Do you know Jesus?" With a smile, I said yes. Then I walked away with the most joyful, satisfying smile that I have ever seen on her. What I learned from her that day was very profound. True faith is small and very childlike. It is like a tiny mustard seed that a man planted in a garden, and it grows and becomes a tree, and the birds make nests in its branches. Luke 13:19. From the New Living Translation. That's what LT means, guys. Just believe in your heart that the real biblical Jesus is 100% God, 100% man. The propitiatory, or the mercy seat, for all mankind. He himself is the sacrifice that atones for our sins, and not only our sins, but the sins of all the world. 1 John 2:2 NLT. That's all you need to know to get right with God, for this is how God loved the world. He gave his one and only Son, so that everyone who believes in him will not perish, but have eternal life. Talking with God. Talking with God and having a personal relationship with him is based on God's rules, not our human understanding. Actually, before I start this, I'm going to take a brief intermission. Actually, I'll leave the camera on so you guys know I'm here, kind of. Instead of going to a blank screen. But I get some super thirsty. I get some water out of the bag. So BRB. All right. It's a funny anecdote here. So Nate, and I think half of you at least in this chat know Nate, my coworker and a really good friend, who I've been badgering to get on the show, by the way. Feel free to reach out to him too. He's doing gardening and shit. He'd talk about gardening. We do like the show on that. Or just jump on a phone call for 10 or 15 minutes. Anyway, Nate gave me the slider during time when the wolf totem dynamic for me this last summer was really prominent, which is also really interesting. So it was exactly a year ago today when I was in Alaska, when these things were prominent in my life. And when he gave it to me, I was assessing reasons to live, like logically calculating things out. And I think I talked about this on other shows, but like, and different things are percentages to live, right? Different experiences you want to have, or things in your life you enjoy, or things that you just want to experience, or I mean, whatever reasons, the reasons to live, kids, family, even leaving other people behind, whatever that is, even if you don't have kids, like just assessing all that shit, right? And I was just, me and neighbor having conversations every day at that time. We're hanging out like 5 to 7 days a week. And so it's just part of the dialogue for days, just as this processing out this paradigm for like weeks, right? Or just being present in it, using it as a framework. And so when he gave me the slider, I go, oh, Nate, you know what? This is like a 1% reason to live. And I'm really grateful for that. Like, it's not like it saved my life or it's some amazing gift. The fact that you kind of thought about me at the gas station, the wolf reminded me, and you bought it. You didn't have to do that shit, man. It's like 1% reason to live. Like, I've had nothing else go in my life. Really? This could save my life. Like, the fuck, you know what? Nate did that really kind of thing for me. That could be the one thing, right? It was just funny. But what I was also going to say, this has grown in percentage. We're looking at 2 or 3% now. It's been around longer, and every time I see it, I think of him, and it kind of grows in percentage. It's kind of cool. Remember it said. Yep, I'd love to see Nate too. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to my dad's stuff here. Okay, I'm gonna read this first sentence. Okay, it'd be nice to make this bigger for my sake. Let's see if I can make that happen. It's a little difficult. There we go. See, but why don't you resize? Problem is, okay, let me see. Okay, you are seeing what I am seeing, so I don't have to be necessarily see it on screen. So I'm trying to show the live stream show at the same time I'm showing this screen. So I'm not just on one, but it looks like that'll be fine for now. So check back over the comments every now and then. So talking with God and having a personal relationship with Him is based on God's rules, not our human understanding of God's rules. The word repentance simply means changing my way of thinking to God's way of thinking. It has an additional note. I think my dad would appreciate this. In Hebrew, the repentance, the actual word structure, or the actual symbolic meanings of the original Hebrew word, it's really beautiful. So the concept it conveys is lighting a thing on fire and walking away. So like if you want to put it in that framework, we are working towards repentance on certain things. There's a magnetic pull to a behavior or a lifestyle or dynamic that we're in. We try to walk away, we try to balance that or cut cords or whatever. When you finally get that moment, when that's it, you burn it all, right? Not in a bad way, transmutation. And so then you walk away. You literally go a different direction for your optimal timeline based on that thing. So, deeper meaning to the word repentance. Changing your way of thinking to God's way of thinking, where he says, "My thoughts are nothing like your thoughts," says the Lord, "and my ways are far beyond anything that you could imagine. For just as the heavens are higher than the earth, so my ways are higher than your ways, my thoughts higher than your thoughts." Isaiah 55, 8-9 NLT. The only way to God is through His mercy seat and the blood offering of His Son Jesus on the cross. It's only through grace, unmerited favor, through faith, that we can have a personal relationship with the Holy Spirit. God saved you by His grace when you believed, and you can't take credit for this. It is a gift from God. Salvation is not a reward for the good things that we've done, so none of us can boast about it. Ephesians 2, 8-9. Humans can reproduce only human life, but the Holy Spirit gives birth to spiritual life. John 3:6. 3:6. And then we pass at 3:06 a.m. I got the text message. And that's funny. So, and then humans can produce only human life, but the Holy Spirit gives birth to spiritual life. About 4 a.m. in the morning, that's when the Lord told me that I would be leaving my current job at Fran's for my new calling. Just to let you know, I was excited and giddy that I couldn't wait for the how, where, and when this would all take place. I'm now sealed with this Holy Spirit in the most inner recesses of my soul, and this is where God whispers to me in that quiet part of my heart, and I listen to his voice. So if you can strip out the other stuff, this is applicable. This is why he connected to everyone. This is his framework for connecting to himself and to God. This is how I can know and talk to God, the creator of all things, the great I am. Go out and stand before me on the mountain, the Lord told him. And as Elijah stood there, the Lord passed by, and a mighty windstorm hit the mountains. There was such a terrible blast that the rocks were torn loose, but the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind, there was an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake, there was a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire, there was a sound of gentle whisper. When Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his cloak and went out and stood at the entrance of the cave. And the voice said, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" 1 Kings 19. And that paradigm's always been beautiful to me, understanding that Bible story and the principles it's relating, that it's meeting ourselves or the Lord, or other, however we're engaging in the stillness. So didn't come the voice of the Lord, or that you didn't hear them in the storm and the earthquake and the fire. You heard them in his still inner voice. You heard it as a whisper. See, now you know me a little bit better and how I came to know and talk to a living God. I would love to share with you the most life-changing conversations I've had with the Lord. The first conversation about my new career calling was 3 months before the visit at the hospital. I was in my work truck on Capitol Hill in Seattle. That's where I live. Chaz now. I'm not in the Chaz zone, but I'm literally a mile down the street. The first conversation about Capitol Hill in Seattle, about 4 a.m. in the morning, that's when the Lord told me that I would be leaving my current job at Fran's for a new calling. Just to let you know, I was so excited. Wait, did you read that already? I feel like I read this already. Alright, I'm just going to keep reading. That's when the Lord told me I would be leaving my current job, Fran's new calling. Just to let you know, I was so excited and giddy, I couldn't wait for the how, where, and when this would all take place. The when was June 19th, 2016, on Father's Day. My oldest son, Aaron, took me out for breakfast. When he saw me, he expressed concern because I looked jaundiced. Aaron made me promise that I'd go to urgent care after our breakfast, and I did exactly that and went home and picked up my wife, Janice, not Jaundice John, who's married to Janice, and headed off to urgent care. When we arrived, they sent us directly into the emergency room, and once there, they ran a multitude of tests. Also, with the help of Dr. Webb's website, MD, I found that there were 32 reasons for me having jaundice. After about 2 hours, the test came back, and the whole demeanor of the hospital staff changed from happy-go-lucky to somber and professional. It was the 28th reason for me having jaundice. They found a mass on my pancreas, and the doctor gave me a referral and an appointment with an oncologist for that Tuesday. My wife and I walked back to the car with tears in our eyes. This is not the happy, giddy me when God told me I would be leaving my job 3 months ago for a better opportunity. Then God spoke to me that night. He told me that I would be working with the terminally ill, but the one catch was that I had to be terminal. The Lord also told me that this ministry would be the most joyful part of my life. At that time, I really wasn't too sure about the joyful part. That Tuesday, my wife and I met with the oncologist. He explained to us the course and procedures that we would be taking. First thing was to get a biopsy to confirm the prognosis and put a stent in the bile duct to stop the jaundice. The biopsy did confirm the diagnosis, and the next steps were 3 rounds of heavy chemo, a total of 12 weeks followed by 1 week of pinpoint radiation. His chemo and radiation shrunk the tumor enough, the doctor said that you might be eligible for the Whipple procedure, if that's what it was. The Whipple is a very complicated, long, and dangerous operation to remove the cancer mass in the pancreas. The conditions would have to be just right. Most patients with pancreatic cancers are not eligible for this procedure, and it seemed this course that God had chosen for me was going to the shortest job I ever had in my life. And again, I told God I didn't think I was ready for this new ministry. After the consultation with my oncologist, God spoke to me softly from within the deepest part of my soul and right in my heart. He asked, "Would you do this for me?" The moment he asked, I knew that my answer would be, but before I answered, I needed to ask one question. Before the question, two heroes of the faith come to my mind. Job, whom God called a righteous man. Then the Lord asked Satan, "Have you noticed my servant Job? He is the finest man in all the earth. He is blameless, a man of complete integrity. He fears God and stays away from evil." The other King Solomon, that was Job 1:8. And what's interesting there too, the righteous man. So in Hebrew too, there's a proverb that's for though a righteous man falls 7 times, he rises again. So what's one of the primary things that makes you righteous, or right walking is another way to actually understand that symbology. You just keep up. You got to keep going, man. Keep going. Whatever way, people in your life to help you get through really hard shit. Invaluable. Priceless. Right? The other ways you can pick yourself up. Internally. Because if you can't get to that place internally, then you can't actually receive help from anyone else. You're too far withdrawn, and that's just like over life, figuring out those ways to find, to be able to, in those moments, figure out how to get up and walk, stay connected or find connection inside yourself, community. The other is King Solomon, the wisest man. The Lord was pleased that Solomon had asked for wisdom. So God replied, "Because you have asked for wisdom in governing my people with justice, and have not asked for a long life or wealth or the death of your enemies, I will give you what you have asked for, and I will give you a wise and understanding heart such as no one else has ever had or ever will." And he actually goes on in that to say that because you've also asked for wisdom, I will also give you all the wealth and the other things as well. Because his heart was in the right place, so he could steward those things. How these 2 men responded to the most challenging callings in their lives. At the end, they acknowledged God as a God that is worthy of our worship and praise, even when God's ways are far above our understanding. Job was a righteous man, but God allowed Satan to make Job's life miserable. Satan took his family, health, and his fortune. Also, Job didn't have the best of friends to support him. The only thing God didn't allow Satan to do was take Job's life. When the trials were over, God restored Jacob. The question Job asked God was why. God's response was basically, "I am God," and Job was satisfied with God's answer. The second was King Solomon. The first part of King Solomon's life, he trusted and listened to God. But the second part of his life, he trusted in his own wisdom and ability. That's when everything fell apart in his life, and the nation of Israel was torn in half. In Ecclesiastes, we read, "Everything is meaningless," says the teacher, "completely meaningless." Keep this in mind. The teacher was considered wise, and he taught people everything he knew. He listened carefully to many proverbs, studying and classifying them. The teacher sought to find just the right words to express truths clearly. The words of the wise are like cattle prods, painful but helpful. It can be very, very true. Their collected sayings are like a nail-studded stick with which a shepherd drives a sheep. "But my child, let me give you some further advice. Be careful, for writing books is endless, and much study wears you out." Ecclesiastes 12:8. Yeah, no doubt, man. You gotta have connection. I mean, even with what you're doing or studying, you can't just be dry studying. Burn out or you become a robot, man. "God, will you be with me?" His answer came in a strange long silence, and then a slow warmth and peace enveloped my entire being. And God's voice entered my soul and spoke gently to my heart with these tender words, every step of the way. After all the wisdom and riches and fame that the kingdom of Israel achieved, King Solomon's final conclusion was and is still the wisest. Just listen to God and obey him. Here now is my final conclusion. Fear God and obey his commands. Okay, I'm going to elaborate on the Hebrew here because this softens the tone, I think, of what this is, and it's more true to the original Hebrew text. It says, here's my final conclusion. Fear God. So to be in reverent awareness of the entity, whether it's your higher self, God, whatever, reverent awareness. It's not, this is where it can get twisted in certain churches, right? It's not about fearing God. Like I said, growing up in the Catholic Church and all the, like, you didn't elaborate too much there, but the negative trauma and dynamic that caused by do like rigorous religion, just do it because. But to have reverent fear doesn't mean you can't question and like acknowledge and study and learn. You better believe when I was in that construct, I thoroughly understood it very, very well. I had to understand it to the deepest, deepest degree. And that was okay to study those things out until I continued to study too far. Fear God and obey his commands. Obey, actually, it's guard his commands. Much better English word. To guard. Right? And commands is also a much better word as teachings. Instructions. So think about how softer that whole thing is. The final conclusion, be in reverent fear, reverent awareness of God, and regard or guard his instructions. Because there's value in them. For this is everyone's duty, and God will judge us for everything we do, including every secret thing, whether good or bad. Ecclesiastes 12:13-14. 12:13-14. Now I'm no Job or Solomon, but I am a child of God. If God answered my question like Job, with because I am God, I'll accept that answer. Because God gave Solomon such great wisdom, I'd be a fool not to heed that wisdom. And that's good reasoning. If you think about it that way, in that paradigm, like that's a logical human conclusion. You know, if he believes that Solomon is the wisest person on earth, and truly, like it's not just like the statements that are being brought here are all about the Lord. There's very generic proverbs about life. They're really good ancient texts. The Maccabees, the Proverbs of Solomon, the Book of Proverbs. Like there's incredible wise sayings like in the Vedas and stuff that are just deeply profound. And so if that person, if believing that he wrote this last book also makes that statement, then that makes sense that my dad would see that that's a way to get wisdom, or anyone would see that. Makes sense to me. Someone would think that. And it benefited his life in ways he did find deeper wisdom. Dad had a lot of beautiful things to offer. One of the things my dad taught me, so one of the things my dad taught me, there's several things he taught me that were profoundly changed my life and helped me in a lot of ways. And Zach mentioned one on the show the other night he brought it up because I mentioned in a previous episode. It's a new one. And it's where my dad taught me that between the numbers 0 and 10, there's not just 10 answers or 10 numbers. There's an infinite amount of possibilities. Those decimal places, 1.2368227, whatever, it's infinite. You know, so there's always ways to understand. He also taught me too that you gotta understand school. You gotta understand what they're looking for in the test or in the answers. They're teaching in a way, they're testing in a way, they're looking for certain thought processes to happen. I'm elaborating on things he said, but like the principles, what stuck to me, and I've developed it on my own over time. This is very, very good advice. That you had to learn what they're asking for. So I understood it to me was the right answer, more accurate answer. But okay, if I answer in this way, that satisfies the question. And there's times I get in debates on certain things, but you know, a lot of school is just like, dude, it's just math and it's just other shit. Just answer it the way they want the answer done. And, you know, and like, you know, school is easy in that dynamic because I just went with the flow with that and academic stuff. So it's been pretty natural for me. So he taught me that. The other one he says in there about shadow people or wallflowers. I always described it before. And the Lord knows I love shadow people. Sure does. He also, one of the things my dad told me also was, don't go stir up drama. Like, life has enough drama of its own. There's no need to fucking stir up drama. Like, being one of those people who are just overreacting to shit, you know, process your emotions, all that. But, like, you know, Jesus. There's just no time for drama. Life has enough drama of its own. It's fucking genius, Dad. It's true. Now I'm not going on blind faith. My faith is based on my walking with the living God for over 50 years. I have failed him many times, but he has never failed me. Now this is my question to the living God and how he answered me. In an apprehensive and unsure voice, this is what I asked him. God, will you be with me? His answer came in strange long silence. Then a slow warmth and peace developed my entire being. Then God's voice entered my soul and spoke gently to my heart with these tender words, every step of the way. It has now been 3 years since being diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. I'm very pragmatic about my prognosis. This cancer is terminal and has since metastasized to my lungs and lymph nodes, glands, and I'm in palliative and hospice care. I'm not going to lie, it's been the hardest but also the most joyful career ministry I've ever had. God has kept his promise and he has been with me every step of the way. I'm no longer afraid, and I just have this incredible, unexplainable peace within me. I'll be sharing my journey with amazing stories of all the people who work with and serve the terminal, and the laughter, the tears, the love, and the friends who left us early. This website is truly about terminal joy. Oh, look, you can actually contact him. I've talked to his Janice. I have all his login info. I don't know if she's running that or managing that, but I just realized that if people are sending emails and stuff, I don't know if she's getting them. So I'll check that. Let's see. Oh. Come on. Trying to make this smaller. There we go. Terminal joy. And oops. So glad you're here. It's great to have on the screen. It's true. My dad would be very great. I'm glad that you guys are here and being able to hear his story. You know, we had a lot of conversations. We talked for when I was growing in the way I was to expanding my understanding. We met every morning for breakfast for like 2 years. And he would just let me go on and on about all the stuff I was learning in the ancient texts, and we connected on a lot of the biblical texts and the extra biblical texts, and had beautiful conversations. I've got literally, I don't know, 40 or 50 at least pictures of whiteboards. Like we just draw while we were there. I mean, probably actually no, I have more like 100 plus of whiteboards from our conversations, like things we would talk about or something, just take a picture of it, wipe it, do it again. It's so cool to go back through those now and just from that imagery, the symbols that I drew down, not just words, but drawing shit and like different things. It brings back like portals you back into the energy of that conversation. There's new layers there of understanding and just that beautiful memory, or having that portal to connect to that experience in a positive way, because your memories are only as old as the last time you thought about them when it brings them back to your present. And so every time you bring something to your awareness, there's a quantum reality there in your brain, in neurology, when you can add new layers to it. You can remove the bad, you can heal from the trauma, you can add new layers of joy to different things, new layers of appreciating the person or seeing things about them that you hadn't seen before. And that gave me a lot of space to be me. I really appreciate that. But that also, there was one time in the church, and I was going through another expansion, but within the church dynamics, and I was understanding the text and things in a way that I understood it, and I realized that our pastor was making decisions very contradictory to their own stated beliefs, and it was really bothering me, and it was causing tension in our like college group, because he brought in this at the time incredibly liberal college youth leader who's going to Harvard for seminary and for spiritual studies or whatever. And he would really hammer home these very liberal perspectives from what the church believes. And that was in the dynamic. I mean, think about this, like being in a group where somebody's bringing poison into a well, whatever that is for different groups. You know, there's different flavors, different groups. There's things that just aren't accepted in certain groups. And that's just the way it is. You know, certain jokes or certain things because of the context, the energy of that group and that dynamic. So I was understanding those on energetic levels. Like what the pastor is approving and bringing in someone here is disrupting the foundation of like what you guys have going here. And you're doing it in a way that's not like bringing growth to the church and progressing them out of paradigms. Like this is shady. People on the board are not happy with this. Like this isn't good, right? And so me and him are having contentions, just conversations about it. I was very passionate and like I knew what I was talking about too. And so I present counter arguments, but he's pushing those things so hard. There's like, you know, and I met with him for coffee one time, and like I thought he was maybe playing devil's advocate on everything, just really hard, but he really believed all that. And it's like, how? I wasn't blaming him. I'm like, how were you allowed to be a pastor if you really believe all this stuff at this church and this dynamic? So anyway, I didn't know it was just there was kind of contention there, but it was fine. I thought we were having good dialogues, and then the pastor called me in one day, the head pastor, and my dad. The story about my dad. Hi, Dad. He's on screen, and he's here. He called me in, and we were going to discuss kind of this tension that was going on with me and Aaron. I think his name was Aaron too, ironically. The youth leader, youth pastor, or college pastor, whatever. But the way he started out and presented it was it just took the wind out of me, because he presented it as he said he'd been talking to other people in that college group, and they were saying I was the one being disruptive and I was making things uncomfortable. And I can see how intense discussions can be hard for people. So there's that. But I was having different. They were telling me afterwards. They're like, yeah, really glad you said something, because I didn't know how to even process what he was saying. And like, I just didn't agree, but I didn't know what to say. And like, really glad you're able to have a conversation with him, basically. So that was that feedback I was getting. So apparently the pastor's getting totally different feedback, which is weird, right? I'm trying to think who one person or two in the group might have said something, whatever. It's just weird, because that's not the frequency and the energy that I was engaging in when it was there. And then he said, I've got a book that I feel like the Lord wants me to give you. This is where this gets fun, guys. The Lord wants me to give you. And there's some chapters in here I feel very specific for you. And he like opens it up and he looks at the title and he goes, The Need for Attention, and looks me dead in the eyes. And it just knocked the wind out of my sails, like hard. And he continued to go on in these dynamics. Look, listen, this is what my fucking dad did. Like, this is truly me being unjustly accused and just literally being, what do you call it, when someone just sits there and takes lashings or whatever. And my dad literally stood up, angry, like defending me. He says, you don't know my son. That's not my son. He said, you haven't, because I lived with him for a while, and I was very passionate what I did, like praying and engagements and like engaging all the ways I do now, just within that framework. Well, ways I was learning and growing, but viscerally and just really, And so he said, my son, you don't see my son. He spends hours on the floor or in his room praying and weeping for people and for different dynamics. And he just started to list off all these things about my integrity he's seen firsthand. And we left there. And after that, like I ended up leaving the church. He felt he was staying for other reasons. There's other groups he was a part of. He was staying for people. And he eventually, I think, left too. But, that's where I had to shift. And I ended up writing a letter to the pastor afterwards. It was very beautiful. And this is like, here's the way I'm seeing all this. And because of this, I love you. You're saying I can't stay here. So it's very well done. My dad supported all that. But man, he fucking stood up for me. That's fucking super meaningful. Like, that was deeply healing, integrating, affirming for my fucking avatar, for little Aaron Michael Kessler, right? Mattered a lot. Thanks, Dad. You know what else is really cool my dad did? It's a really cool memory I have from when I was younger, maybe 9-ish. Probably 9. We take walks around the neighborhood at night. It was dark out, and just talk about things, right? Life. And he was talking to me about expanding my imagination of what heaven could be like and what it could be like in the afterlife, and that thinking about thousands of years in the future, because time isn't the same. And like, it's a lot of quantum dynamics, right? But in this paradigm, even at a young age, that you would talk about, yeah, we could do cool stuff. There's planets out there with water. We can go fly to them or teleport there instantly. And then we can be on this water planet. Oh shit, a whole bunch of comments just popped up. StreamYard's way behind. Let me finish the statement. We could be on this water planet with 1,000-foot waves, right? And we could be surfing the waves and throwing lightning bolts at each other, like playing tag and like whatever. I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, I'm 9. I'm like, yeah, that stuff sunk in, man. That activated shit in me. to expand my awareness. I'm not like just like playing on harps in heaven or like whatever that shit is, you know. Like really expanding the reality even within any get that framework. There's just endless. There's really so many places that you can expand within. I saturated that. My expansion within that framework saturated it because there's beautiful things to be discovered there. And my dad found them. He really did. He embodied them. If you're gonna judge people by their fruit, everybody's got their shit, right? But you embodied so much of this reality. Okay, let me just see, I hated that shit in church every Sunday. The elders would pick someone to give a discourse based on the congregational needs. But they were criticizing someone's specific behavior. Yeah, passive aggressive shit. Thanks for sharing. Thanks, Tiffany. You're welcome. And you could usually always tell who they were directing the talk to. Yeah, it's just shit. I feel honored to be here with you, Arrow. Thanks, Brittany. Me too. Like, this is where community is like super helpful in more ways than you guys understand right now. Not just this, but like there's so much other shit just to be able to do the show and have Frank on. And Frank called synchronistically today. Like I said, I haven't talked to Frank forever, and he called literally right when I was talking about. Like I said, I was with Taylor and his dad today. He was loading up a dab, and they were talking about smoking blunts. And back in the days when you smoked blunts all day long, I'm like, back in the day, like, yeah, for me that was. But at both times I've been at Frank's, that's what we do all day long, right? And as soon as I said that, Frank called on the phone. Like as soon as I said that, right? I'm like, of course, right? And I answer the phone, and then Taylor's like, well, this is ready. The dab is ready. I go, Frank, I'm just about to take a dab. I'll call you right back. He goes, Roger that. Or understood, or whatever he said, and just hung up. And then we just talked all the way up until the show, and then he just carried in. And so, community, you know, being able to do that, and him understanding too the radio dynamic in the show, and Zach said he wasn't going to make it, and knowing we can transition conversation, and it just moves the energy and allows everyone to be involved in the way this is organically developing or developed, and it's all beautiful shit. I'm very, very thankful for you guys too. And yes, thank you for sharing about your dad, Aaron. Love you. Thank you, Jasmine. I feel like I met your dad in a weird internet way. Yeah, isn't that cool? We do a lot of weird stuff on the channel. It's like meditation, Safe Secret Space Part 2. Sasha was there. Who else was there? Brittany, well, yeah. You got Brittany was there. Or not, Brittany weren't there, but Jasmine was there, I think, and Willow. Kevin might have been there for that one. Frank was in that one, I think. No, he wasn't in that one. Anyhow, point is, it's just cool that, yeah. Seeing him live with you really helped me understand you better. Aw. Thanks. Me too, really. Reading through it is new for me. In a new way, a new layer of perceiving these things. Some of the stuff I haven't read. He had me proofread a lot of his blogs, just help with the grammar and stuff, you know, because I know, like, dude, checks out. Me and my dad were super rebuilding a relationship. Because when my parents got divorced when I was 16-ish, I hated my dad. And the dynamics, I mean, that was time too. He's apologized in life and where he was at and that dynamic. And, but when I realized once I moved out and then went to lunch with my dad and just started hanging out with him a little bit, even though I was really standoffish and had this just resentment there or whatever. When I'd hang out with him, I'm like, he's kind of funny. Like, that's actually pretty funny. You know, like I really warmed up to my dad and I really rebuilt that relationship early on. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I didn't have years of bitterness or whatever. It was very short periods, like 2 years, 2 or 3 years. It was really bitter. And, let's see, hold on. I meant the Fearless Live you did with your dad last year, whenever. Oh, gotcha. Seeing that dynamic made me get you differently. Yeah, that makes sense. Right? I mean, how often do you get to like do interviews with your parents? Like, no matter who you are. Imagine Frank doing that with his parents or something. It's a whole other like facet of a person, I guess. You know, and then you see how it connects into personality and different dynamics, and yeah. Okay, so saying, kind of forgot, guys. I don't remember what I was saying. Let me try to think. No, someone in the chat might have to remind me. I lost that stream, so I'll try to catch another one. So I smoked one of my last 2 cigarettes. No. Boo. Wait. Oh, an empty bag of pre-rolls. Boo. Oh, shit. Thanks, Dad. Grandfather tobacco. Oh, perfect. Thanks you, Jasmine. This reminds me where I was at. She said, I've been there. I hated my dad for years. I was 10 when he went to prison. Never wrote him or visited him. The 8 years he was in there, I'd rarely take his place or take his phone calls, but when he was released and we finally were able to see him, he got deported to Mexico. Hmm. I have other family members too. I've just seen, and other people I know that just, I've seen over time people come to some kind of reconciliation, with their parents or what's happened. And part of it is on the parents too. I mean, sometimes like really, they're just really are shitty parents and shitty human beings. They have their own traumas. There's reasons for them for sure. Right. But there's only so much that can be done. Oh, Sasha said this smile just makes my whole night. Yeah. But we can connect with, those people that are your biological DNA, if you can, and not everyone can. Like, this is different for everyone, so please don't take this as some kind of, you have to do it this way. This is just what I've experienced with seeing other people and in my own life. Like finding the ways I could relate to my dad. There's still things we got into, and it wasn't necessarily religious things at all. There were other dynamics and interactions we had that were hard to get beyond those certain things. But that's okay. There are those contentions with anyone you have. Your parents are also just humans, adults that have their own traumas and upbringing, and they're just people, just fucking people. So like being able to embody and let's see how long Jasmine says. Took a few weeks to get to the border near Texas, and when we saw each other, we just were happy and huggies and crying, and it felt great to be together again. Yeah, it's beautiful. Marie says, "Okay, it's my bedtime. I love you, Aaron. I love you guys too. Love you too, Brittany, very much." But it has enough time to change. Has had enough time to change, and he really has. And now he's living the life with my mom, and they're still in Mexico, but I don't hold him accountable anymore. Yeah. And really, that's like part of it too. There's a lot of different metaphors that have helped me over time. One of them was understanding that holding a bitterness or grudge against someone is like drinking a cup of poison, hoping the other person will die. To harbor that in their body is never beneficial. So that's why to process the anger, the rage, the frustration, the hurt, the grief, like not process in your head. That too, right? To understand they're human. People make mistakes, man, and people have traumas they just can't get beyond, and they just won't. You never know until their dying day, but okay, then that's what they acknowledging that ahead of time. They may never get past that. To understand they're human and to release that energy so that if there are ways that you can connect, if they're relevant to your life, some people aren't. Sometimes just releasing the energy, but they're not really in your life anymore, and they don't necessarily need to be. You don't feel like you have to do that. It's really more about your internal state first, right? Finding forgiveness and healing coherence from that person or that situation that caused you grief and pain, especially the ones closest to us. I mean, it truly is literally, neurologically, scientifically, the most damaging or the most establishing of our being in this life. But when you know their limitations and you can meet them where they're at, condescend with dissension, to move down, move around, not just like think spherically, to move within sphere of their being, to connect with them where you can. And find the balance of where sometimes we have toxic family members in our life and it's, you want to be loving and be there for them, but they're literally draining the life out of you from interactions with them. And so there's boundaries in that dynamic. But when you can have a place where you're overflowing with life, they're not draining from you, but you can meet them in certain ways, until you find more and more harmonic resonance. My dad did that incredibly well with people. Did that with me, even though we got in heated stuff. Some of my dad used to say, just, okay, you guys know, like, the seriousness of the way we understand chanting, toning, frequencies, tuning forks, all that kind of shit, right? But my dad would say, what were you doing? What were you doing? Like, I'd show up late for breakfast. What were you doing? Were you in the car going, or some other shit? Like, anyway, it's a funny guy. Just as I remember, me and my dad took a trip further into Mexico to visit family. It was our first trip together alone in years, and we held hands crossing the streets. Mind you, I was 21 years old. See, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's human. Like, that's human. It's not like, oh, childish behavior is like adult. Yeah, really it is. It's being able to do things. Like, get a hug. Imagine getting a hug, like a real heartfelt, present hug from your parent later in life that you never had from them earlier in life. They were only abusive or they weren't hugging people, whatever. So even if you haven't experienced that, imagine that. Imagine being deprived of that your whole life. From someone as a kid, all you know is that you want those things from your father, those interactions, physical touch, the attention, the tenderness and the attention, the engagement of their own being as they engage you. I remember my dad said, so this is how he progressed it. My dad broke through a lot of glass ceilings, really, for our DNA, for our lineage, for me. There's some he didn't make it through, and that's okay. I would say maybe the same about me, but nope, that's not my timeline. I'm making through all of them. When he was started in his 20s, when he started going back to church and really connecting with God and finding forgiveness and healing and really wanted to engage a dynamic with his dad, my grandpa, who's still around, they look very, very similar. The older my dad got too, they're just like I got pictures of them walking away, like at that, just they're taking a walk, and they bought the same gait, the same posture, both holding their hands behind their back, like it's just really cute. But when you can receive like that hug later in life, I got those hugs from my dad. Let me think. There's a few. There was very visceral, and he was present in the hugs. Hugs are a lot hard for people. Physical touch has been hard for my dad, but he does like hugging and stuff. That when people put their energy into the hug, he's very present, energetic in conversation and like light touch. But hugging, there's a different. I don't know, with people in general. There can be resistance to that. It's just they don't know what to do with that, or they weren't hugged that way before. They don't know how to find a resonant feeling state in their body to be present and to receive. I think. I'm just thinking about that now. So he started with his dad. He felt to him the Holy Spirit say, "Go tell your dad you love him." And like they didn't. His dad never said that to him. He's just one of the old school guys. He does now. Like I say, "I love you, Grandpa." He says, "I love you back." It's built into him because of my dad. So my dad was 20. So it's like what 35 years ago, 30-ish, something like that. 36, probably 36 years ago. And so he did. He said, "Tell the Holy Spirit, tell him to give him a hug and tell him you love him." And it was so awkward. It was so awkward. He remember pacing for hours, like arguing with the Holy Spirit or just conscience or whatever you want to call it. Like, just like, no, I can't do that. I don't want to do that. Like, that's, just all those different things. He felt awkward, didn't know his dad was going to receive it. And he finally just fucking did it. He decided to just do it. Right. And this is where he talks about obeying God. Just trust God. His ways are higher than your ways in this dynamic, because God was talking to him, or spirit, or his awareness beyond what his current awareness was, encouraging him, instructing him with the instructions, saying, "Hey, why don't you heed these instructions? You'll be better off for it. You'll actually achieve the thing you want to achieve, but this is just uncomfortable right now. Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? Go do it. Go do it." Right? And good for him to be that engaged. Sometimes we ignore our conscience, right? We shut that shit down. Like, fuck that. I don't want to do it. And you shut that shit down. But to at least have the balls to maintain the awareness of your own conscience, being able to address it, to process it. And sometimes there's time. Sometimes, like, there's things in life you don't know how to process in a framework, and that'll develop over time. And that's fine. But you're not ignoring it. You're putting it on a shelf. You're putting it, for me, the Benoit balls, like, in just, it's there. I'm aware. I don't know what to do with that yet. But again, as my dad said, the blanks will be filled in as you begin to just go through life. You're not ignoring it. You don't know how to fully process it. Data comes up over time that adds to the paradigm, and so it's being really internally self-aware in really, really beautiful ways. And so he went up to my grandpa real quick, gave him a just quick hug, and goes, "Love you, Dad," and walked away. Right? And it was, I think, a year or a couple years later when my grandpa said to him, "I love you," like out of nowhere, right? And then they were saying it regularly throughout the rest of their life. And like me, I think, "I love you, Grandpa," all the time. He says, "I love you." It's great. I give him a hug when we see him. He's again, he just kind of gives the hug thing, but you can tell for him, he's finding joy in the fact that he actually like gives hugs now, and it's not weird. You know what I mean? So he may not be like this big, visceral, like heartfelt hug, but he like enjoys the fact we're engaging him in a hug, and he gives a hug. He's like, okay, there, yeah, okay, there. Like in a grandpa way. And it's just, you can tell, like, for him, though, he's finding happiness that he can hug. And he's like, okay, I get this means something to you. Okay, that makes sense to me. This kind of feels good for me, too. Okay. It's so sweet. I have wonderful grandparents at an energetic level. Like I said about my grandma, too. The more I've shared with all the stuff in the last year and a half and stuff, and just been hanging out with her more, there's times I'll just go on and on about shit. And like, she's like, I don't really understand half of what you're saying, but you're really happy when you say it. And that makes me really happy. I love you, Grandma. So imagine getting a hug from your dad, a visceral, heartfelt hug, and you never had that your mom or, something. At 20 years old, 30 years old, whatever, 22 years old. You will feel that if you're engaged in that, the child that never received that will come present in that, in those same engagements, walking hand in hand down the street. Fucking beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Who cares what age you are? It's beautiful. Human connection, right? In those ways, good for you, Jasmine. Beautiful to have that moment with him. And to allow yourself to connect that deeply, to let the pain go and to connect with him where he's at, because he changed too, those dynamics. So that was also there. Again, not allowing toxic people in, but when there's change. And then you can allow yourself to heal even more because there's a history with that person. So the traumas that happened to you, and there's a very beautiful saying that I learned from the most Jesus-like figure in my life, in real life. His name, I call him John by the River in Index. He was at my bachelor party like 10 plus years ago. He's next door. He's just a neighbor with his place. We ran it out and he came over and just hanging out. He's so cool, man. He told stories around the fire and then like just like a yogi or something, but really cool dude. Like spent a lot of time with him over there. One of the things he said was, sometimes the wounds that go in by the hand of a man or human can only come in out by the hands of another human. So even if you don't have the opportunity to connect with your parents, they may never change or they're passed already, and you can't feel that hug from them, that love, that affirmation of them seeing you and honoring you, whatever that is, right? And that comes from them seeing themselves and honoring themselves first. But when you can actually receive that experience from them in that life, or from another, I very much at times embodied a father energy when I'm hugging or engaging with someone. And there I can feel their nervous system shift into the childlike part of them that never received that fatherly energy. And it's deeply healing when you can go on those engagements. You shift energetically in and out of those roles. To meet people where they're at. And it's healing for us too. Love is never wasted. It's never wasted. It's just sometimes that we feel like the outcomes don't go the way that the love investment was deserved to have outcome, right? That's letting go of expectations. Are you loving just to get the result from the other person in a relationship? Or are you loving them just to love them? And the natural result, beautifully, is that the flowering happens while you're just loving them and enjoying them as a person and processing through shit, fucking with each other or getting upset at each other. Shit happens, right? But always having that core of loving and enjoying the other person, that alone gives them space to flower and grow. Trust and things are built over time and different dynamics. But the more you build those dynamics and have coherence over time, the more that space gets more and more beautiful. Like Frank was talking about beautifully tonight with him, Paul, all the dynamics. The ways they fuck with each other and like the silly shit. All the time. Just fucking all the time. But also just being happy and being present with each other. Helping each other out, wanting to cook. I get that shit, man. I was talking about earlier. I know the energy that goes into cooking. It's so beautiful. Especially someone who's in tune to it. And also be a part of that, playfully or have fun or seriously cook and also put my energy into it. Awesome. And if she cooks, why wouldn't you do the dishes? Like, why would you even think that, like, some people haven't learned. That's fine, but it's the attitude. You're just served not just a meal on a plate. Like, it didn't show up from the mic, well, I mean, maybe sometimes, right? But it didn't just show up from the magic portal in the kitchen. And even if it was the microwave, she took the time, or he, doesn't matter, to go get the food from the freezer in the fridge, heat it up, and bring it to you. You can take care of your plate, man. but especially so when there's additional energy and intention into it that, to really honor, to find ways to either to help them with it or, to clean up after or to just find ways to honor that gift. It really is a gift. Every meal's a gift, man. You see it that way. When I monologue for a long time, how I know? My cigarette goes out. How often does cigarettes go out? Not very often. He elbows me. Your dad? Sometimes they get a pat on the back. I'll take it. Yeah, man. Really beautiful when we can take what they can give, whoever it is, but especially family, especially parents. And these dynamics are people that neurologically, literally, we're wired to desire those affirmations and those ages. And if we didn't get them, you can't feel what you've never felt before. It's got to come through another human. Some things, man. So I hope that just me and Frank and Zach and everyone on the show and the community, just us being us and authentic, frosting our space, frosting our stuff allows and also creates space for you guys to feel safe to do the same thing. And that you can find in archetypes and certain things. And Frank is like a father figure or grandfather, or like Grandma Paula. Paula's my favorite. I saw her as a grandmother because of wisdom. And I gave her when I was there, I drew out some stuff and wrote out some things to her and gave her a turtle bracelet, the 13 grandmothers. It's deeply meaningful for me and for her when I call her grandma and she says, Grandma loves you. Like, it's deeply meaningful. 13 grandmothers, maybe 13 dimensions, but having to be able the wisdom to pull on all those dimensions, that's some shit, man. Paul is fucking amazing. Just so you guys know. If I haven't made that clear and Frank hasn't, I'll definitely puff that up on his behalf because he does too. And it's just nice to hear that from an outside perspective. So here's a thing I just experienced, right? And I felt him here with me. And he was saying that how beautiful this was to him in this broadcast and doing this. And he was actually like patting my hair. I guess if I didn't have the bun hair, but like rubbing his hand down my hair. Never did that in real life. And so even him doing that now energetically and feeling that, it's very healing for me. You gotta see it live on air. And he feels very honored by this. That means a lot because I wanted to share this in a way, like I've known in his eulogy, I'm going to be a lot less liberal with commentary. I'll write something or I'll say something. So I wanted to honor everything he believed in. And it's nice in this dynamic that I can expand on that dialogue because of the context of the show. That helps me because there's things I got to process too with him, right? Just thank you, and I love the authenticity that everyone in the community brings and shares with us. 100%. From Scuffed Hamlet to Slug Meditations to this shit to the Chaz. I don't know. We're just all like really crossing life and creating space for everyone to be their authentic selves. Beautiful. Digitally, in person, different meetups we have. The fire the other night, fucking beautiful. 4 hours, like a Yule log fire. I don't know how Zach was talking for a while, but I think we were doing the fire thing pretty early on. Like I said, it was fucking cool, man. The kids just naturally wanted to get us all in a circle and start dancing around in a certain direction. And then we switched. And then I'd stop and point at one of the kids, like, what's next? And they would do some dance move, and we'd all do the dance move. And then Daenerys, what's next? And they all did it, man. It was beautiful. We're dancing around the fire. We had colored fire shed powder they were putting in and put their intentions into a package. I mean, envelope, and they put that shit in. You know, it was just beautiful. And then we had layers getting darker. We had laser lights on the area. Like I found that. I forgot I had that from a while ago, and then brought that to the fire. It's fucking great. The candle sets, the four corners, and other stuff. And like I talked about all this, you know, Jacob's just excellent at fire keeping and understanding the portals and interdimensional dynamics of fires. He's incredibly helpful, even processing stuff after the show. There's other rituals and things we're going through, releasing and letting go, and just working with him as a brother in that dynamic is very beautiful. I'm very grateful for him and his perspectives and the way he experienced life, and specifically his skill sets with fire. Pretty epic. I would definitely hire Jacob if I'm not tending a fire myself. Like, okay, I trust Jacob. Jacob's going to tend this fire. Like, interdimensionally, whatever. Just let Jacob just kind of do his thing with the fire. And he'll get going all night and different, like, find dead spots in the fire, make sure that's not going, different shapes of the fire, different times, like, pumping the fire full of air, and, like, there's a lot of different things. The way he stacked the woods, very, very beautifully, intuitively intentional. I was feeling Gina earlier, even got chills. My arm hairs were sticking up straight. She's here, still here watching. Oh, Gina, we love you. Care Bear stare. Hashtag sending positive vibes. And receiving from her, I feel very much just her love. Like all the things she was trying to communicate in her channels, and every time she spoke, like I feel that all very present, like readily to just be through osmosis, right? Just receive. I receive, Gina, the beauty of your life and your passions and your work on yourself, emotionally and all that, and physically. You're a beautiful human being. Now you're a beautiful being. We honor you, Gina, and all that you are still and were in your legacy in this life. Many people die and no one knows who they were except close family, or what their passions were, what they're into. You had an opportunity and a platform to teach and to share. You did beautifully. And that's there forever. Beautiful. Well done. Mm. So, also, when we can experience even these dynamics in this group, there's an energy and a portal here for all of us to collectively grieve and process and feel. And it can come in waves. It's not like, oh, we already talked about that. It's all right. Especially now, we're already in the space. We're 3 hours in. I mean, if you're here, this is what we're in, man. So if you guys want to say things to honor Gina, honor my dad, yes, honor somebody you lost, throw in somebody you've lost or you're grieving or having a hard time with right now. Let's put this in this vortex of allowing ourselves to deeply grieve on their behalf, to feel things maybe they weren't able to feel, right? Because of whatever reasons. They're just physical biology or their life circumstances or belief systems they didn't even know they had. Like I said, the whatever feeling from Gina, like all that she was is readily there just to be received and I receive. Like she's willing to pass on her work to the community to receive it energetically and that thread into your own DNA that blends her frequency with yours in a beautiful way to honor her memory so that her information, her experiences in this life can also be collectively tuned into in that sense. And to feel her present in that way and even continuing to help her and her family. Oh, Jasmine says my dog is crying. Thank you. What's your dog's name? I'd like to know. Thank your dog, Propa. Oh, and it's 11:11, which is Starship Fearless. You're tuning into that. It's perfect with Gina. Hmm. Hmm. Jackson. Thank you, Jackson. So you've been tuning into Jackson, Jasmine's dog, who's also grieving with us. So the pain that you're feeling and losing someone like this at this time, this very real way, is still very, very fresh. We don't ever have to change the tone of the show. We can process this through as a group, really, to an extent that maybe we just don't normally get to. It doesn't mean like, oh, all the grieving's over after this show. No, but why don't we create space to let as much grieving happen as anybody wants to share? Anybody wants to engage. And even if you don't share, if you're just listening, just space, knowing that if there's long silences here, it's okay. There's been a couple already. It's okay. Sometimes the longer the silence goes, the more deeply internally profound it gets. For myself, and I know for just the audience, really allowing that silence, what a break in the normal dialogue of like podcasts, engagement. It's not fucking fair. No. First night of having Jackson in our home, and he has fleas, so he can't come inside to be comforted. Oh, so we grieve for Jackson too, and even sending him energy as if he's being comforted. The energy of you, Jasmine. Just a picture what you'd do if he was inside and you were able to comfort him and touch him and hug him and pet him and where the places he likes to be pet and assured and scratched. So we put that field around him, especially with animals, man. They can just tune into that as if it were happening. Right? And in a whole other way, the neurology is much simpler. They don't really dissociate between like, well, it didn't actually happen. No, it happens in their nervous system. We send them energy, it happened. That's the reality, you know? Lighting another cigarette and just actually I'll tie all this stuff also into grandfather tobacco. And specifically the aspects of he's seen many, 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 many ancestors pass on, come and go, be birthed and pass on. And so the wisdom that grandfather tobacco has in teaching how to see those you love pass on, ways that are fair and not fair, ways where people get picked off and it's painful. Even if it's just their time and they're in the right place. My dad, I was so glad. It took about 2 years after his diagnosis for me to come to a place with him where I felt like I'd resolved all of our issues. For the most part, I understood where he could perceive things and where he couldn't. And really, if he had passed in those first 2 years, nope, would not be doing as well right now. Not as well. And this is a difficult thing. But like, so I had a lot of time. Not everybody gets that opportunity. I got to see him allow to create space for me. And you got to see me grow within that. And even using different terminology in my own frameworks, you got to see how I loved. And he saw that I loved the shadow person I was with. Beautifully. He saw what it was doing inside of me in beautiful ways. And I was progressing through that. He said, he said he kept fucking chiding me that he's going to come back and haunt me, like to get me back to the Christian paradigm. He's going to come back and haunt me, right? Like, please do, Dad. You don't even understand how I engage things energetically. Please do. Just because I have fun with him, you know? I know what he means by that, but cool. You're putting your intention in before you die that you're definitely going to come back and be present with me. Talk with me. Awesome. He has a great sense of humor. And it's even better now because there's additional levels of clarity. I don't think he's over there oming out and achieve perfect enlightenment or whatever. He's on his own growth, as we all are. I think we pass and reintegrate and whatever. So the conversations with him are beautiful, especially when they can come through other beautiful people who can channel those messages. It's infinitely priceless to have a dialogue in that way. It's one thing to experience internally. I've had different conversations with my daddy the night he passed, our birthday, on 5 Hits of Lucy. Beautifully understanding the energy of that mantle and the DNA resonance, incorporating that into mine in the beautiful and healing ways that progress the Kessler name. Progress not in like stature and everything, but DNA, clean DNA, if you will, or epigenetically turned on DNA, that the traumas are more and more released. There's fresh, healed neurology going forward. I think when Jasmine says, I think when we pass, we know it's our time, even if we showed how much fight we had in us. Also, the dog stopped crying. Yay. Jackson. I love you, Jackson. So imagine petting him along his back, calming his nervous system through his spinal cord, and behind his ears, and laying over his back and petting his belly. My dad, like it says in the blog, he really found terminal joy in his terminal diagnosis. He really did. Everyone around him knew it. So it kept him alive. I'm convinced, for sure. Other doctors are too, you know. All the placebo, 30% of all not just vaccines, I'd say, but like prescription medicine trials and stuff, 30% are ruined, skewed by the placebo effect. You know, so they do get it. Well, now that you've tried all the medicine and shit, you're doing what we want you to do, and you have a good attitude, you're fucking amazing. That was amazing. In many, many ways. I'm very grateful for you, Dad. Still. I'm grateful for the things you taught me. You continue to teach me, our engagements. I'm thankful for your humor. I'm so grateful for the way that you stood up for me. That meant the world to me. That established, that helped me save me probably 10 years of, inner insecurity or not, whatever, because I viscerally experienced through my dad in 3D time, in the room, his voice, his face, in the middle of being accused against my character assassinated, ironically. And he stood up, literally stood up and was irate. That is not my son. This is who my son is. I'm like, it was beautiful, man. Thank you, Dad. You're my hero in exactly the right time and exactly the right way. As a father to a son. As a friend to a friend. Really seeing the character assassination. Someone who has that type of response, physically, energetically. It's beautiful. I'm very grateful for that. Dad was very much focused on finding joy. To call it terminal joy. And joy being the last word on there. Joy. So it's kind of an oxymoron, right? Terminal joy, kill the joy. The joy is being fatally killed or something. Play on words, right? So terminal joy at the end, experiencing joy. Joy is what matters. Coherence. He enjoyed his day. He got into little hobbies during different times. He really got into teas. Got teapot. They put a candle underneath it and different herbs and loose leaf teas and really got into it. Got his own ritual for a while. He got a couple betas and building this fucking. He's an artist, man. I'll have to upload something on Facebook on him. his drawings and shit. He's got beautiful fucking drawings, like all different styles, watercolors and pen and ink, colored pencils, and just drawings and shit and cool shit. You know, just his own shit. Just fucking beautiful shit, man. He really expressed himself in a lot of ways. You know, when he allowed himself to at different times on not every season of his life, but especially you know, the last 3.5 years, 4 years now. Thank you, Dad, for making the choices you did with Grandpa. You got over your uncomfortableness. This is like 36 years ago. To go hug him, tell him you love him. Because that started a ripple effect in our DNA. It's amplified in me and my siblings. Thank you for that very much. It's funny, I'm not crying so much this last half, but I got a lot crying out at the beginning. Here's an idea, a way to honor Gina. For those of you who want to take on this endeavor, if I have to, no, there's ways to download. So she's got posts and Fearless on her page. There's apps and things where you can download the video, and then you can make micro content or beautiful shit she said, great advice, and make some micro content, post in the Fearless group, post on her page, even, or whatever, if that's still running. Jasmine says, I got the crying out too. It was much needed, I believe. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I fucking needed that for sure. I was crying on the phone earlier with Frank about some other stuff unexpectedly, but, you know, like I said, him calling was insanely synchronistic and just exactly the right time, you know, because I definitely need a friend and a brother for some other shit I'm going through, and it's like, in this shit too. It's all compiling. So it's been a pretty fucking intense weekend. If you haven't thought about this before, I learned this just principle in my own being experientially early on. When you can allow other people to be for you what your father never was, your mother never was, it's as if they had done it for you many, many times. There's definitely additional layers when your actual parent comes back and like they've changed, they've healed, and they're actually repentant in the way they were, especially if you had shitty, legitimately really shitty parents, not just ones that are trying to do their best. But at the same time, it is true. They're doing their best to their ability from their own traumas and their own shit and belief systems and whatever. You know, but as a kid, that doesn't matter. So it's just like either they're affirming you or helping build the foundation in you that's positive, or creating instability and fear of connection and, you know, trauma in those different ways. So, but when they can actually come to a place where they progress past that, and you can have a real hug with them or a real just deep conversation in a beautiful way, it's definitely massively enhanced because of the DNA resonance, also the lifetime relationship you had with them. So, in my personal opinion, for people, as a general advice, and again, I haven't had every experience in the world, and I know there's different dynamics where, you know, this doesn't seem feasible or practical, blah, 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 blah. But if you, especially in this broadcast tonight, if this has drawn up memories or interactions with parents, that you still have a chance to reach out to them. Even if you start by writing them a letter and not even necessarily send it to them, write it for you. Maybe write a couple letters or rough drafts, or then maybe just burn it. You don't necessarily send it to them. You know, transmute the energy, heal you. But what I'm also talking about is making the effort to try to connect with your real parents, man. If you can, meet them where they're at, whatever that means. You know, if you can only, you know, certain dynamics, you only hang out with them or talk on the phone for 15, half an hour, once every so often, great, do that. Like, try to engage. Try to get to know them as a person, not just the person that they fucking was awful to you. And again, there's boundaries. Like when they're actually reaching off to you and they're still awful, then like, you know, they gotta have boundaries with the shit. So it's like not like you're so desperate for that affirmation from your parents, you allow them to abuse you. That's the hard part in the balance because we do. Because we want it so bad. Or we need it, really. I would go as far as to say we need to be in coherence. Like our neurology needs to feel love, community, affirmation, physical touch, especially from those father figures. So if you can allow other father figures or mother figures, like Grandma Paula, I call her Grandpa. I told you about this. 13 grandmothers, 13 dimensional perspective on shit. It means so much to me to call her grandma. Even though I have a wonderful grandma, Paula's a whole other fucking badass. Like all the stories Frank was saying and shit too. So Paula's another grandma. I just have to have just one. I'm very grateful to have one that's is beautiful human being, holds incredible space and love for me. Then also have another grandma energy in Paula, the wisdom and the in her own flavor, right? The crassness and the just fucking badassness of Paula. So even from her, I'm able to receive healing from my grandmothers because Paula does understand me, right? She loves me. I'm her favorite, your grandma's favorite, and she's my favorite. And you guys have to like figure that out later. There's so many layers to that shit. What that means. And also understanding that many people can be your favorite for different reasons. Paula's thoroughly my favorite for all her own reasons. There's other people that are my favorite for certain things, right? But she really, really is my favorite on deeper levels. In so many ways. So when you can allow someone like that, allow Paula to embody that energy for me, and I honor her in that way. I engage too as fucking Paula, smoke blunts and fucking chat Paula, right? But I also honor that energy in her. Because when you honor that energy, you're able to receive that energy. Give weight, give place to it, to be experienced, observed, circumambulated. Jasmine says, I was actually watching one of her videos. I never got to know her as well as most of you have, but after just talking to her once on the phone, that night we all talked in Aaron, me, and Gina. Yep, that was the after hours show we did a week ago, 2 weeks at most. And she was talking about the stuff she was going through, and, you know, we really connected. And she reached out to me, and the last message she told me when she was looking onward to getting to know me, and she had made me feel so welcomed to the community. I'm so grateful for her. Because literally after that she went on her intense journey, and that's why I still feel that she's still here as well. Our journeys don't end with death. They're just beginning. Yeah. And that really this is the part where on one level, right, that we can connect to her energy. Like I said, Gina very much being here and like trying to like filter pass down. Now that she's not having to put it through a physical voice and vessel, she can just energy be like, oh, here's everything I was trying to communicate that I love humanity for and I love me for. Here you go. And it just saturates into the community, right? Because she's giving the energy in that way, the people she loves. In the same way, when a parent figure passes on, there are energetic, morphogenic DNA mantles, realities that happens when a signature frequency of that bloodline leaves the physical plane, passes on to their children. Especially the firstborn. It's like my shoulders are the first ones to get hit by this mantle, right? Because I was the first one out. First creation of the DNA into manifestation. Some shit. 300 million sperm and you're the one who got through? That's right, motherfucker. I'm here. Good job, Dad. A gift that I've realized that I have is being a messenger for those who have passed, as if they speak through me. It has happened so many times with loved ones of those I know. I go blank, and words just pour out. Beautiful. It's an incredibly beautiful space to hold for other people. And for yourself, you know? Really, to be engaged in that way, most people can't. To be able to engage that viscerally. And also, Jasmine, being in that place, knowing from personal experience, when you can be that vessel for someone, you know, It's incredibly beautiful and healing. No matter what's communicated, because they're being a genuine channel, not just saying nice things. Not that there's anything mean, but taking on the point that Jasmine was saying, the uniqueness of what you're talking about. To be able to take on the personality of that person, just say whatever is being said. It may sound offensive or like it's not just about a make it feel good thing. It's about connecting. And really, if there's no expectations on what the connection looks like, then there's it can unfold, even if it's tense, or even if like, well, fuck you, Dad. That's what you're saying there, like, whatever. But like, there's back and forth, there's understanding, there's additional conversations, you know. And so it's nice to be able to have that through another person. Also, it helps affirm sometimes what you are already experiencing in your own internal worlds connecting with that person, and you hear it from another person. Inside jokes or things that come out that like, there's no way they would know that, right? But they do. It's beautiful. It's like connecting with them again, and you engage it. You're not talking to the channel, or you're talking to your dad or your mom or whoever's coming through. You're talking to them. It's not some just trick to get you money, like on TV and shit. Like this is really, it's it. Obviously, Jasmine, and other people in the community, what it's like to viscerally connect in that way and to be able to pass that experience on. Think about that just when and they know that you were definitely speaking on behalf of their loved one and being a channel through them. Who cares what other people think? When they experience that, it's beautiful or healing or frustrating, whatever, it's real. It's real. That's so valuable, right? Not just like, yeah, it's so valuable. I never know what's going to happen. Never know what's going to happen. But I hope it brings someone comfort and healing. Love you all. I think very much, Jasmine, the things you shared just helped me to tune into that energy also. And then it developed even here in the dialogue. Her being present here, connecting, and disseminating her energy and her love and the things she's learned into the community. So also that I was saying about the micro content. If that's something you guys want to do, also just as an idea with any vortex. I know Will's been learning that, and it's not too hard, but ways to honor her. She's already created digital content, feel digital her, and so we're perpetuating that into 3D residual image, not just energetically, but passing her energy on by passing on her videos. How cool is that? Hmm. We all have this gift. Yeah, I agree. I think there's some people more in tune. The epigenetic expression is turned on earlier in life or from birth, and so they're more aware, viscerally aware. But I've had to overcome my lack of Frank Castle's type of engaging with reality, all the different layers that he viscerally experiences, and other people too. And I had to develop over my lifetime really good imagination and believing it and viscerally embodying the feelings and understanding based on intuitive awareness of my inner imagery and symbol sets and perceptions and but I would say it's all we all have this ability, is I guess how I would maybe rephrase it at this point, because it's just something that most people haven't tapped into. It's like people are like, oh, I could never shoot a basketball and get in the basket, right? But if you sit there and like have them just go to the line, teach them a couple techniques, like how to hold their arms, how to hold their fingers so when they roll and what their arm does so they can project it in the direction they want to go, and you follow through with your wrist. And like there's just different little things. You learn the mechanics of achieving the goal that you want. And you may miss a lot of times, but you keep trying, right? What makes a right walking man righteous, a right walking? Though he falls 7 times, she rises again. Hmm. The thing I keep seeing my dad saying is joy, joy, joy. Like being able to find joy in life, even in the worst treated circumstances. You know, when they're out of your control, or they're just in your control, it doesn't matter, but they're in process, and it's not necessarily all your circumstances are just blissful and peaceful. Like we're working towards that, not blissful and like my dad would say, just going all day long. That's going on internally. So that the days are fun, they're beautiful, they're growing, they're healing, they're exciting, they're silly, they're joyful, they're playful, they're beautiful, even in the midst of intense arguments or intense different dynamics that come up in life as a general disposition, right? And finding ways to create. My dad drawing and art, and then building these really cool fish tanks, like the different things you put in there. And he had like, I got a picture of it somewhere, but like he'd spill over, so it looks like it comes through the glass and continues on the little like rock layers, and like it just looked like it came out into the desk area. I'm like, whatever, he just made did really cool shit with it. It's very creative. So find joy in little things, you know, if you can, and put joy into it. Allow yourself to find joy in it, to really laugh at a meme or really feel something, even grief, as we're going through tonight. Those who did not get to comfort their loved ones when they were passing usually came to me or somehow came into my life in their very end, and they expressed joy that they wish everyone could feel. And yes, they expressed joy that they wish everyone could feel. Yeah, and like my dad embodied that on this side of the veil. Even with a terminal diagnosis, he found purpose, a ministry as he calls it, to love the terminally ill, the shadow people, the people who are in despair, who had tried all the methodologies in the metastatic cancer group, and there aren't any more. You know, they're literally in that group, knowing they're just on the clock. You know, and some of them my dad talked about, and I was in a couple groups with them too, where people just they don't know what to do. You know, they're like all their belief systems are gone, all their hopes and joys, like their life is ending this quickly. It's like they just don't even know how to process that shit. You know, then others go through times they're angry, bitter, and like that's fine. They give them space to fucking express that shit. Nothing wrong with that. You know? When you can feel what you feel, you know, allow yourself to fully feel what you feel. There's a really cool quote that I like, that I feel every feeling until it no longer needs to be felt. And that can come in waves and cycles. But really trying to be present with every emotion. The frustration, the anger sometimes, and like let's be able to come back and bring reconciliation and find joy again. Coherence, right? Harmonic resonance, to both dance your own dance, but in a way that you're dancing together even when you're not together with other people, and engaging them in their energy and their physical interactions. Jasmine says they may be gone, but their spirits are joyful, and some ache over the dynamics when they aren't balanced. But they're still in peace with themselves, and they are creating the peace and joy. That creation is there there with them in another realm. I wish I could go into more detail, but it's just so long to type it all. That's okay. If you want to, we got space and time here. Whatever you want to type, Jasmine, I think that's beautiful. And I'll wait. Just, if you're typing something long, I'll wait maybe for a few messages to go by so I can read them in order. I heard a lot. So yes, if you feel led to do that, please do, because it's very beautiful, and people like you can connect in this way and bring a more visceral dynamic. Because when you're just saying it, you're not just saying it, like you said. They are creating that peace and joy. Like it brings their energy in and honors it in that way, because you're able to perceive it in that way. You're giving weight to it. If you're giving weight to it, you're creating space for it. So we're creating space for Gina, for my dad, for those we've lost, to come and pour into the community the things they did learn, the positive things. right? From negative experiences, positive experiences, whatever. But taking those pure frequencies and integrating them into our DNA, that we find our own healing in the ways that we can and do from that being, in our interaction with them and our perception of them. I love you, Dad. I honor you. Create space for you here. Give weight to your story, to your life that you live, and the life that you're still present with here. The life that's in my physical vessel came from you. It's pretty amazing. And all those sperms, I'm the one who got through, Dad. You're very grateful for the ways that you taught me how to love and to perceive people that aren't normally perceived, to find them out, to honor them, to connect with them. Right? You had it in your heart to connect with these people. So do I. Thank you for amplifying that in our DNA, because you embody that. I honor you, Gina Jane, for all the ways that you're embodying health and love, and all those interactions, and even Jasmine, those connections you're making, being a very sincere and beautiful person. Well, in the spirit of grieving and honoring, I'll read another blog from my dad. That feels good right now. This is a good one. Well, alright. Alright, Andy's a great one. This is a good one, though. We'll start here. And then I will get Jasmine. I saw you writing there. I was just waiting for to see if there's more coming. And I'll read those all coherently together in a moment. Let's see, how does that look on the screen? Nice. Right on. The text is much bigger in this one. The virtues of the 5 stages of grief. In quotes from the Psalms here. You made all the delicate inner parts of my body and knit me together in my mother's womb. Thank you for making me so wonderfully complex. Your workmanship is marvelous, and how well I know it. I'm astonished how durable God has created us. After all the chemo, radiation, and surgeries my body has endured, including all the traumas I've experienced both in childhood and in the present, I'm still functioning normally. The more I learn about my physiology, the more I'm amazed. God has created complex systems within us to help us recover from the damages of this fallen world. God can truly make something that was meant for evil and turn it into good. Romans 8:28 quotes, "And we know that God causes everything to work together for the good of those who love him and are called according to his purposes for them." So being in alignment with your life path, whatever that is, your true heart, greatest levels of coherence you can have in your life. The more you do that, everything works together more and more for your optimal time. And it's working that way anyway, I think. So if there's things we just haven't addressed or don't know how to address, that everything that can be shaken will be shaken internally inside of us, in our life, in our circumstances, in our family dynamics. But that's good. The shaking, you shake until there's nothing that can be shaken. That's the point. So the things that are going to get shaken and fall apart, they needed to fall apart, fall away. Right? They can be unshaken. You can be shaken, but not fall apart. Right? Sturdy foundation, rebuilding the parts that fall apart because maybe it was on a bad foundation, or different dynamics need to rebuild that thing. Anyway, I'm going to tackle my trauma, an experience that produces physiological injury or pain. In my case, you have pancreatic cancer, the quote unquote, armed with both the Word of God and a sufficient understanding of psychology. A psychologist's answer to this is with the 5 stages of grief: anger, depression, denial, bargaining, and acceptance. ADDBA? Abdad. Flip those around. It's interesting. Along with emotional healing, this can produce a greater strength in us as well. Virtues such as love, hope, truth, faith, and peace, for example. To achieve this, we need the strength and the courage to face our injury or pain with the help of God and others, to take our emotional and physical weakness and let it develop our character, so we can truly fly like eagles. But those who trust in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar high on wings like eagles, and they will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. I'm going to make the 5 stages of grief from its most negative emotion through to the positive emotion, and then onto its virtue. Start with anger. We want anger to transform not into rage, but into strength and courage, and eventually into the virtue of love. Depression. We want depression to transform not into despair, but into a promise, and into the virtue of hope. Denial. We want denial to transform not into unbelief, but into trust, then into the virtue of truth. Bargaining. We want bargaining to transform not into begging, but into belief, then into the virtue of faith. Finally, acceptance. We want acceptance to transform not into dissension, but into acknowledgement, then into the virtue of peace. All said, Dad. Now, there are innumerable emotions between the negative and the positive. When I go through my trauma, I'll just be touching on a few of the feelings of the many that you may experience. If you ever heard the words, "you have cancer," or any other trauma that comes along in your life. Grief is like a snowstorm, a flurry of snow-like emotions, and there are never 2 snowflakes alike. Same is true with an individual's feelings, as in any storm that we need to find shelter and supplies to ride out the blizzard. In my case, God and His Word were my shelter. My supplies are family, friends, Cancer Lifeline, hospice, doctors, my support group, and many others. No matter what trauma that you have or are going through, you must be prepared. He underlines that and italicizes it. Find your shelter and supplies. In the 60 years of my life, he passed away when he was 60. Yeah, it's just insane. 3, 6, and 9s in my life, especially 6s and 9s. I've been through many storms, from tropical to Category 4 hurricanes. I'm going to recommend God and His Word as your shelter as well. Psalms is a great place to start, and also on this website that I'll recommend some resources and supplies to get you started. Psalm 31, he quotes, "O Lord, I have come to you for protection. Don't let me be disgraced. Save me, for you do what is right. Turn your ear to listen to me, and rescue me quickly. I might be my rock of protection, a fortress when I will be safe." Before I share my journey through the 5 stages of grief, I just want to remind you that you may be in the same snowstorm together, that we may be in the same snowstorm together. But like snowflakes, there are no 2 alike. Because of the wind and terrain, the snowflakes will end up in different places, like our grief. One person may experience anger longer, while depression will stay with another, and so on. So when you let God and His Word be your shelter, He'll stock the supplies for your particular storm. At the same time, we can share our resources and support each other. We cannot do this alone. I know, Dad. That's why we're building community. He's always pushing me into wanting to get community, because getting out of church and stuff, he emphasized this. It's not good to be alone like too long. I know you have been and whatever, but to find people, even in your own belief systems and circles, that you can actually lean on. Community, trust. They know your heart. They know your soul. They perceive you in a way. There's just authentic space to be created. First days was depression for my wife and I when we heard those 4 dreaded words, "You have pancreatic cancer." The first emotion was deep sadness. As we walked back to our car from the hospital, we were holding hands and crying. Then later that day, I sunk into depression. As I was talking with God, I started to feel despair and hopelessness. That's when God spoke to me for the second time about my new ministry or career. As He spoke to me through my heart, my despair started to turn to promise. God's promises. You see, a long time ago, I set up what I call my trauma bomb shelter. A place where I would run when the storms of life would come. This category for a hurricane came from nowhere without warning. But my shelter was already built, and God had filled it for me with the supplies I would need for this particular storm. All I needed to do was go to my hiding place and unpack the supplies that God had prepared. As I was looking for my supply kit and my trauma bomb shelter, I started praising God for His sanctuary, and then hope began to enter my heart for the first time. So going to a place of gratitude. Okay, I'm going to go pause here. The intention right first, we're going to highlight that, and then we're going to read, what's next? We're going to read what Jasmine wrote here. Okay, when my husband's uncle passed, he came to me and I channeled him as he was passing. I knew him a short time, and his siblings were just at each other's throats over how he was treated and cared for. My husband was feeling guilt for not standing up for his uncle and also not spending more time with him when he was alive. I was on the phone with my husband at 11 p.m. and I had been staying with my grandma that night, and I just started comforting my husband, and words came out that I can't even remember exactly because it wasn't me at the moment. I felt like something told me what to say. His uncle passed that night at 11 p.m. while I was saying all these things as if I was him comforting his nephew. He also wanted me to help his grandma and his mom. The lights in the bathroom would flicker when I was living with my mother-in-law. This was her brother that passed. When I'd asked the lights if it was him, they'd flicker more. He was still trying to send me a message. The lights eventually stopped, and he actually stopped communicating. I felt he had made his peace. Beautiful, beautiful, Jasmine. You're an incredibly wonderful human being in that regard. More than most. In that regard. Just because of their lack of experience or awareness. Not better or worse. But you're allowing to, even as you may not understand it fully, like you're processing even out here and being affirmed in this dynamic. It's a beautiful gift. Or ability. But summoned is a gift, from birth. I think we were getting into that a little earlier too. And so being able to honor, give weight to those gifts, meaning give place to them in our lives. If that's something that you find joy in and is beneficial, it's not even necessarily you have to go seek it out. It's just in your internal awareness that, if you want to be able to help people in that way, then the right people will come into your vortex over time, and, it's a very beautiful thing. What you're doing, Jasmine, and allowing yourself to do and to be. For yourself and for others. It's a very beautiful thing. Oops. For you are my hiding place. You protect me from trouble. You surround me with songs of victory. interlude. The Lord says, I will guide you along the best pathway for your life, and I will advise you and watch over you. First two things I unpacked from my supply kit, family and work friends. My wife Janice was the first to comfort me. It wasn't from what she said, but it was her actions. She cried with me and held my hand. At that point, I knew I would never be alone on this journey. Oh, yay, Dad, I'm glad you had that. That Monday following my diagnosis, I was back at work. My coworkers and the workers in the stores I serviced stood by me that day and still to this day. That last store I delivered to that day was a red apple in the Central District in Seattle. I love that, like, my dad's worked in this. He has so many crazy stories about what's did down here. Let me tell you, interject here with a funny ass story. So when he used to work, this is longer ago now, but he used to work at the Rainier Beach QFC, which is down the street, and that's a little rougher neighborhood. So at night, and the energy is totally different in cities at night. I don't know if you guys know, but like once the energy changes are like 2 in the morning, 1, 2 in the morning, especially in the summer, different energy, man. Different realities going on that type of night, you know? So like, anyway, he remembers working in a store down there. And, somebody back in the shipping was supposed to open up like shipping bay because trucks were going to be there soon or something like that. And the guy started to open it and shut it back down. And he's like, nope. And my dad's like, what do you mean nope? Like, we got to open this up. So he starts chaining it up. And there's 2 like bums butt fucking right outside. I mean, that might have been early for up to here, but really, this is what he saw. All right. He's like, nope. He just started lowering it back down. He goes, yep, we'll just wait till the truck gets here. Just funny anecdote. Disney said similar experiences have happened. I can't really summon it. Just something that has to happen naturally and organically. Yeah, and beautiful. And a beautiful thing to consider too when you do that, Jasmine. In person, it's beautiful. Like, you don't ever force this, but as a thought too, be able to write down things or type it out as you're channeling through. So I know you're kind of blanking out, but even do automatic writing. You know, that you tune in to try to get in the flow of typing. You know, and stay in the hypnagogic state or somewhere in between. You can do both. Because then they have a record of that conversation. It's beautiful because you may not have remembered when you're saying what you're saying and they heard it, right? But it's how much more beautiful to have, like, I've been doing this since 2006. So I got a voice recorder, I do my audio journal stuff, but recording prophetic words or different things like that, different dynamics of people speaking through spirit and channeling themselves or the Lord or the things about me and about just whatever. Like, I have so many recordings and they're so powerful to go through, like on a quarterly basis or an annual basis at times and seasons of your life, those victories. You know, those beautiful expressions from other people, from your own written expressions. They're really the things that help pull us out of our hole. The way other people have loved you, you know, to have written realities of that to look back on was true and pure and beneficial and healing and whole. And how much greater if it's still that way today with those people, you know, but just having that dynamic written down and be able to reflect on knowing that in the time it was pure and beautiful. And that allows you to pull layers out of that over time. I've listened to many things over time. Like, I've listened to a lot of mine so many times. I haven't listened to them in a while, but they're always playing in my mind when I bring it to awareness. And there's so much that's yeah. Yeah, okay, so I'm not sure what's going there, but I'm gonna go back to this. So it was in Seattle. That grocery store was made there was more of a church than a supermarket, and the store manager was its pastor. Now, Mike was a Christian man with a Pentecostal upbringing, very passionate in his faith, and he would come in on Monday mornings with no voice after praising God with all his might on Sunday. I suggested that he needed to go to Catholic church one Sunday to rest his voice. He told me, Brother John, can't do it. I suggested that maybe as a compromise going Baptist, then once on the Lord's Day. Brother Mike said, can't do that either. For Mike, it was give God his entire self or nothing at all. It was the same at his store. Jesus was preached every day. Pastor Mike was there, and every customer and vendor knew it. That supermarket was the most functional church I've been a part of by filling manager Pastor Mike shelves with bread. And not only was the gospel preached, it was also community outreach to everything from giving out free backpacks, haircuts to kids in the neighborhood, and organized NBA players to help with the events. Oh, I'm going to do this from aaronkessler@gmail.com. Oh, this keyboard doesn't get all the keys sometimes. I love yo. I'm writing at the end of the page with content. Write me a line. Let me know what you think. I'm writing something out. Yeah, you guys are able to see me typing on there, not that you can read it, but alright, I'm just gonna do this. I love you. Oh, it's happened, Dad. Did he? I love you, Father. Faja. I love you, Dad, and honor you, and I'm so incredibly grateful for you, for the ways that you loved, the ways that you perceive and imagined reality, for loving the shadow people, as do I, very much. Submit. Yay. Alright, we're going to read about Andy, because this is great, guys. I'm going to go back to the comments here, and see, Joseph says, had one with my grandpa. His was through a dream. He was abusive, and he knew he was a terrible dad. The abuse he caused his children is almost unbelievable, and he's drowned them. Well, hold on. Oh, okay, in the dream. I was like, what? He was abusive, and he knew it. And he knew he was a terrible dad. The abuse he caused his children in the most unbelievable. He drowned them, hung them by a belt. In this dream, I'm assuming, from a tree, and beatings. He was an alcoholic. Or did he actually do that? Jesus Christ. He's an alcoholic, and all these terrible stories were told to his grandchildren. He died of liver cancer from all the alcohol abuse. And liver, a lot of times, is anger. It's that with the Ayurvedic and ancient Chinese traditions, I believe the liver is the anger in general. Gallbladder is resentment, bitterness. That's when it's progressed. But in the last year of his life, he wanted to make sure that his children knew that he loved them. And so he told them all that he loved them, and he was very sorry in the best way he could. And he wanted to meet all his great-grandchildren. He died before meeting them. Some of my cousins were pregnant when he died. Wow. Oh, hi, Patty. Really, really. Yeah, we're just, I don't know if you've heard, but then you can understand the space that we're in right now, that Gina Jin passed away tonight. Found out live on the show, like an hour, 2 hours ago maybe now. Jeez, it's been that long? 2.5. Frank was on the show up until then, and then he had to go talk to Paula, and then that led into just processing that. And my dad also passed away on my birthday. few months ago, and so I'm sharing his website, Terminal Joy, and this is kind of the legacy he left on level of understanding him. And so he told them with all that he loved them, and he was sorry in the best way he could, and he wanted to meet all those. Okay, sorry. He died before meeting them, so I heard that too. Having food. Oops. He came to me in my dream, and he showed us all together a big white house in a green field of grass, and all his children and grandchildren were there, having food and playing around. When I woke up, he was standing in front of me, fading out. Oh man, I should have waited for you to just keep typing. It's not right in the middle of it. It was fucking great. Beautiful, Jasmine. I really appreciate the way that you experience reality. That's a great statement, actually, to come and think of it. I really appreciate the way you, as a being, experience reality. Very real to you, you know, and to other people too. It's just, you've had that in your experience. I just appreciate the way you experience reality. When I woke up, he was standing there in front of me and fading out. He came when I had just had my son about 3 months after. He was visiting all of us. Yeah, it's beautiful. Stream's been going for 4 hours now. Yeah, it's just gonna happen. Well, we got more cool shit to share about my dad. Anything else you guys want to share about Gina? Again, other situations you've experienced. The time to process grief. So creating space in here to process grief, whatever that means to you. Just let the space be. So even if you're not in the chat or whatever, allowing yourself to cry, connect to the people you knew, even feeling, you know, for me, my dynamic with Gina, allow that to process. You know, not to create new trauma inside of us, but to process the intensity of that reality and giving honor it in that way. Feel it, the whole intensity of it, all of it, the unfairness, the whatever, all the sadness, the just different waves of emotions. Like, feel it all. My cousin's son was too Niebuhr and beer. Met him, had seen his photo, was too young to have met him. It was a typo or not correct. Had seen his photo and said, "Mom, that's the man that plays cars with me." She was pregnant when he died, so he was excited to meet him, but never did in person. And those stories were true. My grandpa was really bad to children growing up. So even in that, like having to be able to have dreams, or that that's the man that plays cards with me. So even there's different dynamics. So even in this vessel, if they've been traumatized in this life and they can't actually communicate from the essence of like their heart, their soul, because the trauma overlays, right? And there's damage that's been done there. It's really hard. So one of the benefits of passing over, like they're free of a lot of the bondage. Literally, I think about the traumas that are in the gut and the myofascial tissue and different things that, like, you know, especially if there's not that inner work that's been done, because if they were, you know, a terrible person in life, but based on their behaviors or certain ways are not great, put it that way, there's a freedom from that trauma. So you can connect with their heart and the purity of that engagement. And those stories were true. My grandpa was really, so that's why the owl purged me so much. Even today, I purged more. Owl's a pretty amazing medicine. So my friend Andy, sometimes God's gifts of strength and courage come wrapped in a wheelchair. John J. Kessler, John James. And I'm going to tell you of someone who inspired me about a young man who has given me the strength and the courage to face pancreatic cancer with no fear. His name is Andy Lutzenheiser. I met Andy back in the fall of 2004. Andy was born with ataxia telangiectasia, or AT for short. It's a rare genetic disease that attacks children, causing progressive loss of muscle control, immune system problems, and a high rate of cancer. Most kids born with this disease don't live past their teens. At the time, we lived in Kirkland and Andy in Linwood, and our church was in Shoreline. I would pick up Andy with his wheelchair and take him to our church so he could be with his friends. After church, we would have lunch and hang out. Our families grew close over the next few years. My son Aaron was a live-in caregiver for Andy. Josh, my other son, and Andy's brother Taylor became friends and got in some trouble with Andy's mom at times. Yeah, that was fun. Early in 2006, Andy asked me if I would be interested in going to Disney World to run in a 5K race to raise money for the cure for AT. Our team would be called Team Cassie. Oh, yeah. Cassie was Andy's older sister who passed away from AT a year earlier. They were both in their early 20s. Cassie actually might have been, actually that time she might have died at like 19 something. And that's her, she's in the picture notes from the thing. I was honored to be asked, and we spent that year raising money and preparing for the trip. Andy pretty much on his own raised over $5,000. In early January 2007, we were on a plane across from the country to Disney World. A few months before our trip, I should have been prepared for the 5K, but instead I developed chronic back pain. Instead of getting better, it got worse. On the morning of the race, the excitement was all over Andy's face. What was on my face was excruciating pain. The pain was so bad I could barely tie my shoes for the race, and since I was bent over, I said a little prayer, God, take this pain away. The race was about to start. There were over 3,000 runners participating. The Disney stage was set. Music, all the Disney characters and fireworks. Disney does nothing small, puts in parentheses. Just before the race, my thoughts were, how am I going to do this? When the starting gun went off and we were heading into MGM Studio theme park, all the racers created a choke point, so we were at a fast walk pace, and this was fine with me. I could use Andy's wheelchair as a walker. Problem solved. But no. I need to stop here and explain something about AT and how the disease affects these kids' speech. They speak slow, and unless you've been around them for a while, they are very hard to understand. Back to the story. If he's going to quote Andy, I'll say it in an Andy voice then. Back to the story. Andy wasn't happy about our pace or my explanation of why we couldn't go any faster. Andy was here for one purpose, and that purpose was to win. So Andy, with a loud and distinct voice that could only come from a professional announcer, yelled, "Wheelchair coming through! Wheelchair coming through!" This kid parted the Red Sea of people 5 wheelchairs could fit through. I don't know. I didn't know if I wanted to hit him or love him. As we ran through the parted sea, everyone was clapping and cheering for us. My pain was so severe, I prayed one last time, God help me. Oh, this me and Andy. Funny thing about prayer, God never answers your prayers the way you want. Instead of taking away the pain, my eyes focused on this 10-year-old girl in her wheelchair, with all the magic Disney World in her eyes and a smile that could make the darkest day brighter than any spring day. She was clapping and laughing with joy, and as Andy and I passed, she mouthed the words, "Go!" Let me tell you, the pain never left, but what came over me, the words Forrest Gump, I ran like the wind. That's so funny. I quote Forrest Gump a lot too. Hmm. Andy and I were the first wheelchair team to cross the finish line. As we crossed the finish line, Andy raised his hands over his head like he just won the gold medal in the Olympic Games. All the families and supporters from across the country with the AT were gathered at the finish line cheering and clapping. It was a feeling neither Andy and I will ever forget. After the race, I reflected on all that happened and sleep and seeing all these kids. They have known their own mortality and pain all their young lives, and any of them living through their 20s would be a miracle. After that, I promised God I would never complain, whatever circumstances that came in my life. Andy has been my inspiration for strength and courage on my journey through this diagnosis. Like Andy, I am in this race to win. And in June 2010, Andy went into the hospital for the last time. Andy was 25. And what he brought to the hospital was his CD player, a picture of his family, and a picture of Andy and I crossing the finish line. This one right here. Beautiful, isn't it? Love you, Andy. Love you, Dad. I love the beautiful space you created together. Chazwa says, I've been releasing the family trauma. Yeah. Night, Patty. Yeah. Whoever is still watching, thank you for sticking around. Yeah. Your dad is awesome, Aaron. He really was in a lot of ways. Your dad is just hanging out with us. Thanks. It's beautiful. You too. And it's funny how you portal the stuff in to the show, sharing screen. You know, we're intentionally creating portals in beautiful ways for community, even like community beyond um, just engagement with the person, like creating a space in this community for him to be very, very present and welcomed. You know, again, like what he did with other people, finding common ground, energetically, being honored, and honored creates. Listen, like I did a video on this. It's like 30 minutes long. I think I cried in that one too. But it's about honor. It's on this channel, and I had a beard this last summer. But honor is such an incredible way to be a human. When you honor others, like Nate, giving me the slider, he's giving weight to me, right? He was thinking about me when he saw this. And then he made so much weight for me. He paid for it. He grabbed it. It wasn't just a nice thought. He grabbed it, paid for it, and gave it to me and told me he was thinking about me. And the wolf thing, like, I said beautiful out loud right when you did it. Right when you did. Yay! Synchronicity. My favorite. Okay, so well, it's only got 3 posts for blogs right now. I think he's got other ones he's working on. I'll have to talk to his wife and see some other ones we can get up here too. Christmas Miracle 2019. Since my Whipple surgery for pancreatic cancer 3 years ago, this is the best I've ever felt. Last March, after talking with my family, I decided to do hospice care. The chemo, radiation, and surgery did the job, but now the chemo and radiation were doing more harm than good. So this year I was hoping to go to Christmas Eve service. As the day wore on, the more fatigued I became, and I realized I wouldn't be able to attend a Christmas Eve service this year. I was just a little disappointed, but not really sad either. And Christmas Day, we were going down to my sister's home with all of us, the family. About 30 friends and family members with games and great food. So staying home on Christmas Eve, giving thanks to God for bringing a Savior into the world, Emmanuel, which means God with us, or El with us. It doesn't matter where you are, but just acknowledging the reason for the season is what it's all about. The worship of the heart, the reverence in the heart, acknowledgement, giving place to something, as we're giving place again tonight. Now, me knowing the percentage of me living right now, I'm very thankful. When I was diagnosed in June 2016, 65,000 people have been diagnosed with stage 1 through 4 pancreatic cancer. There is now, as of this date, December 19th, only around 8,000 of us still living. I'm very thankful for God's mercy and grace in my life. So let's see, 8 times 8 is 64, so it's 1/8. Which is, what would that be in a percentage? Like 12%? 14%, something like that. So, as I'm getting ready for tomorrow, I hear a knock from my front door. It's about 4 in the afternoon, and the cloud cover is making it darker than normal, but at least it's still dry and fairly warm outside. My outside Christmas decor is very simple. Red and green floodlight. Oh, I put a picture there. Yeah, there's a little patio out there to the right. There's 2 chairs there. We just sit out there and talk. So I'd sit out here and smoke, and you hang out with me sometimes. A red and green floor lamp as a porch light for that simple Christmas ambient glow. And of course, my one large red Christmas bulb hanging on our Japanese maple, my Charlie Brown Christmas tree. This tradition I've done for the last 11 years. Yeah, right there. When I opened the door, to my surprise, there were 12 or more carolers. They started singing Silent Night. And as they were singing, my eyes focused on my Charlie Brown Christmas tree and remembering the story I've seen since I was 5 years old. I'll pick up the story when Charlie Brown picked the wrong Christmas tree. Charlie Brown disappointed his friends. Again. And out of frustration, Charlie Brown exclaimed, "I guess I really don't know what Christmas is all about. Is there anyone who knows what Christmas is all about?" The cartoon. At this time, Linus spoke up. "Sure, Charlie Brown. I can tell you what Christmas is all about." Like, it's very great. Like, that's really what this dialogue is. If you've seen it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Linus then quoted Luke 2:8-14 in the King James Version. "And then there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone around about them, and they were so sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, for which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord." Christ means anointed, by the way, Greek. "And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger." And then suddenly there were with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host praising. Or I'm trying to read this best on how I remember the cartoon, just so you know, the cadence on it. "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill towards men." After reciting Luke 2:8, Lance said, 2:8-14, Lance said, "That's what Christmas is all about, Charlie Brown." And with a renewed spirit and determined with his new Christmas joy, he put one Christmas bulb on that little tree. That tree couldn't bear the weight of such a light decoration. The tree bent, as Charlie Brown's spirit bent. But Charlie Brown's friends came over and together supported and gave the little tree some love. The gang sang around the tree. When Charlie Brown came back, he saw how his friends made that little weak tree look so grand. All his friends yelled, "Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown," and all started singing, "Hark the herald angel," "Hark the herald angels sing." Da, da. I don't know, there's some chorus that I forgot. As my focus directed on the carolers and they were finishing singing, I realized God gave me 2 Christmas gifts this special Christmas Eve. The first was I couldn't make it to church, so I cannot even hold myself up because... Okay, hold on, wait a minute. Okay, the first was I couldn't make it to church, so God brought the church to me. And you see that too, and I know my dad would also, the community too, during that service, but the community of those people, and have the people come to you, like carolers, or even think about not necessarily Christmas songs, but just like, you know, holiday songs. There's that whole dynamic, have people, that energy of good-hearted nature, literally singing a chorus, real in person, not just a, you know, it's a channel on Netflix or whatever you put on, or a song, where they're real in person. They're really going in the neighborhood. Like, what fucking cool. I used to do that when I was younger with the churches, and we'd go around the neighborhoods, and like, it was cool, man. People loved it. Like, how can you just open your door and there's people singing to you? Like, it's fucking cool. Like, what a great do it, even do it now. Just like get a group of people together and sing whatever songs come to you that you can sing. Like, It seems like an awesome way to like connect with people and oh shit. The second gift is the grandest. When I'm at my weakest and I can't even hold myself up because because of cancer, some days I feel like that little Christmas tree when I can't even bear the weight on one very light Christmas tree decor. The greatest gift God gave me is you, my friends. You guys hold me up when days I can hardly walk. God gave me the greatest family, friends, and a person could ever have. Thank you with all my love. Merry Christmas. Isn't that beautiful? The greatest gift God made is you, my friends. This is what I'm going to do. Oh, what a cool way to incorporate my dad into this legacy. 222. Jasmine's noticed it. You guys ready for this shit? Gotta go ahead, keyboard out. Boom. Ready? I'm gonna do this way, actually. Boom. Perfect. I got scrolling across the bottom. Nice. What a beautiful, I think that's the last block on here for now. Yeah, post coming soon. Definitely gonna have to connect there. Let's see, did we get to the about? What a great picture of my dad. He's got the whole cancer motif going too. Really, the hood on. He ended up shaving his head just because of the chemo stuff, but he just used an excuse to shave his head, and I think he let it grow back a little later too. But he was enjoying that for a while, just being bald and doing that thing, having a goatee, you know. Yeah. Hey, we did go through all this. Yep. See the laughter. See, I'll be sharing my journey with amazing stories of all the people who are served. Oh, you know what I gotta add to this? terminaljoy.com. Throw that in there too. Jasmine says she just knows Gina's daughter's name is Michaela, only spelled different. That's my middle name. Beautiful, Jasmine. Yeah, it's a beautiful quote. Isn't that funny? How that connection, desire, and understanding of the value and virtue, whatever you want to call it, of community that my dad embodied very much. It was one of the biggest things he encouraged me on before I ended up finding, all you guys and Frank's channel and just different people this last year and a half that have really been able to perceive me in ways that I wasn't be able to be perceived. I've seen myself in those ways, but to hear it reflected outside of you is deeply affirming, healing, you know? When people make perceptions about you that maybe you didn't even see yourself, or they're just so nuanced, and that means the person was really paying attention, whatever that means, engaged, present. Do you know how old you and Jen's kids are? Because that's another thing to be grieved. It's the dynamic they're finding themselves in now, at whatever age they're in. Oh, actually, here's his Facebook page. I'll link this in here. Oh, here's my dad. How do I share this? Oh, it's a nice little URL. Feel free, for this late in the show, all four of you, to join my dad's Facebook group called, what do you title it? Oh, My Journey? Something, I think it's called like My Journey's Facebook group, but I sent you the link in the chat for everybody. See a quote on here: listen long, talk less, serve more. One of the quotes he was really talking about. So here's some pictures of my dad. I remember taking these at the park with him this last year. What day was that? January 15th, Linwood. I think he just uploaded it recently. Well, it might have been January. It's been a long year. Appreciation award. What is this? Oh, good. So John finally got his watch and official plaque. Take a good look at the name. Josh Kessler. After 16 years, you'd think they'd get it right. Hey, look, it's my brother's name. His other son. That's funny. These are the Canonicas. Cananana. So one of my dad's closest friends. That's Taylor. Taylor Lutzenheiser. Sandy's brother. I was just out with him today. I haven't seen him actually since like week after my dad passed. We had a very beautiful evening with Lucy involved as well. It was fucking great. But anyway, so I was here today. I got to see his dad, and his dad has cancer also, and it was really good to hug and kiss his dad and just really connect with him. What else you got, Dad? This is a graduation celebration for their Mesdac group, I guess, or something. Great food and the best friends last night. Thank you, Julie, Kim, Jim, John, and Chris. Oh, hey, Dad. That's where I get some of that stuff from, guys. That's my pops. Oh, it's not even showing you the pictures. Boo, I thought you were seeing this. You're not seeing it. You're just hearing me talk about shit. Hold on. Okay, which one is it? Fortunately, they all have the same titles, so we're gonna have to just try different ones here. Let's try that one. Yeah, that's the right one. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So there's. Let me circle back through these then. I thought you guys were seeing the pictures. So. Nobody even said anything about it not being on screen. That's funny. Maybe it was just so engaging with the narration of the story. So some pops. We're taking these photos for him, with him this day. That was fun. Good lighting. Just a good time with my dad. And this is where, yeah, they awarded it to my brother Josh. He's been there for 16 years on the retirement plaque and shit. Josh didn't even work for them. It just they typoed his name or whatever. And they're just very good friends of his, the Tanakas. And this is the Taylor I was saying before. I was down at barbecue with him and his dad today. That's Andy's brother, Taylor. Mazda Cancer Group. Great food, best friends last night. There's my dad. There's my silly dad. Oh, there's silly again, dad. Oh my gosh, look how red and puffy my face is. It's like such a bad picture, but it's such a cool picture though. This is down in in San Diego. Oh, this I posted this. Yeah, shit. So at the San Padres game in San Diego with my dad and some new friends. 2019, 419. Hmm. Yeah, it was really fun. I took several trips with my dad down to babysit or dog sit at my aunt and uncle's who live down there on Coronado Island. What's it called? Coronado? I think that's right. And I went with him 2 different trips for a week each time. It was great, man. Just hanging out with my dad. We did some edibles one night. It was fucking great. Like all of us. Me and my siblings were there too. It was fucking great. Aw, there's my sister. Hmm. There's buddy Chris. There's my pops. There's on the left. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. So here's pops. Here's my ma. Here's me. Here's my little brother, 6 years younger than me. And there's my little sister. She's 3 years younger, straight between me and my brother. Hmm. There's Janice, his wife. For nearly 20 years. She's a wonderful human being. They're there again. Purple matching purple. My dad was always helping out in the neighborhood, man. Helping do chores out in there, help other people clean their yards, especially people who couldn't do it or had a bunch of kids, and just, just was really helpful. He'd do it. Like he said, oh, mow my lawn, I might as well mow yours. And he's just happy because it was bringing relief, and joy to the neighbors, being a good neighbor and just helping out. I mean, just opens door channels to just be friends and talk. Like, just go out of your way to help people out. Why not? In that dynamic, you're not overgiving. It's just creating space. There he is. Dad's little princess. Dad, yes, again. That was actually at when my uh, grandma passed away, 2013. A bunch of flamingos up in the air. I don't remember what the reasoning was for that. This is out shooting clays at the driving range. This is my brother back in 2008. We just got down, we flew out to Missouri for his graduation from boot camp and 4 months of boot camp and other shit. Um, they were cool. They had crystal rock caves and salt caves down there too. They were fucking cool. We got to visit those. We were down. That was great. Hmm. That's Dale. It's old pastor from up here. I love Dale. Really, really awesome human being. It's my dad giving a speech. You're just good at those. Hmm. Yeah, that's him. Promising to come back and torment me. Really, what a perfect energy from that picture. Jasmine said, just enjoying you talk about your dad. I hope it's bringing you much needed joy and warm fuzzies inside. It is. Thank you. You've been through a lot, Aaron, and you've come a long way. Your dad is most definitely proud of the man you are today. Hmm. My sister, Mandy. And this is in Florida. I'm sure I took this picture. Oh, see, look, Jasmine. They're holding hands. Just because it's fun and silly, and then for the picture and whatever, but it's just fun, man. That was pretty cool and silly. Yep, that's me. Like basketball cut off back at the time. Look at Andy's having a blast. You see Andy's face? Zoom in on that shit. How's it? Does that make it bigger? Not really. A little bit. No, the screen's getting too hard to manage. This has it look on screen. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Oh, it's got that overlay from super zoomed in Facebook. Get out of here. Can't even exit that out. It's just the screen's too big. Oh, now it's bigger? There it is. That's the balance point right there. There's another one. It's the famous one. How have I not like this? Love that shit. And that's Ricky. Ricky came with us too. He was another one. He survived a few years after Andy. And hung out with him a lot. I was care provider at his last camp. We went together. That's me. A little more clean shaven. I think I had a chin strap on. Chin strap going. Yeah, looks like it. Yep, there it is. Man, these pictures. 2012 or something. My wife asked me why Carrie got in the house. I looked at her and said, Decepticons. She laughed. I laughed. The toaster laughed. I shot the toaster. It was a good time. This is the best reason to open Carrie in the home. That is a really good meme. Aw, that's my brother and my sister. She's so lovely. My brother's so smart. Really, really cool people, both of them. Really cool human beings. Really enjoyed building a relationship with them in the last few years as adults. And there's me. Here's my senior picture. One of them. Oh, that's Christmas. There's I was gonna say a novelty set, but what are they called? I don't know the things. Charlie Brown tree. Genius. Oh, that's a little hearth they set up. Oh, this is going over to Green Coulee Dam. I went over there with him too. Yeah, incredible photos. So that's his sister, his younger sister. My dad was the oldest of 6. I'm the oldest of 3. 3 and 6 again. Wow, that's my brother at prom. Look at that. Nice outfit, bro. Really. Be different. Oh, him going fishing with Uncle Dragos. So that was. Yep, there he is. There's Dragos right there. One of the coolest and badass motherfuckers you'll ever meet on this planet. I'll tell you about Dragos. Tell you about a story about Dragos right here. Let's see. You look like a different person without the beard. I know, isn't that funny? And I shaved my beard back in July last year. But yeah, when I go really close skin, it's totally different. It's just totally different. The beard, losing the beard was, I forgot what my jawline looked like. I'm like, oh, hi. And then you shave all the way clean shaven, yeah, it totally looks different. Nativity, that is the word I was looking for. Thank you. Dad's the oldest of 7. Yeah, fascinating. My dad's the oldest of 6. 3 boys, 3 girls. Anyway, so there he goes. He's one of the top movers in the country, or was one of the top movers for just big U-Haul. Wasn't U-Haul, but like U-Hauls, like semi-truck driver, but doing house shipments. Like he was so good at what he did. Being an immigrant, non-U.S. citizen, he is now, but like only very recently in the last few years. And it was only because he wanted to go fishing in Canada and he needed to have his like citizenship here. That's the only reason he decided to do it. It's just so funny. Go through class, learn what you need to do, and like get an actual social security card, I guess, or however that works, right? To become an actual citizen. But he was so good at what he did, he actually moved the Bushes into the White House. Like, just because he's good at his job. Only high security, like, clean record, just really good at their fucking job. Now, he's also got really cool fucking stories he's told. Being on the road, and he grew up in fucking Romania. I've got actually clips on my other YouTube channel, the ACASTLR86 one, of him. Interviews we did to get him to get into Survivor. And he won, man. We put together a story. We had to turn into a 3-minute clip, which is on there, and there's an extended version and shit too. But he fucking won, and was gonna get on the show, and he changed his mind. Shit. Oh shit. For whatever his reasons are. But the point is, he fucking won, man. And there's cool shit. You get to hear his story and what he went through. Like he fucking swam through the one of the rivers over there that was ice cold. in the middle of winter with a bag of clothes in a Ziploc bag or a trash bag just tied real tight to stay waterproof. And he swam across the river, and then he ended up getting on the other side, climbing into a haystack to stay warm overnight, found some shoes from a dumpster, and then basically just being immersed in the culture, learned to adapt and learned how to understand the language and learn how to fit in and to work and to kind of earn your keep and just be a part of the community. So my dad really, or my Dragos there has always also emphasized community. You know, one of the things that I mentioned this on the show the other night too, but that he always emphasized as well was be a good neighbor. The best thing you can do for yourself as a homeowner or renter, any of those things, be a good neighbor. What does that mean? Just be friendly, interact, help out where you can. Because if you're watching their back, they're going to watch your back. If your neighbors don't know you and they see something suspicious going on, they just might maybe report it just because. But if they know there's something suspicious going on at your house or around your house, they're definitely going to keep an eye out or talk to that person or, because they know you. Just allowing people to know you and building that relationship, no matter how deep it is just being a good neighbor. It doesn't have to be super deep or they know all these things about you. But they know that, like my dad, would regularly help out the people in the neighborhood who could use the help. Pressure washing their driveways and stuff just because he enjoyed doing it, put his music in. I get that too. And you enjoy doing it. And it helps out your neighbors, um, what's made you shave the beard completely? It was just time. That's really all there is to it. It was just time. I'm gonna shave my hair eventually too, when it's time. Part of it's recycling energies and frequencies and being able to start something new, restarting those frequencies at the shorter wavelengths, and you can tune into them again based on what the love and the experience that you carried into this life thus far. You can shave and start again, if you will, and bred to depth those layers of awareness. So Dragos would tell stories too. About time truck stops, all the craziness goes down there and like drugs, prostitutes, people mugging people, whatever. So one time in the middle of the night, some guy came up to his door and he opened it and the guy had a gun sticking in his face, right? Saying, give me your money, whatever. And he said, hold on. It's down here. I'm gonna get my money. Right? And he pulls out an even bigger gun and he puts it on his lap and points it right at him. And he said, mine's bigger. And the guy literally dropped his gun and ran. So then my uncle picked up another gun. Also, true story, that SWAT came into the neighborhood one time because of some shit that was going on in the neighbor's house or whatever. It was like kitty corner to him. And so SWAT was moving people out of their houses, especially ones there. They couldn't make you leave, right? And he's like, no, I'm not leaving. Because look, look, I know, like, let me talk to the guy. I'll go talk to him. He's telling SWAT, like, let me handle this shit. Let me handle this. And so they didn't, like, they need to handle it, right? But he's like, I'm not getting out of my home. Like, I'm not going, why would it go anywhere? So man, Dragos, badass motherfucker. There's my cat over here. That's funny. Yeah, he really enjoyed those trips a lot. I don't know what this is a picture of. Nativity, my dad, Christmas. That's in San Diego. Oh look, Easter eggs. Jeez, they couldn't have all been filled with candy. Like, what the heck is going on there? That's Janice. That's one of their kitties. They have two beautiful cats. Oh, the tree. Good job, Dad. Pride and safety, the dorsal bastion. Thanksgiving, the tree for Thanksgiving, Charlie Brown tree. You really love that shit. Yeah, this is out in by Cooley Dam, the Canonica's place. I was out there with him. Beautiful photo. Look what my dad got. It's a great photo. We went out there too and spent several days out there. It was really beautiful. They're wonderful people. Hmm. The officer said, "You drinking?" I said, "You buying?" We just laughed and laughed. I need bail money. I just wanted to tell my family and friends how much I love them. Donald and Hillary, those are your choices. Wow, that's a cool one. Look at that. Fucking moon over Seattle. The space signal. Fuck yeah. Wow. I think this might be cycling through all the pictures uploaded by the community as well, so that makes sense. If I am ever on life support, unplug me, then plug me back in and see if that works. See, it had a great sense of humor about death and morbidity. It was fucking great. Oh my gosh, like it's my dad in high school. See any resemblance? How do I tilt my head that? Shit, I'm trying to make a picture. He's looking off into this way, right? Hmm. They feed me and take care of me. They must be dogs. Or must be gods. They feed me and take care of me. I must be a god. Awesome. I'm gonna pull my finger. It's done. Dad jokes. Chicks be like, which are great. He has some really good dad jokes. Chicks be like, you left the toilet seat up. Look at that shit all over the counter. It's fucking hilarious. Aww. John finds Janice to be irresistible. Happy 10th anniversary. Love you. Look at that fucking shit he made. I don't know, bit emojis or apps or whatever. He's very creative. Here's another one. Thanks, Doc, for the clean bill of health on the prostate exam. John likes his new doctor from the Affordable Healthcare Plan. He was making memes or something? That's cool. I didn't know he was doing this. How do you like the new parental controls I put on your computer, Mandy? Joining AARP has its advantages. Hmm. Aw, it's one of their cats. Oh, it's my grandma, his mom. Grandma June. Oh, look, and she's dancing with my Uncle Kevin. This is my pictures from my brother's training camp. Okay, you know what's funny? That's your age. Occupied Europe. Boy, and I thought getting your tongue stuck to a flagpole was bad. Yeah, that would suck. All right, let me go back to this one though. So, okay, listen. My brother, after his boot camp shit, like they show us training videos. They do like a bunch of excerpts from the week and training videos and shit. Like I was saying, I feel that letting my hair grow after years of having it short. Yeah, and that's why I don't, eventually I will. I don't know when, but I don't see it really super soon because I really like my long hair. I can't tell you how cool it is for my own sensual experience in my body to have my hair like lay on my shoulders and feel that there. Like it's just I've never had that my whole life. It's very comforting. It's like your own hands in some way, like connecting to your body. So it's just touching your skin. It's your own hair, and it's just So I don't know. Maybe girls have experienced that and you're like, yeah, that's just normal. I'm like, well, not really. Not for most people, or a lot of guys maybe. Ugh. Hmm. Hmm. Where'd the mouse go? What was that song that came out back in the day? What does the fox say? And the fox goes ding 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 ding, like just weird sounds and shit. All right, really, where'd my mouse go? Where'd the mouse go, guys? Dude, how come my mouse just... Oh, there it is. I said it didn't disappear. I set it over there so that it wouldn't slide off. I just forgot that I said it over there. Yeah. God, guys. I'm on it. So, okay, so in this story, I'm glad I got shit on the screen stuff. It really, in certain comments, like Jasmine or whatever, like when I'm able to answer a question off comment or a picture, it's insanely helpful for not getting too rabbit trailed, and I was able to pull it back. So we're watching the training video, and one of the ones they're throwing grenades. They're practice grenades, right, during this training shit, but they're practicing the technique and whatever. It's not like, oh, so it's not that hard. And you stand behind a bunker, you pull the pin, you get up, and you throw it, and then you get back down behind the bunker, right? And it's not... The bunker is a little bit of ways or something, not very far, like a couple feet. Enough, though, that this one girl picks it up. This is a dummy grenade, mind you. Picks it up, and her throw was so ridiculous. It hit the wall in front of them and bounced back towards the people. Like, would have killed everybody, right? And the instructor goes, very bad. Just out of nowhere, like, very bad. And she ended up not, like, passing, I guess, because, like, she couldn't figure that shit out. But that's my story. Oh, there's the caves. Just one picture, but that's the caves in Missouri. Oh, maybe that's the carolers that he was talking about, or something else. There's the caves. Caves, yeah. Cool, taking that energy, man. These caves were beautiful. Those salt caves. Whew. Merrimack Caverns. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that's the name it was. Nice to know. Oh, yeah, that was fun. Is this on Wii or Bowlers? Yeah, it was either on Wii Bowl or like actual bowling. We went bowling one time. Okay, very, very old Cass. Small, medium, and large. I think it was me, Mandy, and Josh. Very, very old. Give my dad shit. X-Cast. I think my mom was playing with us too. We were just being funny about it. Oh my gosh, this is me. I'll go right here. It's my brother, my sister. And our brother talking. And our brother's so cute. And my brother. Little brother. Coursera. His prom date wasn't there. I don't remember what his deal was. I think he had a date. Maybe not. Maybe got in a group. Nice. It's a cool photo. It's my brother. It's my broski. Easter egg hunt in the neighborhood. That's cool. Playing with toys or stuff in the middle. That's fun. What are they doing? Oh yeah, when it would snow here in Seattle, or Linwood, just outside the whole Puget Sound here, it snows maybe a week out of the winter usually, and almost never on Christmas. Somewhere before or after. Sometimes it hits in March, like really late. Like, that's so snarky. Reminds me of Frank actually a little bit. I feel like. All right, we're gonna call those good. Yeah, so it's did I link this? I can probably link his group. I did in there. I put it in there already. So yeah. Last smoke break for me. And I'm off to bed. Oh, love you all. I'm shocked that I'm still like I can't believe we're 5 hours in, but this is cool space we're creating. I think soon when people come back, maybe watch a show later for Gina or something. In certain ways. Love you all. Love you too, Willow. What does the fox say? Yeah. Does the fox say? Okay, and I was thinking we can also go to groups. Oh, marketplace. I'm meant to be in pages. I'm in. You're supposed to be pinned. There we go. I almost ever always do this on my phone, so now we're gonna search within the Fearless group for Gina. Let's find my keyboard again. There it is. There for my face. Gina Jen. So let's honor Gina. Gina. I'm going to the hospital today. My detox got a little crazy. I'm not doing well. Slow meal because of this virus thing did not help the matters. So I'll accept my healing energies that are at love or above. Prayer mantra, all welcome. Beautiful. April 16th said everyone energy harvesting is when our responses to a situation empower negativity of another person. It almost as if, see this whole post? It's almost, there we go. It's almost as if we surrender. Oh, you muted Gina? Should be playing. I should be hearing audio. Oh, I think the audio comes through. Sorry, it's on my end. It's a weird thing. I don't hear the audio because it's porting into StreamYard, so I think you guys are hearing it. I'll also have to turn on my YouTube mind. I'm going to mute for a second to make sure that you guys are hearing it. It's not coming through YouTube either, so hold on. I just got to do. Pause, Gina. Hold on. Oh, shit. That's my voice coming through YouTube now. Is to. Hopefully I click the right one. Again. Stop screen. Share screen. Make sure to share audio. There we go. Let's try this one. Now let's try it. See if it comes through. I'm going to mute me and play it and see if it comes through.
I'm coming out. I'm forcing myself to tonight. Today is, I think today is my either my 5th or 6th video, but had I not done a video today, had I not done one, it would have been, I think, the 3rd or 4th day that I skipped my video. I'm going to fix my eyebrows. That's a big thing. It would have been the 3rd or 4th day that I skipped making a video. And as you know, I'm doing this challenge with my coach and friend, and it's 7 days of nonstop videos. And like, you know, as I've said before, I have so much to share, but I'm really going through a lot right now. You know, I have my spiritual up leveling going on and my physiological, biological up leveling going on, and which has turned out to be a little tougher than I had initially anticipated when I set on this journey of healing my whole body. And I wasn't going to go on today. It's so easy to find excuses. I find it's so easy to hit resistance. And once resistance hits, it's so easy to make excuses. You know, as I've said before, having been diagnosed with body dysmorphic disorder, and I'm at a point where I'm about 113 pounds right now, 110 to 113 pounds, you know, to have to look at myself as I'm recording and see my face so gaunt and sunken in looking, you know, and my hair is such a mess because some days I just don't have the energy to do my hair. And I could easily make this a video about resistance and excuses and not showing up for yourself. But that's not really what I want to talk about, even though I probably will make a video about it at one point. But I just want to say I forced myself tonight. I am not feeling that great. I forced myself to come on because I am at a pivotal point in my awakening, in my transformation, where I know, thank you, Ryan, I appreciate it. But where I know I really do appreciate it because I'm struggling with it right now, really struggling with it. Because I know I have this thing. Let me just say this. I know when I'm out in public, I'm a girl. I've always had an athletic body, you know, like a very voluptuous athletic body. Always worked out in the gym, you know, very toned for the most part. And here I am. My ideal weight, where I look my best, is like 155, 160. Even more, really. I've seen myself at 170 and I still look pretty good. 175. I'm tall. I'm 5'7". I have a medium frame, you know, like I look great in the higher numbers. And here I am. I kind of look like a crack addict. If you really see me most days dressed up in my jeans or my pants or whatever I have on, thank you. I look like a meth head or a crack addict or however you want to look at it, or an anorexic, a serious anorexic, or, you know, someone who's got a drug problem. And I know I may be projecting onto some people, but I know some people are looking at me and thinking to themselves, because I know how the ego works. Wow, tell me that girl's not a junkie. Tell me that girl's not a drug addict. And that's tough, you know, for someone who's always been self-conscious, and I'm working on shaking that off. It's tough because I know people are looking, or I know she's dying, or maybe people think I got cancer, you know, because I have that look, the gaunt, skeletal, you know, sunken in eyes. That's what's going on right now where I'm at in my detox. But I do think I've leveled out, which is what you're waiting for. I think I've leveled out at 113. I seem to be recording that on a regular basis. So I think I finally gotten to that point in the detox where I flatline, which is awesome. But I just want to say, so it's easy for me not to come on and make these videos. It's so easy. It's so easy to talk myself out of it. So today, my coach, who is just so inspirational and full of great spiritual insights, had told me back last week. She said, sometimes so inspirational.
So I'm gonna make. That's right, I'm gonna make a comment here real quick, because if you're reading along in the comments, I put the real-time comments on. This guy Ryan Gaffey said some funny things. So anything to see that pretty smile. And he also says voluptuous athletic body. Oh, I remember. You're still a pretty hot crackhead. If it makes you feel any better, LOL.
Sometimes you just gotta get on, even if you don't want to talk or you have nothing to talk about. Thank you. That's funny. So thank you. That is sweet. But she told me, just come on, go on anyway. Just go on, even if you just say hi, I love you guys. You know, I'm taking a little break. You know, be back tomorrow for sure. Just get on. And so tonight, I was like on the fence. I'm like, I can't keep copping out like this, because this is what's going to change me. Every time, you know, I'm very big on willpower, and I'm very big on just getting back on the horse. And as my amazing and loving and wonderful friend Frank Kessel says, you know, being fearless doesn't mean you have no fear. It's one of my favorite expressions. It means you're afraid, but you do it anyway. And I'd like to even carry that over and to say being tired and doing it anyway, being sick and doing it anyway, being not in the mood and doing it anyway. And that's going to make you great in so many areas of life. So I always like to share what I'm going through spiritually, because I know so many people are up leveling right now and going through similar things. And so I just want to say that I'm working on that too. You know, I have a ferocious spirit when it comes to getting shit done I don't want to do a lot of times, but I also can easily be sidetracked by my resistance, by my ego, by my fear. And I try and always remember that being fearless means you're afraid, but you do it anyway. And I've really tried to live by that. You know, I really do try. And I'd say 7 or 8 times out of 10, it's really worked wonders for me, where I just was petrified to do something. And I was just like, just dive in, do it, just do it. And so tonight, that's what I'm doing. I just want to share that. That's what I'm doing tonight. There is something I want to talk about briefly, that I saw in a video that I watched, and I would like to share it for those who, I know there's going to be a couple people who I think resonate with this message, because when I heard it, it really sunk in deep to me. So let me get to it. Anyway, I've been watching these videos by Matt Kahn. Some of you may be familiar with him. People watching this on the replay, some of you may not know him yet. I know, I'll be honest, when I first came across Matt Kahn's videos, I thought I like people who talk fast. That's my thing. I talk fast. My brain works fast. I can receive information pretty quickly, especially if it's not too intricate. And so I resonate more with people who talk fast, you know, have a lot of good stuff to say and say it fast. So what I discovered from my friend Aaron, which totally changed my life, is that you can actually go on YouTube and change the speed at which you watch videos. So everybody's videos now I watch on 1.25, 1.50, 1.75, sometimes 2.0 if I'm just blowing through some easy information. But with this guy, Matt Kahn, I had done that initially and it just didn't work. I was like, oh, it was all right. It was a decent video, but I wasn't interested. I fell off and he wasn't someone I was following. But lately I don't know what happened. I came across a video, something called me to watch it. It was in one of the groups I belong to, one of my amazing groups, Just As You Are. Or yeah, Just As You Are. And I don't know, ever since I realized you can't watch his videos on high speed. And it's not because it's weird because he talks slow. Why not watch it on high speed, right? He has such a deep, profound, spiritual, energetic channeling, I would call it, that comes out in every video that he does, that now I'm at a point, maybe it's because I've changed. Maybe I'm ready for him now. Maybe I'm ready for what he's teaching. But I just want to recommend, if anyone's on the spiritual path and you're looking for some deep transformational insights, I highly recommend you check out Matt Kahn on YouTube. Specifically, I'm sure you'll get good information out of any of his videos, but specifically everything he's done in the last year. I've been going through them now, 1 to 2 videos a day, and his videos are amazing. So what I want to share is one particular insight that I got out of 1 or 2 of his videos, which is about when someone like insults you or is mean to you or treats you like crap. Now, this isn't what I was talking about.
Okay, so pause there because I want to say, one, I had no idea. I don't think I'd seen this video. That I had taught her, like, it brought to her awareness to be able to speed up YouTube videos. Because yeah, like we've done it on the show, it really helps with some of the slower videos and different things. But what she's saying about Matt Kahn, it's 100% true for me too. There's a handful of people I would listen to on single speed, and Matt Kahn every time is someone I would listen to on single speed. So everything she's saying about Matt Kahn, I'm going to post a link here. So this is there's a link in the chat to Matt Kahn's YouTube channel, and I found beautiful resonance, and she's about to share some things that resonated with her from his presentations. She doesn't say I watched part of a video before that one that she posted, and it was really exactly what I need to hear. Beautiful. Yeah, this is beautiful. We watch it now, so I'm going to engage that again. Back full screen. Mute.
Talking about the other day, he mentions, yes, you know, if someone's treating you like crap, you always have that option to walk away from that relationship, walk away from that person, and that's a great thing. But as a way to up level, to really anchor and embody all the spiritual shit. Let me turn this. Let me see how this goes. Yeah, right here. Hold on. To really embody what we're learning so we can bring in the new earth, to really embody that, what's even better than just disowning a person or just being like, F you, you know, I'm done with your crap. Like, you know, or getting sucked into their projections, getting sucked into their self-hatred, is to look at someone, and this is at all times, and say that, and you don't have to say it out loud necessarily. I guess you can, but you don't have to. It's just something you say in your mind so that you don't get sucked into it, whether in low vibration, in negativity, or just totally losing your anchor into the 5D, so that you don't get stuck. A beautiful and different way to look at that situation and say this in your mind is, I totally forgive that you are have forgotten your divine light, and in forgetting your divine light, you're ignoring mine, that you're ignoring my divine light, and I forgive that. So I see so many angry people, like on social media and in real life. I don't, most of the time, I'm not on the tail end of that, because I think my vibration is in such a place, and my beliefs and my knowing and everything is in such a place that I don't, except for a few energy vampires, as I've told you in my previous videos, that the universe, I believe, is teaching me lessons through. I don't really deal with that. Like, I go into stores and everyone treats me really nicely. I put out an energy of divine spark. Like, I know that I am a spark of the divine, and I try and live that and embody it. So everywhere I go, I treat everybody well. I'm nice to everybody. I mean, I always have been like that, but more so now since my awakening. I try and shine my light so bright that it will lift the light and the vibration of others. I always try and say pleasant and uplifting things to cashiers and people I'm dealing with throughout the day, people I run into. But I also believe I'm giving off this vibration that I rarely attract, you know, those situations where someone just goes off on me for no reason or whatever. Some random stranger is just really crappy to me or whatever. I don't, because I believe I'm sharing my light in such a way as it's reflecting back to me and whatever. But like I said the other day, let's look at the energy vampires I'm dealing with. I do have a tendency to get triggered by them sometimes. I do allow them to trigger me. And instead of looking at them like, wow, they're energy vampires, or wow, or getting sucked into it and, you know, doing the name calling back and forth, or playing the manipulation game or the blame game, you know, you're ruining my mood, you're ruining my mood, or, you know, I'm so done with you treating me like shit, and oh my god, you're so stressful. Instead of even getting like that, just staying in your presence, staying in your divine presence, in your now moment, and saying, you know what, I honor your divine spark, and I appreciate that you have forgotten it. You have forgotten who you are. Obviously, you're separated from that, or you couldn't be in that space right now. And I forgive that because you've forgotten your divine spark, you're ignoring mine. and you don't owe me. You don't owe me anything. You don't owe me to know who I am, because and this is the second actually lesson, which is so beautiful. I'm the only one who needs to be awakened. I am the only one who needs to be awakened in my universe. I'm the only one who needs to be awakened in the whole world. And as long as I am awakened, I am where I'm supposed to be. I am doing what I'm supposed to do. I don't need to try and awaken you. I don't need to try and lecture you for what you've just done. I don't need to try and teach you or bring you up to my level. I don't need to do any of that. I just need to recognize that you've forgotten who you are and forgive you for forgetting who I am. And if you can, I mean, I hope I did that justice like he did. He has such a beautiful way to communicate these divine realizations, these divine interpretations maybe of downloads that he gets. Again, I highly recommend you check out his videos. They're just, what a way to start your day with one of his videos. I mean, and I'm the type of person, I believe that time is of the essence. I don't like to watch movies twice unless they're phenomenal. I don't like to watch a video twice because I feel like time is going by so fast. Time is too short. I can watch his videos twice. They affect me in that way that just listening to him, and you can feel the divine being channeled through him. And it's so weird because I wasn't feeling him when I watched his first video.
Sorry, forget before I turn my mic off, I gotta close the YouTube on here so I want to hear it. I just want to emphasize what she's saying, that the Matt Kahn stuff has been incredible, really, for me in a tremendous amount of ways also. So I just want to emphasize and reiterate what Gina is saying about Matt Kahn. And like I said before, listening by choice on single speed, because the cadence, the delivery, is a place for a way with that frequency in his presentation, and the way it affected me, and like Gina was talking about also, being able to find the right speed and the right connection that you can have harmonic resonance from the message. And it doesn't feel like wasted time. A lot of it's not wasted time. It's like when I'm watching certain videos and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, you got to get to the point. You got to go faster, like talk faster, so speed a lot of it up. And it's great. But Matt Cons, that she's talking about in here, is one that, yeah, she's totally right. It's a great one that for me, I've definitely listened to that going to sleep like at night, had earbuds in, like my brain and mind reprogram based on the things I'm hearing and perceiving, engaging in that dynamic. What? Okay. Let me go back to the video here.
I thought it had a good message, but I just wasn't feeling how slow he talked and whatever. And maybe because then I was also trying to watch it on fast speed, and you really want to absorb what he's saying. So I just want to say it a second time. You have a choice every time someone's confronting you, your partner, your family, your friends, your coworkers, strangers. You have a choice in that moment. Instead of trying to give them a lecture and awaken them, even on Facebook. Oh, that's a good one. Don't let me forget that. You're on social media. There's always these troll-like people or these angry people who got to come on and say these low consciousness things or these triggering things or these whatever it is, mean things, projections. They hit you with that stuff. And you have a choice. Part of awakening and part of anchoring in the 5D, in the new earth, in the new way, is you have to embody everything you've learned. So hopefully you're not online just learning, the magical spiritual shit, like how to manifest things instantly. Hopefully you're online learning how to be who you came here to be, how to be the spark of source that you are, the spark of the divine. Hopefully you're watching videos that are teaching you how to dig out your shadow self and your shadow aspects that you've been stuffing down for so long. And when you do that, you don't just learn about them, whether you're doing psychedelics, whether you're doing intense meditative shadow work. Hopefully you are learning certain lessons, and even just going through the matrix, going through life, you know, in your everyday activities, you're being shown certain lessons. Now the trick is you can learn these lessons, you can hear them all day long, but if you're not embodying them, you're not anchoring in the 5D. You're not anchoring it in, you're not anchoring in it. So you have to embody them. And this is such a beautiful teaching, I think, because that's probably, I think, one of the main shadows we're probably all facing is people's anger right now. Because there's a lot of scared, fearful, angry people out there. And they're projecting because they haven't done their shadow work. They're projecting onto you, but hopefully you've been doing your shadow work. But part of that, the biggest part, and I'm sure you're hearing a lot of spiritual teachers say it, if you're like me and you watch, you know, a lot of spiritual videos, you're hearing, this is the main thing you're hearing. We got to anchor it. We have to embody it. So again, a great way to look at someone who's confronting you or who's treating you poorly. And again, yes, feel free. If this person treats you poorly on a regular basis, feel free to disconnect from them. Feel free to cut the cord. But in the meantime, so that not only does it not ruin your day or put you in a bad place or lower your vibration, but it also gives you a chance to, I think, leave an energy field from them instead of just walking away angry, and then you leave an energy field of anger there, and maybe that person goes home. I've always said this, like, to my boyfriends and stuff, or to angry people I know who honk the horn on the highway when someone cuts them off. You know, you're chucking them the bird or you're riding their ass now. Maybe that person's going to go home all stressed out because they haven't mastered their shadow either. And maybe they're going to go home and hit their kid or hit their wife or get in a car accident in a couple of minutes because they're not paying attention. You just don't know what someone else is going through or what your bad reaction is going to cause in them. And we're not here for that anyway. We're here to bring in a new earth where we don't act that way. We don't let our egos control us. So maybe the beautiful thing to do and make this a habit. I'm going to start doing it, you know, because that's something I'm dealing with a little bit with just a couple different people in my life. Is the two very big lessons is you don't need to awaken anyone. It's not your job. They came here to experience certain things, and no one is going to awaken because you try and force them to. It is not your job to awaken anybody. If you want to speak your truth, do it. You know, you want to plant seeds by speaking your truth, do it. But it's not your job to awaken anyone. And it really took me, my friend Ron's been telling me for 10 years since the beginning of my awakening, but it took me 10 years to really want to do it, to feel something click in my head where I understand now that I don't need to do it. Not just because I'm being told it's not my job. I have a major understanding now. We don't need to awaken anybody. This is, everybody's on their course. Just everything's as it should be. Everyone's just on their course the way they have chosen for themselves. It's not your job to awaken anyone. No one needs to be awakened. No one. No one needs to be awakened. Not your child, not your parents, not your siblings, not your friends, not your neighbors. No one needs to be awakened by you. And no one needs to be awakened, period. If you're awakened, that's where all the magic is. And you just have to stand in your truth, do what you need to do to embody.
So she says that she's some beautiful. Oh shit. She says that having to play back for YouTube. I just want to touch on there and emphasize, and very much full agreement with her on the dynamics of not being able to save anyone else, and it's not our job to awaken. I mean, if you want to take on those soul contracts, you can, but it's much more freeing when you know that, as she's saying, where the magic happens, and you're doing your own inner work, and you're healing you, and then everything in your environment's an overflow of that beauty and the work that you've done or am doing, and awareness of self. The greatest gift God gave me is you guys, you, my friends, John James Kessler, my father. And knowing that you just being you, embodying a creator being, that sparks a resonance in others. So it doesn't have to be effortless. You don't have to evangelize anyone or save anyone. You just do you, really. And people see that beauty come through, the authenticity.
All the things you've learned and trust that's it. That's the ascension. That's the magic. That's what you came here for. You came here just to awaken, they talk about it in the Matrix, just to remember, and to remember why you made the choice, and just to remember the choices, like, let them come to you, you keep doing what you need to do, and you're just going to keep up leveling, and that's your only job. So the 2 points I just want to make, and maybe you could give this some thought and think about how life-changing this could be if this resonates with you and you decide to internalize it, process it, and just start living it. You are the only one who needs to be awakened in your universe, because when you're awakened, nothing can shake you, nothing can break you, nothing can rattle you. You're centered, you're grounded. No one can affect you, no one can trigger you. That's all you need. That's all it has to be. That's where the magic is. And so when someone does disrespect you, treat you poorly, talk to you, whatever it happens to be, a bad mouth you, whatever it is, look at them and say, I recognize the divine light in you. Clearly, you have forgotten the divine light in yourself. You've forgotten who you are and you're not ready to remember yet, and that's fine. And it's okay. I know I recognize the divine light in me, but because you've forgotten the divine light in yourself, and of course, and that's caused you, if you don't remember the divine light in you, how could you remember the divine light in me? And that's okay. I forgive you for that. It's not your time to recognize it in me or you, and that's fine. And then something's going to shift in you, in my opinion, when you can have that realization in that moment. You can center yourself, ground yourself in that moment, be in the now, and totally just keep saying the two things. No one needs to be awakened but me, in my universe, in my reality, and on this planet. And you don't need to recognize the divine light in me. And then you have a choice. You can, depending on the level of what that person is doing or has done, you can choose to accept their behavior, or you can choose to make a move that keeps you away from that person. But now you've just left not only a beautiful energy in your energy field and their energy field, you have transmuted something that could have changed into something so ugly and low vibrational, and left that little in the energy field, in the Akashic records, whatever. And you have transmuted that and left that person, that toxic person, that low vibrational person, you've left them with something much more beautiful in their energy field. And then you could even choose to bless them after that, if you chose. and just send them love, send them a blessing, wish for them. This is something else that Matt talked about in another one of his videos. Or maybe in that same video, I forget. But whatever you wish for yourself, send it to them. So if you wish joy for yourself or peace or whatever it is, say to them, you know what? I wish you joy today. I wish you peace. I wish you inner peace. That's something I love for myself. Inner peace, there's nothing like it. Because when you have inner peace, no one can mess with that. So maybe you say to them before you walk away, after you've said that stuff either to them or in your own head, you could just be like, I wish you a beautiful day today, or I wish you so much joy today, and just understand everybody's hurting. We all know people who lash out are hurting, and just maybe that's where you find the compassion in having a little ritual that you do every time someone is mean to you, every time someone forgets the light in you. Have a little ritual you do where you remind yourself that they've forgotten who they are, forgive them for forgetting who you are, and then send them a blessing that you would want yourself, but put that blessing onto them. And if you make that a little ritual and you keep practicing it and practicing it, eventually it'll become part of who you are, and you'll be untriggerable. You'll be unshakable. Your vibration energy vampire will no longer be a term in your vocabulary, because you'll be in such a place of centeredness and groundedness that no one will be able to suck your energy. So I just wanted to share that, because I don't know, I'm just in this place this last couple of days where I'm feeling the love. I'm feeling the transformation. I am totally feeling Matt Kahn's videos. They just put me in a place where I realize now I'm coming back to things I've already learned, but seeing the new truth, seeing a higher truth, seeing a deeper truth, and feeling it more, really feeling it and embodying it and wanting it to be, it's resonating with me, and I'm wanting it to be part of who I am and what I bring to this planet. So again, just think, maybe give it some thought. If this is not something that resonates with you, maybe give it some thought and find something you want to say that works better for you, but do it every single time. Either say it in your mind or say it to them, and maybe put a blessing in at the end, even I love you, or even if it's just in your head or out loud, and but make it a ritual where you always do the same thing all the time, so that way you don't forget. And watch how it shifts you. Watch how it shifts your thinking. Because, I had an issue tonight with someone that one of the people I've been having confrontation with, and the conversation started going a certain way. And I actually said to him, you know what? That's my fault, because I don't need to awaken you. I don't need to awaken you. You don't need to be awake, whatever. And you're right where you're supposed to be, and that's okay, and it's beautiful. And we didn't end up getting in an argument. So, and then shortly after, I just sent a whole bunch of blessings to this person in my mind, because they really need it. They really need it. They're really suffering and struggling right now. So, all right. I hope that wasn't too rambly and all over the place. I didn't really prepare, because I didn't think I was going to come on. So I didn't really prepare it well in my mind. And then as a last second thing, I was like, no, do it. Do the video. You'll be so happy you did. And someone's going to see it who needs to hear it. So I love you all. Anyone watching this on the replay, I love you all. I love you, Ryan. Thank you for checking in and checking my video out. And see you tomorrow. I'm definitely coming on. I got to see if it's video 6 or video 7 to finish my challenge. Because there's definitely a couple other things I want to talk about. So love you guys. See you tomorrow. Have a great night. Have a great week. Love you. Bye.
Okay. You know what? We don't really have time constraints on the show, and keeping with the somberness of this and honoring her and giving her space to speak her voice and her truth. She said in the intro to this, she said, energy harvesting is when our response to a situation, energy harvesting is when our responses to a situation empower negativity of another person. It is almost as if we surrender our positive energy to an outside source, and losing control of our own energy is detrimental to our individual spiritual process. When we surrender our energy, it can be extremely difficult to stay in the present moment. So let's see what else Gina's posted in here, huh? It was just in the group. Let's see, let's search again. Gina Jen. Gina Jen. Okay, this is a post here from Caroline Larson in tribute to Gina. Whenever I read posts in this group, I feel home. I know you all are my people. Gina Jen invited me to the group, and quite frankly, wouldn't leave me alone about how I needed to follow Frank Castle. She would constantly send me posts and recordings of the podcast, and I met Gina when I was 19, and at the time, it was an abusive relationship. Gina came and would pick me up just so I could get away or just have someone else around. We instantly connected over health nutrition, talking about how the government was fucked and people needed to open their eyes. And so I'm so saddened by this news right now. I know she's with us, guiding us, and will probably be screaming at me anytime I reach for processed junk food. Gina was and is truly fearless. She spoke her truth with power and conviction and never gave a shit what anyone else thought. I wish to carry on her spirit in that way. I love you guys and thank you for just being you. Gina sent me this video 9 days ago, and it was the last thing that she sent me, but it seems fitting. And you guys, this is a GoFundMe that started. I actually want to link that here. Oh, where's the specific link? Let's find it out here. I just need it to show up here. There we go. So I don't know when this was started. Probably tonight. Someone started, and we've already got $1,009 raised. 15 donors. So whatever anyone can chip in, $10, $20 or something, if you feel there's a great way to do that. Gina Ginolfi. Gina Ginolfi. I didn't know that was her last name. So it says on here, we're deeply saddened by the fatal diagnosis of a rare stage 4 pancreatic cancer for a beloved mother, grandmother, daughter, sister, and friend. Gina Ginolfi. Gina's life is being cut short at the tender age of 45. And this is a tragedy for her family. She evolved immensely over her lifetime and quickly realized that the world needed more selfless people. She always put others before herself, and she would often give the shirt off her back to help others in need. Gina felt that good deeds would bring good karma to the world. She lived in the lifestyle of a minimalist and did not feel that belongings were as important as helping others. Her biggest disappointment of this diagnosis is that she will not be here to help her daughter or watch her grandchildren. She is truly looking forward to the birth of her grandchild number 4, whom she will never meet, as this child will be born in August. Spending quality time with her daughter and grandchildren brought her immense joy. Gina is leaving behind her young daughter, Michaela, is the mother of 4 young children, a single mother of 4 young children. This death was very unexpected, and her daughter was not prepared at all. We would like to help Michaela out, navigate through this difficult time, and give her mom a proper burial. A close friend of the family has organized this page to allow those of you wishing to alleviate the sudden financial burden placed upon Michaela to make a contribution to help offset the expenses of Gina's funeral. Your generosity and support are greatly appreciated. And if you are not in a position to donate, your prayers are greatly needed for Gina and her family as well. Hi, Gina Jen. Yep, Frank just posted that too, a couple hours ago. Gary B, goodbye, Gina Jen, fly free, beautiful lady. You'll be greatly missed, but never forgotten by us, your fearless family. Alright, so when we listen to this one too, we're just going to give space for Gina and anyone else who might come. Posted some links to the show and letting people know that we're honoring her, watching her videos right now. And again, the space we've created this whole last night for 3 or 4 hours now is a space to process a lot of grief, really, in different ways. So if you're just tuning in now, then definitely, if you want to process through some more of this dynamic, in this show, we're honoring her and going through our own processes here, and it's really beautiful. So I'm going to play this now.
I know, I keep forgetting to, I should make a little thing saying I'm going to do a little Facebook Live, but I'm just going to do this is going to be super quick. My nose won't stop running. I was just out in the cold and my nose is kind of like running incessantly. So I just want to do a little update on my little energy vampire story from the other day for anyone who may have seen it. I know we're all going through some, oh, actually, you know what? I just want to do real quick. Hold on. Let me just do this real quick. Oops. All right. For anyone who may have seen it, we're all going through some massive shifts, and for those who know, like, it's a spiritual thing, we're being shown stuff and we're having these deep realizations, a lot of us. And the trick is, it's easy to have the realization kind of, it's something that kind of, sometimes it's like a download that pops in your head, or just suddenly an intense realization like, wow, I have been doing this or my whole life and I didn't realize it, or I have been running this program. It could be when you're meditating, it could be when you're doing dishes, it could just be in the middle of a fight, whatever. And you have this realization, and it's part of your, it's part of your spiritual transformation, But the trick is, it's not about just, you could have the realization, because I've had some, and some I've instantly implemented, and some I kind of got, I don't know, you forget, you got to practice it. Like spirituality is a muscle. When you figure out new things and you come to new places in consciousness, you have to practice that like you would at the gym, So say like when you first discover awareness, consciousness, and you realize you want to be more aware in each moment. That's something that to this day, my spiritual awakening like started say about 7 years ago, whatever it was, really got going where I really acknowledged it was a spiritual awakening. And I remember I read A New Earth. This was my real catalyst. I read A New Earth. And it totally changed my life. And I became aware of what consciousness was and awareness and the ego and everything. And to this minute, I still have, say, arguments with people where if I was truly conscious and aware, I would never get sucked into an argument. But so it's like a muscle. You keep practicing until you fully embody the lesson, until you fully embody the new practice. And you might even never get something fully, whatever. But the trick is to just keep trying to implement it, trying to embody it, and keep practicing it, and don't be so hard on yourself. So, my kind of realization the other day was that I had boundary issues. I kind of had this realization before that, but really realized there's a couple particular people in my life who I don't quite have the boundaries with that I would normally have with other people, that I've allowed myself to make excuses for them. That was just my basic realization, that I've made excuses for them, and therefore I'm letting them get away with stuff I would never let other people get away with. So I just kind of want to do an update and share that one of the people I decided that all right, let me say this. I decided the other day, after this intense realization, and after talking to my coach / friend, that I was going to let these people know on no uncertain terms, was I any longer going to be their doormat? Was I any longer going to accept those kinds of behaviors or treatment or disrespect from them any longer? That from now on, the phone call would be ended immediately. The relationship would be cut off immediately. Whatever it was that I had to do, the text message would be ended immediately. Whatever it was, when they were making me uncomfortable with their particular things that they're doing, that I am no longer making myself available for that for any reason, under any excuse anymore, ever again. So what I decided to do was confront both people. And one, it was a quick confrontation and whatever, and the person's still trying to contact me, whatever. The other one, who's actually the more scary one, the scarier person to kind of have the face-to-face with and say, I'm not available for that anymore under any circumstances. And if you put me in that situation, I'm going to like make big moves that you're not going to like. You get in my face, you whatever, threaten me, bully me, whatever. I'm going to make big moves that you never thought I'd make before. I'm not putting up with it anymore. I'm not available for it anymore. So I actually did decide yesterday to confront that person fully with my new list of clearly stated boundaries on what I am available for and what I am no longer available for. And we actually had a pretty nice conversation. And that person told me some things that they don't like. And I basically decided, even though I don't do to that person what they do to me in any way, shape, or form, but to be fair, to be the leader, and to be aware and conscious, I decided to, even though this person's things about me were like this, and my things about them were like this, I decided that the right thing to do was to also take their boundaries into consideration and set a good example. And I decided that I'm going to respect their wishes for what they asked for. And I don't want to dismiss it in any way, but it was kind of basic. Like, when I don't want to talk about something, I don't want to talk about it. So even though that's kind of not fair to me in this particular situation, I respect that from now on, when that person says, I don't want to talk about this, I'm going to respect that boundary of that person, and we won't talk about it. And then it's up to me to decide if that person continually does that in such a way that I feel like we never get to talk about important stuff that I want to talk about that affects me, that I will just end that relationship. I'm no longer going to go around that person. And they decided we had actually an amazing talk that I was, Julina, oh my God, hi, how are you? Love you. Mwah. Long time no talk, no see. Oh, I hope you're doing well. I love you so much. Hi. I don't usually see you on Facebook. But so I don't want to get off topic though, because I do want to keep this a kind of short video today. But we had a very nice talk. We both stated clearly what we need our boundaries to be from this point on, which was nice, I guess, that, maybe it forced me to look at, I don't take that, because I don't abuse that person. I don't really take their boundaries seriously. Like when they tell me they don't want to talk about something, that I realize I do kind of push it on them, because I feel like they kind of owe me that in that particular situation, since they're the one kind of putting me there. It's tough to get into without telling the story. All right. It's tough to get into without telling the whole story, but it did make me realize that, as let's say petty as maybe that boundary seemed to me, or as unconscious as I think that is to make me stuff down my feelings when I have something important I want to get out, but that, maybe that person does have a hard time facing things and having certain conversations. And I'm not that type of person, but maybe I need to respect that. So actually, it was like a second epiphany that I always have the choice. If I don't like that person's boundary, that I can walk away from the friendship for that too, or the relationship, whatever relationship it is, I can walk away for that. So if the person's not respecting my boundaries, I can walk away. Or if I really don't like theirs, if their boundaries are putting me in a spot where it's making me uncomfortable for a length of time, like you never want to talk about anything, even when it's important stuff to me that's bothering me, then I can end the friendship or the relationship for that as well. So I guess I had kind of two epiphanies in the last few days, which is I want my boundaries respected. And no matter how petty the other person's boundaries seem to me, or how much I can't wrap my head around it, that I need to respect theirs as well. And then you can always make that decision. If there's something about that boundary you don't like, you can disassociate from that person. But things actually went really well. So I just wanted to share that I took a chance, confronted the person, actually both people, but one I had a really great long conversation with. We went over a whole bunch of things that needed to be gone over. And since yesterday and today, we've gotten along a lot better, and there haven't been those issues. And we actually found some great meeting grounds on certain things that we had to work out. And it really was a really positive, hi Joan, a really, really positive interaction. So I took my feelings. I took my download, which was I need to start implementing boundaries for everyone equally. No more excuses for people. Really stand in my power and let people know who I am and what I expect if I'm going to continue to have any kind of interaction or relationship with you. I stood in my power. I demanded that, and I'm embodying it now. I'm going to practice it. And even if I fall off one day and I'm like, shit, I'm doing it again. I found myself doing it again. Then get back on the horse, just like we talked about in another video the other day. Not quitting. When you decide you're going to do something, you keep, even if you fall off the horse, even if you fail, even though I don't like that word, you just get back on, get back on, get back on until it becomes second nature, until it becomes a habit.
Okay, and we were just talking about this. I'm just going to pitch in here for a minute what she's just talking about early on the show. What makes a person right walking or righteous is they get up and keep going. Really, that's what we're talking about, and Jan's talking about right now, and it's beautiful. And Caroline, you said thank you for honoring her in this way, and that was like Peter's being glitchy. I was trying to write a comment back to you in here by saying you're very, very welcome. And we've been engaging these dynamics of grief on this show for the last like 4 hours now, in different ways. My father passed on my birthday, just 2 months ago, and was able to process a lot of that right through his blog on here. And then we've been watching Gina's videos, and I'm not going to take too much of our time here. I'm going to go play some more of a video here. Carolyn said, internal wisdom. Love you guys. It's 4 a.m. here, and my body and mind are needing rest. I'll be back on the AM. Good night. Good night, Carolyn. And anybody else? I mean, this stream's going to just be up too, so it's a very organic thing that's happening tonight in a very beautiful space that we've created. So I'm going to get back to playing Gina's videos.
Habit until you develop the neural pathways where it becomes, what's the term? Where you do it on autopilot, where it becomes so natural, you do it automatically, and now that is who you are. So you know the bad habits eventually will go away, and the good habits will eventually become autopilot. You do them on autopilot, and so just keep practicing. If it's boundaries, if it's something you want to achieve, whatever it is, practice. So that's basically all I wanted to say is I'm practicing what I preach. So I didn't just come on here all gung-ho, adrenaline ridden the other night, you know, and passionate and talk the talk but not walk the walk. I'm doing what I say. It is my ascension, my evolution, my cocoon, caterpillar in the cocoon to a butterfly. I'm not I look forward to it too. We have to start talking more on the phone too, Jelena. I'm learning lessons, and I'm taking those lessons and I am running with them. I'm not just, I promise you, the me you're going to see in 6 months or a year, if you do continue to watch my live videos and you do watch me progress, is I'm on a mission. I have set an intention for myself that I want to be the best person that I could possibly ever be. And I want to live in the highest and greatest timeline that I could possibly ever live on. And to do that, you have to do the shadow work. You have to look at yourself, see what your darknesses are, see what your flaws are, if you want to call them that. That's a harsh word, but we do have flaws, for lack of a better word right now, and see what your things are that are holding you back from. We have these little things we do. I wish I could think of a better word for it than flaws, but these maybe imperfections in our thinking, or incorrect thinkings, that like programs that we're running, and they're not getting us where we want to go. In fact, they're holding us back, and we got to look at them, find out what they are, process them in such a way that they no longer hold us back, and we let them go, and we just start stepping into our greatness, because we are living in the 2020, which is the year of clear vision. And that clear vision, if you use it on the inside to look inside yourself and on the outside, that clear vision for 2020 is going to get you where you want to go, which is greatness, which is your highest and greatest timeline, which is you embodying your truest and highest self and living in abundance and bliss and happiness and fulfillment, and being in a career, if that's the case, a relationship, multiple relationships. All your relationships should be fulfilling. Every person that is in your inner circle or your next circle or your circle outside of that, all those relationships should bring you fulfillment. And if they're not, you got to look inside yourself and see why you're still continuing with those relationships, and or what is inside of you that vibrationally is attracting that relationship. So that's what I'm doing, and I know a lot of you are doing the same. This is the year of transformation. The whole planet is transforming, and it's your job individually to make the changes you need to make, so you can do your part for the collective consciousness and, you know, for humanity. So and why wouldn't you want to make those changes if you have a chance to make the best of your life, the rest of your life, I should say, the best of your life? Why wouldn't you want to do that? So switch to a career that's fulfilling. Start your own business. Get in a relationship where you're treated the way you want to be treated. Cut people off who make you depressed, who don't add value to your lives. And then when those people are gone, you will be in such a place vibrationally you'll be so happy that you're going to attract the people that you do resonate with, and that the type of people you've always wanted in your life. So it's time to make these changes. Now's the time. Now's the time. Let's make them, and let's all look at each other 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, and be like, wow, I'm so glad I made those changes, because this is the life I was always meant to live. That's what we're doing right now. That's what's going on right now. So let's make that happen. You know, let's do it together. Let's support each other. Let's share our stories. Let's raise each other up. Let's lend helping hands. Let's do what we need to do. Someone needs some money, send them $5. You know what I mean? Someone's business with everything going on right now, and you have plenty of extra money, maybe try and buy something they're selling instead of going to the local store and buying it. You know, someone tells you they're depressed, send them a private message. You know, be vulnerable, share your story in your videos. You know, come on, even if it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and tell people what realizations you've had or what you're going through, because you never, even if it helps one person, you just never know. You know, so that's all I want to say today is, you know, I had the realization, I did what I needed to do. It turned out to be very beneficial. And now I'm looking forward to the next steps, the next changes, the next transformations that are coming, because I got big plans. As I always say, this caterpillar is about to turn into a butterfly. This girl is on fire. So I love sharing my journey with you. Love you guys so much. Thanks for tuning in. And today's day 5. So I'll see you tomorrow on day 6. Love you guys so much. Have a great night. Have a great quarantine. Take care. Bye.
Oh, sorry, I'm pausing, guys, because I'm trying to reround the video back to a spot. And if I can get my keyboard to work here. Oh, sorry, I'm pausing, guys, because I'm trying to. That's me coming through YouTube. Oh, come on, man. What's the deal? Don't give me these problems now. Yeah, we're hooked up here. The problem is, Coach. Just dead? Okay, well, I guess I can do it on my phone. And I'm going to replay this back here, and there's a quote of hers that was really good that I want to write down. All right, let's see. Thanks for bearing with me, guys.
And tell people what realizations you've had or what you're going through, because you never, even if it helps one person, you just never know. You know, so that's all I want to say today is, you know, I had the realization, I did what I needed to do. It turned out to be very beneficial. And now I'm looking forward to the next steps, the next changes, the next transformations that are coming, because I got big plans. As I always say, this caterpillar is about to turn into a butterfly. This girl is on fire. So I love sharing my journey with you. Love you guys so much. Thanks for tuning in. And today's day 5. So I'll see you tomorrow on day 6. Love you guys so much. Have a great
Hi, Gina. I shouldn't play it the last bit one more time.
I did what I needed to do. It turned out to be very beneficial. And now I'm looking forward to the next steps, the next changes, the next transformations that are coming, because I got big plans. As I always say, this caterpillar is about to turn into a butterfly. This girl is on fire. So I love sharing my journey with you. Love you guys so much. Thanks for tuning in. And today's day 5. So I'll see you tomorrow on day 6.
Are you guys hearing the audio come through? I'm not hearing it
Love
come
you
through.
guys so much. Have a great night.
Unless I'm
Have a great
lost.
quarantine. Take care. Bye. Oops. Get out of that.
My phone wasn't actually playing the YouTube video that I thought I was playing, so I missed all that. So we're gonna listen again. Maybe we can hear June's voice again, which should be great.
I had the realization. I did what I needed to do. It turned out to be very beneficial. And now I'm looking forward to the next steps, the next changes, the next transformations that are coming, because I got big plans. As I always say, this caterpillar is about to turn into a butterfly. This girl is on fire. So I love sharing my journey with you. Love you guys so much. Thanks for tuning in. And today's day 5. So I'll see you tomorrow on day 6.
Dude, that's the one. That's one. This caterpillar is turning into a butterfly. This girl is on fire. Gene and Jin. Sorry guys, no silence on the show for 2 minutes time right now, but it's all fitting and appropriate. Then select all. Let's do that. Throw that in there. We'll also put that. Here. In a second, should be able to pull it up. Here. I just need to copy and paste this. Into here. Voila. Love it. So we got our quote on the screen now. This caterpillar is turning into a butterfly. This girl is on fire. Hi, Joanna. It's good to see you in here. So groups. Well, my keyboard stopped working all of a sudden. That's just silly. Okay, so I guess we do touchscreen. That's fine. It's super responsive. Win with MDC.com, CP25, Authentic Me. Grandma, Regenerative Detox, my daily choice. Hempworks. This is where she said the other day, I'm going into the hospital today. My detox got a little crazy. I'm not doing well. A slow meal because this virus thing did not help matters. I'll accept my healing energies that are love and be out. I read that earlier, but it's worth reading again. This one we just watched. This first one, yep, in a second. She had 7 videos for 7 days, so there's gotta be more. Right? I'm really against whining and complaining. I know I can handle anything the universe, YOU, has for me, but I am starting to get drained. The universe keeps throwing it at me, and I just don't understand why I need this much shit in my path. I'm really getting tired, and the weird thing is that there you go. And the weird thing is that because of my super healthy raw fruit diet, I am literally never tired, but dodging these curveballs is starting to suck life out of me. Really. It's a bunch of dealing with people's projected unhealed traumas. But why does it all seem to be projected onto me? Why is the universe fucking trying to show me what is it? And like, look, she's even striving to understand everything she's going on. And she was attributing it to thinking detox got a little crazy. But like she said, with a fruitarian, he was having plenty of energy every day, and then she stopped, and they found out that she had a giant tumor on her pancreas. Oh, look at all her responses, these comments. Big one to Angela. Big responses. She's really engaged, man. She really loves you guys. I knew you guys loved her too. Let me see. Where her videos, other videos be on her actual page? Maybe? Videos. Oh, look at her family. It's beautiful. Oh, and here's her videos. Yay! They are. She did do them on her Facebook. Good for her. Okay, so we just watched that one. Maybe we'll go backwards through them for the time being. Let's see, that one's an hour 33, 30:25, 11:53. I'm gonna go with this one, the first of her 7-day challenge, it looks like.
Okay. Hey, nobody's on right now, but everyone who has seen my videos know I like kind of prefer to go on when nobody's on. it alleviates my nervousness. But I just want to make a super short video. I don't have much time. I feel kind of inspired today because I'm getting a ton of pain in my kidneys, which means my kidneys are about to start filtering properly for the first time in years. I've been doing this fruitarian thing for about a little over 2 years now, but I haven't really, I'm doing what's called a fruit detox. Many of you on my page know what I'm talking about. Some of you don't, but basically what it comes down to in a nutshell that so many people don't know is, and I know I'm going to get all kinds of argumentative statements at the end of this video, especially from Kelly Raber. We were never meant to eat animal products. We were meant to eat raw fruit. We're frugivores. And I can have this argument for hours and hours with people, but the proof is in the pudding. You know, the body is self-healing, and really there are several ways you can get a little bit of healing done, but the only way to get full healing is a fruit detox, to eat the food that your species was designed to eat from day one. So many people don't know. I know there's going to be so many people that watch this video that are going to be like, she don't know what she's talking about. We're meant to eat meat. Of course we are. I've been reading articles about it for years. And or we're meant to eat grains. The what do they call them? The cavemen ate grains or whatever. There's always some kind of thing. And I thought that too when I first discovered this. I thought that too. And then I got deeper into it as I got more into what I like to call the underground health and wellness movement, which is just another rabbit hole if you're a truther or if you're awakened, one of many. And the truth is this: we are frugivores. You don't have to believe me. You can keep doing what you're doing. But in the next few weeks, I'm going to be making a ton of videos for those of you who are ready to go down this rabbit hole and learn the truth, or especially for those who have serious health issues. You have to understand what disease is, and then you'll understand that the human body it's totally able, it can heal, not cure. We're not talking about cures here. There's no pill that's going to cure anything. You can definitely, there are some quick fixes that'll definitely get you, say, from point A to point B or point A to point C, but we want to get way down the alphabet to where we're totally healed. Our body is totally healed. Our glands and organs are totally healed and running the way that they are supposed to run, and they're not. If you have any health condition on the planet, it is because you have genetic weaknesses that have been exacerbated by your diet. And what disease is a very short version of a long story. What disease is acids and toxins, obstructions that are accumulating in your body, and your lymphatic system can no longer keep up with all that waste because your kidneys are not filtering the way they are supposed to, not even close. And your lymphatic system is so backed up and so dehydrated and so stagnant that your two main organs that are responsible for detoxification, the removal of obstructions from the body, they are no longer working. And I promise you, I don't care what health condition you have, it is because you are eating dead food that your species was never meant to eat. You were never meant to eat grains. You were never meant to eat beans. I don't care if you're vegan or not and you think that's the way. You were never meant to eat animal products. You were only meant to eat things that grew on a plant and that were raw. Most especially fruit. Though, some herbs, some veggies are passable, but there is only one food on the planet that's going to free up your organs so that your body can do the magic that it was meant to do, which is self-heal. The body is self-healing. You're going to keep hearing me say that. Cut your arm open. As long as you don't hit an artery, you do not need to go to the emergency room. hold it together, and it will heal itself because the body is self-healing. So let's bring it back to fruitarian detox. Whatever health issue you have, it can be healed by your body, but you're going to have to make some changes. You're going to have to change your life. You're going to have to stop eating crap and processed food, maybe for a year, maybe for 2 years. Some people could experience, depending on your health issue, some people could experience healing in shorter periods of time, but you're going to need to rehydrate your lymphatic system and get your kidneys filtering, because they're not, or I should say they're barely filtering. So there's a lot to know about this, and I'm not going to put it all in this video, but I want to share. I have so many people on my feed who have health issues, and you've been brainwashed to believe that medicine is the only way, and medicine doesn't help your body heal. It stops your body from healing. It puts a Band-Aid on some symptoms, and it stops your organs and your glands. It further obstructs them. It further obstructs them from working. It further obstructs the kidneys from filtering. So what I'm going to teach you in the next couple weeks is the truth about your body that you've been lied to about for years. I don't care what article you read. I don't care what doctor on YouTube or on NBC or ABC or at your family practice has told you. They are being miseducated, and so are you. So there are thousands upon thousands of people who have stumbled across this truth and have healed from gut in their body to heal every single ache, health condition, illness, disease, whatever you want to call it, on the planet. Every issue that you've been told there is no cure for, there's no cure because there's no pill that's going to fix it. That would be a cure. What you're going to do is get your body to heal it itself. And there's only one real way you can do that, and that is fruit detoxing, coupled with some fasting, coupled with some herbs, some urine therapy, if that's your thing, but you don't have to do it. So there's many options out there, but they all revolve around fruit detoxing and fasting. Got to get the kidneys filtering, got to get the lymph rehydrated and pumping again. And this is the only way to do that. So to celebrate the fact that my kidneys, after 2 years, because I cheated so much, the reason it took so long was because I kept cheating because of my job, kept cheating eating cooked food. It took way longer than it should have. But this last couple of days, I have tons of pain in my kidneys, which I even ran it by some other health and wellness underground professionals that are long further in their journey than I am, that is the sign that the kidneys are getting ready. They're getting ready to open up and start filtering again. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that, taking some herbs to help with this pain that I'm in, which is why I didn't make the video sooner today. And I mean, basically that's it. You need to know the truth that you've been lied to about for so long, which is that all disease cannot be cured. The FDA is correct. It cannot be cured, but it can be removed from your body. It can be healed by your body if you are willing to make a dramatic change in your diet for the next 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it takes, till you clean out all the obstructions, get all your organs working correctly again, get all your cells healing themselves and manufacturing new healthy healed cells. And then that's the case. So are there great supplements out there you can take to help this along? Yes, there are. And we'll talk about them in the next few weeks, especially herbs, CBD, urine, your own urine. We're going to get into it. But just the point of this video, like I said, in celebration of my kidneys getting ready to pop open and start doing their thing for the first time in many, many years, is you need to know the truth, which is your body can and will heal itself. Got to do a fruit detox for sure. Got to do some fasting, which gets very easy once you're only eating fruit. and some other things that we will talk about over the coming weeks. So I just want to start you there because I am finally, after 2 years of announcing that I was going to start making regular videos, I am ready. A couple times a week, maybe, we're going to go over the ins and outs of how you get your body to heal itself. So if anyone has any questions at this point, you're welcome to private message me. But I guess that's it for now because I do have some things I got to do. But I'm very happy to be here because I know why I came on this planet. Like, my gift to the planet is that I am going to bring health and healing to those who are ready for it. Ain't going to chase you down, ain't going to beat you over the head. But for those who are ready, who want to know the truth, who want to do what I'm doing, which is healing myself from the inside out. I have several serious health issues, and they've already gotten better. Even though I was cheating on my diet, there's already been dramatic improvements in them in the last 2 years. Sorry about the that's a bad habit. But definitely I am doing that, and I'm ready to share with you all that I have learned. And for those who are ready, you can follow me along on this journey, and we'll do it together. We'll do it together. So have a great day. I love you guys. Here's to good health in 2020. And I guess that's it. Bye.
Beautiful. She's got a lot of beautiful stuff to share, and we're this far in, and this would be a tribute for her. Other people, if they want to come listen and hear at some point, and let's keep going through her videos. There we go. So let's see, when do we see already? 31-minute one, we saw that for sure. We haven't seen this one. This is a newer one.
Right. What are you gonna do? Hi, everybody. There's nobody on right now, which I know sometimes that happens around midnight. But hopefully people who need to see this will catch it on the replay. I just want to say hi to everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I think today is my day 7 of my video challenge. It could be day 6. I got to check, but I think it's day 7. I definitely got to get on here earlier. I know I got to make a wicked effort to do that, but sometimes there's so much stuff going on. And with my detox, it seems like right around the time I'm ready to do the video, I start to get tired, and then it takes me an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to do some breathing exercises, whatever it is, digest some food, whatever's going on in my body that it takes me a little bit to get the mojo going to get on. And I have skipped a day here, skipped a couple days there, but I'm doing it. And let me just do a thing real quick. Oops. Okay. So I just want to check in. I know I always say this is, oh shit, what did I do? I don't think this is going to be a very long video. I know not as many people see them when I put them up at night, even though the video is on the next day. And I would prefer to, get the message out, whatever my message happens to be that day, to get it out to as many people as possible. I guess what I try and think all day, like, what's the most important thing I want to say? What's the most important thing I need to share? And I wait to see little messages throughout the day, or reoccurring themes that I keep seeing, whether it's on social media or in, my real life, as I like to call it. And excuse me, I just got done meditating. Excuse me. I did my 11-11, which is really important right now. It's important to meditate whenever, because it's any now moment. It's 11:11 somewhere, or 1:11 or 2:22 or 3:33. But I've definitely been trying to. A lot of people have recommended trying to stick to the 11:11 time, so as many of us are meditating at the same time as possible. So I've definitely been doing that. Shockingly, even doing a couple of the 11:11 a.m. ones, which, the PM ones are a lot easier for me. I'm not always up at 11:11 a.m. Because I sometimes have sleeping issues. I'm doing what is it, 6, 12, 18 hours of dry fasting. So I have like a 6-7 hour window approximately where I eat. So I'll be very tired in that window because that's the way the detox works. But then when it starts to digest, I got my second wind. It's very strange. But so I got weird sleep times right now. I'm trying so hard to adjust that, and it's just I'm struggling with that. But anyway, the reoccurring theme that even came up in my meditation kept popping in my head is people who I know understand they're relatively spiritually awake, and they talk about universal law, and they talk about law of attraction, and they talk about quantum physics, and they talk about we're projecting our own reality, and we're all projecting our own universe and creating our own reality as an individual and as part of the collective. And yet I see so much of people not actually embodying that. Like so many people saying that, why are you so negative? You're creating your own reality. Change your thoughts, change your life. But then here they are begging people to awaken on Facebook, or, pushing their beliefs down people's throats. And don't get me wrong, I've done it too many times. And I still have these moments. You want to plant seeds for sure. And you still have these moments where there's a particular person, for some reason, you're so drawn to, and you feel like they're at the edge of awakening, and you just want to help them awaken so bad. And you get sucked into the 3D and just start trying to push the awakening down their throat. And, but the truth is, I just want to share, maybe help you remember, is that first of all, like I said, I think the other day, you're the only one that needs to be awakened. You're the only one. Everything is happening just as it's supposed to be. They say I know in the raw material, I had heard in the law of one, the raw material, that Ra said in the channeling, you realize in the higher realms, as you get into the higher dimensions, say way later down the road, that everything was happening just how it was supposed to. We've done this before. We're fine. We have done this before many times. Ascension is happening. Shift is happening. Transformation is happening. The astrology says it. The channelers say it. And I think if you really pay attention to your inner gnosis, you'll remember it. You'll feel it. When you hear someone talking about it, you'll feel it. But you're not, this is my opinion, but if you're not meditating enough, or you're talking the talk, but you're not walking the walk. In other words, you're not embodying all the teachings you've learned up to this point. Because if you really were, I'm sure most of you who are awakened or relatively awakened have manifested things before. Your whole life is one giant manifestation. There is nothing in your life, as I'm sure many of you know, there is nothing in your life that isn't there because you're projecting it. You manifested it. Everything's there because you manifested it. Everything's there because of a belief you have, an emotion you felt, a program you're running, and yet you're sitting here so angry on social media. And don't get me wrong, there's people in real life too, but I have more awakened friends, obviously, on social media than I do in real life. Hopefully that's going to change very soon. I'm manifesting more real life interactions with my soul tribe. I'm definitely doing that, putting that vibe out and that energy out now. So I mean, like I said, I don't want to keep this too long. All I want to say is maybe go inside, spend a couple minutes meditating, and ask yourself, do I believe what I'm saying? You're trying to awaken people with information that you're not embodying. How awakened? I'm just saying, not passing judgment because I'm not perfect. I have my own moments where I just forget. I forget the light in Gina, and I try and beat people over the head with awakening for my own various reasons. But everything is fine. You just got to get your shit completely right. Clean up all your darkness. Clean up all your programs. Get your shit right, and you're fine. You'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. Everything is happening just how it's supposed to. Like, I mean, I can only tell you that. You have to remember that. I feel it now. I've only had a couple of, say, really profound psychedelic or transcendental or whatever you want to call them. I don't know if esoteric is the right word, but metaphysical type experiences, because I think because I have so many chemicals in my body, which is why I'm doing this detox. Years of getting Botox and lip injections and breast implants and cheek implants and filler in one of my cheeks and abusing drugs and alcohol. Like, I have using special face creams to tighten my skin. I just had major self-love issue. Oh my God, steroids. I had such major self-love issues that I poisoned myself for so many years. And I think that's why it's my journey, my path. It's taking me a little longer to say completely open up the third eye, completely connect to that. To completely, I mean, everything's happening how it's supposed to. Obviously, this is where I'm supposed to be. But I mean, there's people further along on the path. There's people not as far along. It is what it is. But I think, I'm definitely haven't connected to my gifts and stuff the way some people have. Definitely starting to have things happen now. Now that I'm doing this raw fruit detox, I've had a couple kind of magical, metaphysical type experiences in the last couple months. And I plan to have more. I can tell as I really get these chemicals that are stuck in my lymphatic system out. But basically what I'm saying is, I get a little sidetracked there. I'm feeling it now. That's one thing that's happening to me. So because I didn't maybe go under ayahuasca, multiple times and, meet certain entities and beings, and I don't have beings that come to me in my sleep, although they probably do, and I just don't remember, because I've had some issues with the incubus or the succubus, whichever the male counterpart is to the female. But I just haven't had a ton of maybe certain types of experiences like other people have. So at first it was a lot of like I was starting to awaken. I kind of believed the information, but I believed it, but I couldn't, like, it wasn't like gnosis, Gnosis. It wasn't like I knew it for sure. I had doubts. Some days I believed it, some days I didn't. But now I'm getting to a point where something's opening up in me and I can feel the truth. I can feel it when I hear it. It resonates with me, and not just resonates, it's starting to become who I am and how I think on a daily basis. So I am embodying the teachings that I have spent numerous hours studying in books and videos. I am feeling them now. I am connecting to them in a more of a, like I said, a gnosis kind of way. Instead of just amassing knowledge, I'm connecting to the knowledge. I'm feeling it. And one thing I feel sure of, and I'm not just saying it where maybe I was just saying it a few years ago, is we create our own reality. And yes, we are part of a collective. So there's two aspects to it, but we are creating our own reality. So I just want to say, that's the truth. If you're awakened, that's the truth. Law of attraction, universal law, whatever you want to call it, quantum physics. We are manifesting our own reality, our own universe. We are the projector. The third eye is the projector. If you've had experiences with your third eye, you should definitely be awakened enough, in my opinion, to know this, the truth. So why aren't you living it? Why are you getting so angry on social media when people aren't awakened, or they've forgotten their divine spark, or they They're not eating your seeds that you're planting. They're not, the seeds that you've planted aren't blossoming yet. Like, it's okay to plant seeds, but why get triggered? Why get triggered? Or why, if you're fighting, that part of that is whatever you're fighting, you're feeding. Whatever energy you're fighting, you're feeding. So instead of being so gung-ho on trying to convince the world that Bill Gates is going to vaccinate you, he's not gonna. If you don't focus on that, that's not going to manifest in your reality. And if you don't get so obsessed with needing to stop everyone else from experiencing it, you're probably not. You just, basically what I'm saying is, everybody came here to experience certain things. They're either going to or they're not. It's not your job to awaken them. And you really can't awaken people unless, if you get an inspirational, if you have an inspirational moment where you're talking to someone and you can tell they're on the precipice of awakening, and you could just tell, you could feel that energy, that if you say a certain thing, that's just what that person needs to hear, that's beautiful. But if you're going around taking people who clearly don't want to awaken and you're trying to force that seed open, that's not your job. And you're not going to anyway. You're not going to awaken someone who it's not on their timeline, or it's not their time. So maybe you just need to meditate on, do I really practice what I preach? Do I really believe what I'm saying? Because I know I believe 100% heart and soul. I can see it clear as day that everything in my life I have manifested from childhood on. Clearly see it because I see the same patterns. Now that I'm breaking programs, things are getting better. Like, I have seen all the evidence I need to see to know that I don't want to put my energy onto things that I don't want to manifest, which anyone who's paying attention, I don't know if anyone is, will see that I have backed off from really trying hard to awaken people. I take people who are awakened and who show me interest in knowledge I have come across, I have accumulated, and I share my knowledge with them, especially if they write back to me and say, oh, Gina, I love this video, I love this information. I keep sharing with those people because they're already awakened. Obviously, we have a soul connection, and I can see clearly that I'm meant to share information with them because they're taking it in, they're sending me stuff, and I'm resonating with it, and it's my time. I feel, and we're going to back and forth dynamic, but I'm done beating people over the head. I know now that I don't need to do that. I have 100% belief that on my timeline that I am experiencing and am going to continue to experience, I'm not getting vaccinated. I'm not getting coronavirus. I'm not getting vaccinated. I am healing. I know I am healed. I am switching to timelines where I'm completely healed, and I am my healthiest, most vibrant self. And we no longer need to be are in a state consciousness wise where we're manifesting being controlled by sociopaths. I completely feel that. So if you're not feeling it, maybe just a suggestion, maybe you need to meditate a little more, or watch some Abraham Esther Hicks videos, or watch some Aaron Abke videos about manifestation. I don't know what you need to, definitely watch Matt Kahn videos. Any video by Matt Kahn. I've only watched his videos from in the past year. Anything on his page on YouTube, Matt Kahn, Kahn, in the last year, life changing. If you're on the fence and you need some more convincing and you're there and you resonate with him, give him a try. But there's so many spiritual teachers out there, just spreading their beautiful energetic channelings or whatever they're spreading, and find who you resonate with until you get it. I'm just sharing this since I'm getting there now. Oh my God, Aluna Ash, she's in a great place in my opinion. She's got some great information. So if you are spiritually awakening and these are people you haven't come into contact with, I highly recommend them. Another one is, what's his name? Shit. Sorry. Oh my God. Sorry, I have some issues with my neurons. One of the issues I'm healing right now. So it makes it hard to recall things sometimes when I'm in a moment where I need to recall it quickly. It'll probably come to me. Maybe I'll tag it in the video. But another one of my favorites, who I love to listen to, shit, it's aggravating me. I can't think of it. I'll write his name in the comments after when I go look it up on my thing. But there are some great, I don't even like to use the term spiritual teachers because I know that turns some people off. Just other awakened people who are sharing their gifts or sharing their gnosis, sharing their experiences, whether they're channeled or downloaded or whatever. And I just, again, to summarize what I want to say, because I don't want to ramble, this is it. If you believe what you have learned and what you have connected to, then now's the time to practice it. The more you put your energy on something you hate or you just whatever you want to get rid of in the reality, the more you put your energy on it, the more you're feeding it. The more you put your energy on it, the more you're feeding it. So it's okay to plant seeds. It's okay, to have a conversation with someone, but to make it the end all be all where you're focusing all your attention on it, you're just helping the collective consciousness manifest more of it. What you want to do is maybe just teach people, share with people that they can clean up their programs, they can clean up their shadows. Maybe just share that with people in a general way. That maybe just share that they are manifesting. Maybe make it that. I think that's a great idea. You might even have some better ideas, but maybe change your MO, whether it's on social media or off, to just try to awaken people to the fact that we're creating our own reality. And that by going inside and seeing what subconscious programs they're running and where their negativity and their darkness lies, that they can change their whole reality. Maybe just do that. And maybe that's a beautiful way to do your part without feeding the fears and feeding the darkness and feeding the negativity, because it's all us. It's all us. We're all source. So we are everything. We are the all. The all is us. We are part of the all. It is part of us. So we're it's just the darkness is us. It's in us. So all we need to focus on right now is cleaning up our darkness and maybe just letting other people know that it's, if they're looking for that information, that they can definitely clean up theirs and improve to themselves by example, that every time they make little shifts, little changes in their thinking, in their programming, in their darkness, even in their light, that they're going to see the changes in their actual reality. And maybe just share that information with people. And that's a way you can feel productive, like you're doing something without feeding what you're trying to get rid of. So I hope that maybe resonated with someone, even one person, and I don't know, maybe just was what you needed to hear right now. Because I know almost every time I put a video on these days, there is just at least one thing in it that I totally needed to hear. I needed that reminder. I needed that information. And it's just helping me expand so much quicker. So I hope this did something for someone. If it did, feel free to contact me. I'd love to hear it. And love you guys so much. Talk to you soon. Hope you're making the most out of this quarantine. Hope you're having a great week. Hope you had a great weekend. Love you so much. Mwah.
A beautiful message from Jean Jin. And as a side note, the morning, Andrew. Love you too, man. Hmm.
Hi. So I look like crap, and I hate making videos when I look like crap, but it's kind of windy out, and I just had to wear a mask for the first. This is my first time wearing a mask today out in public because I had to get in the bank, and the only way in the bank is to wear something over your mouth. So I did it today. I want to make a very quick video. It's going to be very quick because I have things to do. So where can I start here? I have only one other time felt compelled after purchasing a product from someone on Facebook to go online and make a video about it. So I have my transformational coach, Jasmine, who is so amazing. I love to talk about her, but then thank you. But then today I have to say, I've been wanting to do this all day. So I always try and support my Facebook people. If you tell me you're selling something and I have the money at that time, I will try and buy something from you. If you're going through a thing, I'll try and send you a few bucks if I can. I always believe in the equal, fair energy exchange and trying to, give back because the universe takes such good care of me. And so I always try and do things. And I have had all good experiences. I've bought soap online. I've deodorant online. I try my different things and I've had very good experiences, but there's only been one time I've ever really felt like, wow, I need to make a video about this and spread the word. So I just want to share that today. And I want to show you, because this is so amazing. I bought this from my friend, Athena Moser Bay. And these are little perfumes. And I first want a precursor before I get into my amazing and profound gratitude and joy about receiving these perfumes. I want to say I gave up wearing perfume quite a few years ago when I found out how toxic alcohol was to the human brain and to the human body. And perfume is very toxic. It's I forget what it's called, but it's very toxic for multiple reasons. The perfumes and I always bought expensive perfume, always bought the $80, $100, $130, $150 perfume, always bought nice perfumes. It doesn't matter if you buy cheap perfume, that's going to be more toxic. But even if you buy the nicest perfumes, alcohol in itself, just like hand sanitizer is very toxic to the human body. It's very dehydrating. The body's mostly water and it's very dehydrating and it's very toxic. So years back, having asthma, getting into health and wellness, I really started to learn a lot about how toxic our life is and why so many people have cancer. So anyway, I don't want to get into too long of a thing about toxins right now, but basically I gave up wearing perfume, which was tough because I always loved having, multiple beautiful scents to pick from. I always felt like it made me feel so pretty and sexy, to be able to smell myself and wearing a smell that I really liked. But because I've had asthma and allergies since I was little, I never liked really strong, overwhelming, musky or flowery scents. I've always liked softer scents. I would wear like Princess, for example, or Chance by Chanel. I always liked really pretty light scents. So Athena, made an announcement that she started an organic line of her own of natural stuff. And she said she wants to go on a road trip in her van. She does the van life thing. And I want to support that. So I was like, I'll go online and see if there's anything on her site I need so I could, contribute, help her out. And so, I make a lot of my own products too. So certain things I may have already had, that I didn't need. And I was like, the only thing that, let me say this. I have searched far and wide for healthy essential oil perfumes. Hey, Melinda, essential oil perfumes that I like. And I go to Whole Foods, I go to different places, and I never find anything I'm madly in love with. I'll like it. I'll be like, oh, it's all right, I guess, so I can have a little something to put on it because it's nice to feel pretty and have pretty scents to smell throughout the day. But the only perfume made out of essential oils I ever found that I was madly in love with was like $200 for a very tiny bottle and
300 something for a larger bottle. And I use that, and I do have a bottle of it. I did spend the $300 and buy the larger bottle, and I only use it. It's not even that big, believe me. It's a beautiful smell, but I only use it on very special occasions because of the price. So something very special, I will wear it. Other than that, I've never found anything I like. So the other day I wrote to her and I said, you know, can you just surprise me? I don't really know what to mix, because she mixes them for people. Like, you tell her what you want and she'll make you a special one. I said, I don't really know anything about that, but I described to her what I like in a perfume. And I said, I really like something spring, like that reminds me of spring, that is light and fluffy and, you know, not overwhelming. I don't like overwhelming scents, but I like them to be just soft and sexy and pretty and springtimey, remind you of springtime. So I gave her a couple ideas. I said one could have a vanilla base and one could have lang lang, because I really like the smell of lang lang. I said if one could have orange if you want. I said, but do what you want. Just surprise me, but just make sure they're not musky or too flowery where they're like, you know, that very overwhelming, like some older women tend to wear, like the white door and that kind of stuff. Just light and soft and pretty, please. And then surprise me. And I wasn't expecting much. I just want to tell you the truth. I wasn't expecting much, because I'm like, I don't know if you can make a good perfume with essential oils. I don't know, because I haven't found one that I like at Whole Foods or wherever I've looked. So real quick, just to get to it, I just want to say, and what beautiful bottles she sent them in. Each one is colored slightly differently. And then there's crystals in it to put some of that beautiful love energy in it, you know, and put some extra energy in it and charge it up. So I opened the first one. I got the envelope right as I was going to run errands. And I opened the first one. I was like, oh, let me just see what she did. Not expecting much at all. And I opened this bad boy up. This was the first one I grabbed. And I opened it. And oh my God, I've never made a video about a product I have bought online before, like off a friend that was selling their own line of products. I always write a note. I'll always promote their page, but I've never been so in love with something that I thought, I got to make a video about this. So I opened it up, and oh my Lord, it was one of the most beautiful perfumes I've ever smelled in my whole life. I mean, I thought it was a prettier smell than some of the $100 perfumes I used to buy. And I was like, no way. So I just started rolling it all over myself because I wanted to smell it all day. And then I was like, well, now I got to check out these other two. So let me just show you these real quick, because I want to see, you know, if I'm happy or disappointed or, you know, whatever. Very pretty look, slightly different colored jar in this one. And they even have a thing if you want to, oops, hold on. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. I'm doing this with one hand while I hold my phone. And I think they were only like $8 a piece. So, I mean, what a great deal. And they got crystals in them, and they're beautiful colored jars. And they got a little thing if you want to hang them on something, maybe your keychain or your purse, or I don't know, whatever you might want to hang them on. And see, this one's kind of a blue jar, and this one's kind of a pink and orange jar. And each one comes with its own set of crystals. And I opened the other two, and I was like blown away. These scents, like, it was like her higher self communicated with my higher self, and they designed them just for me. Dead serious. I mean, these were three of the most beautiful smelling, in my opinion, based on my taste in perfume, based on what I described to her that I would like in a perfume for her to surprise me. These were three of the best smelling perfumes I've ever smelled in my life, and made out of just essential oils. And she designed them for me. I just gave her the gist of what I would like to experience, how I'd like them to be. And I said, just surprise me. Whatever happens, they're, you know, $8 a piece. What is that? Whatever happens, happens, you know? But I honestly didn't expect much based on my prior experiences with testing so many different essential oil, healthy type of perfumes, if you will, out in the last years since I've given up, you know, most of the toxic chemicals in my life, most of them. And I just want to say, I believe her company is called Leaf Organics, if I recall. She sent them right out to me. I got them in a few days. And I got to tell you, wow, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not promoting her because she's my Facebook friend. I have ordered other things off other people, and again, have never really been dissatisfied. I even ordered some of her crystal bracelets off her before, but have never been so in love with anything that I wanted to make a live video. So I haven't felt good all day today, but I pushed myself into making this because when I find, I'm very big on this, when I find something that I love, I want to tell the world about it. When I find a healthcare product, when I find a beauty product, when I find whatever it is, a lotion, anything, whatever. I just like to share it with the world because I think people deserve credit when they excel at something, when they're exceptional at something, that they deserve credit for it. And she just really just recently started this company. Again, I believe it's Leaf Organics. Check her out, check her page out, Athena Mosier Bay. And I think that's how you say her last name, Mosier Bay. What was I going to say? Oh, but just, I mean, I was so beyond pleasantly surprised with how amazing they turned out to be today, that it's all I thought about all day. I even put some more on later on my hands because I just want to be able to go like this and smell it. Go like this and smell it all day. That's how beautiful it is. So I just want to thank her. Athena, thank you for doing such an amazing job and really paying attention to what I asked you for and making that come into fruition. And just let everybody know, check out her page. And her products. I mean, she really did a phenomenal job with these. I'm definitely going to be buying more of this down the road. I probably am going to use it all up very quickly because I'm just going to keep putting it on myself because that's what an amazing job she did. So love you guys. Hope you got value from this. Great Mother's Day presents, fair pricing. Her prices are very fair and she sends them right out there in a couple days. And so check out her page, check out her if you're not already her friend. She always posts great content. And love you guys so much. And talk to you soon. Talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, pull up. Oh, morning, Angela. Got my phone. Has just confirmed something that I've got to do. Thank you, Jin. Love for you always. Morning, sis. Angela, if you're just hearing, Jin passed away last night. So we've been doing kind of a grieving episode. The last 5 hours, really, actually. And I was able to actually talk about my dad and went into that a lot. Anyway, the show's been very special in that way. So I'm going to play this another video of her. It looks like it's her most recent video, May 4th, unless I'm missing ones. But so it's got such beautiful shit to say. And what she was talking about earlier is endocrine disruptors. So using certain deodorants and perfumes and things that disrupt your endocrine production, which fucks all your chemicals and your hormones. When I stopped using aluminum-based deodorant, it took about a year. But my armpit hair went from black to like light blonde. And then my shirts from the aluminum, just like the degree aluminum powder, filled deodorants, like literally would have, in my work shirts and shit, would have this like crystalline, shimmery, it was all metals. It was literally aluminum, sparkles of aluminum bedded into the fabric over time. Excuse me. So that's what she was alluding to. Just, because she's awesome. Very much on the same page with all that stuff.
All right, so one more quick video today. It's not something I normally do, especially, you know, I don't even like to do videos. I haven't, like, I don't want to say I don't like to do videos. All right, let me calm down because I'm aggravated. I haven't wanted to do videos this last week because I'm going through this thing with my detox. I've lost a lot of weight. My skin is very yellow. My eyes are very yellow. There's a lot going on in my body. I haven't really felt good about myself. I don't feel like I look good. I don't feel that great. But, you know, it's something I got to go through to heal my body because I did a lot of damage. I poisoned myself a lot over the years. As much as I try to be healthy in some ways, I was very unhealthy in others. And now I have to detox. And this detox is intense because my body has a lot of stuff to purge, a lot of toxins. So I just want to precursor this very quick video by saying that. But I just want to say I've tried very hard to be neutral about this whole virus thing. You know, be the observer, be neutral, and not let it affect me. But it has definitely, and I'm not anxious about the virus at all, but the situation in the stores and stuff has affected me. It's given me anxiety. I've never really had anxiety problems, and it's giving me anxiety for various reasons, which I don't even, that's not even what this video is about. I'm not even trying to get into that right now. But I'm very surprised at myself making 2 videos in one day. But I just feel very compelled to share this one thing. I've had some very intelligent, hi Adam. I've had some very intelligent conversations in the last week, standing in lines waiting to get in stores. And, you know, I hear people say, oh, the sheep, the sheep, the sheep. No, I don't know what you're attracting, but I have to say, I'm attracting the opposite because I'm meeting people and they're not truthers necessarily or anything like that. And they're actually more awakened. For average people, they're pretty awakened. They kind of know what's up. So I've had some beautiful conversations about what's really going on in the last couple of weeks. And that makes me really happy to see average lay, what you would call lay people who aren't necessarily in the truth movement or the truth community. And they got a good idea that you can't trust your government or that, you know, you can't trust everything you're being told in the mainstream media. I've just had some amazing conversations, which make me very, very hopeful and happy about the human race. But I just want to say, I had to go in Walmart today. Second time wearing a mask since this thing started, because now, just started recently, even in Walmart, now you, in the last week, you have to wear a mask. It's not a lot of places when you need non-food items to go besides Walmart. So I don't really have a choice, even though I'm not a big fan of Walmart or what they represent, or if you know the whole story about the Walton family. But sometimes you do what you got to do. So I went in, one reason being that I really, not to tell you my personal business, but I really need new panties. I've lost a lot of weight doing this detox and I no longer fit in my underwear. I need new underwear, especially with summer coming. I can no longer wear 3 pairs of stretch pants under my pants. I'm going to need underwear that fit. So underwear are an essential item. So I went in the store today, and this is my first time in Walmart since the new mask thing that you have to wear a mask. And almost the whole store is sectioned off. You can't shop there anymore. One of the other things they're doing is basically deciding what items they deem essential and non-essential. So I can't buy socks. I can't buy underwear because the government has decided that those are non-essential, or Walmart. No, they said the government. The guy told me it was a government mandate that underwear are non-essential items. So I'm trying so hard to be neutral. I don't feel that great. I've been dealing with bouts of anxiety. It's been causing me to have issues with sticking to my detox because today I took CBD. I realized, I'm like, wow, I sell CBD. Why am I not taking it? So today I took about 3 drops of CBD to keep calm. But then and I felt great. I felt fabulous. But I got in the store, and when I realized I couldn't buy underwear, I don't know, like, even right now, it's so upsetting to me. I'm trying so hard to be neutral because I understand what's going on right now. I understand there's a lot of good things going on behind the scenes, and there's a lot of bad things going on behind the scenes. it's just frustrating, like seeing our freedoms being taken away. And so many people are like, I know there's a lot of people out there who have no idea what's going on. You know, they have no idea. They're so blindly trusting like our government and stuff, and they have no idea what's really going on. And I'm not going to get into it now because I don't want to get in fights with people today, or be it online word fights, whatever, like written word, spoken word. I'm just not in the mood. I haven't felt great. I'm not in the mood to get in fights with anybody, but I'm trying so hard to be calm. But I instantly started feeling like wicked anxiety when I realized that I could not get underwear. And it's not because I have underwear at home. I could sew them a little tighter, I guess. You know, there's things I can do. Just a couple times in the last couple weeks, I've had these like little meltdowns because it's so frustrating. You know, I've been involved in the truth movement for about 10 years or more now, and I knew this day was coming. I've tried to warn my family and friends, you know, that this day was coming, and I know there are good things at the end of this, some very good things, because our system has to break down so that it can rebuild, and so that we can create heaven on earth. You know, we can create a normal world. But it's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating that like people aren't waking up quicker. It's like so frustrating that we have to go through this at all. You know, like for my government, for everyone to just sit around and stuff their faces with their garbage food and their fluoride, and like we have allowed our power to be taken away for so long. That's what I was talking with these people at the bank today, and they weren't truthers or anything, but they knew and they agreed with me. They were like, we have just allowed it for too long. You know, and it was so refreshing to see non-truther people knowing what's going on, you know, but it's just so frustrating to actually be in the middle of it. And I've had such a neutral attitude, like from day one. I knew this was coming. I knew something big was coming in 2020. I knew it was coming. I've known this shit was coming for like, you know, like I said, 10 years or more. And it's just so frustrating because you never really knew. No matter what you knew, you never knew how it was going to play out. And it's just so frustrating to be like dealing with things that we shouldn't be having to deal with on this planet. You know, like our country, our government taking our rights away. And maybe I'm being melodramatic today because I don't feel that great. Or I'm just, you know, even though I even took some CBD earlier and I felt so calm and so great, I just, all of a sudden, little things will hit me like when I'm in a store. You know, I just feel the energy of people running around like nuts, like running around like nuts. Or, you know, seeing them all with their masks on. Like I said, today's the first day I ever wore a mask, and only because I went into places that now require everyone to, because I have not worn a mask and I refuse to. I refuse to. My immune system, I am detoxing. I am pulling the mucus out of my immune system. You know, I know what it takes to contract a virus or a bacteria. You have to have a lot of mucus in your body for them to sleep on, for them to get comfortable in. Like, I'm not worried. I know the human body better than most doctors. You know, anyone who knows me knows I know a lot about the human body. And I'm not worried about this virus or any, you know, other geoengineered contagion that the government has for us. I'm not worried. But I don't know, there's something about like, I don't know, watching the people walk around so oblivious that they haven't even like questioned this thing. You know, there's so many people like who haven't even questioned it. Or like they're walking around like zombies, and I don't know, it's just so frustrating. And then to be a part of it when I've been awake for over 10 years now, awakened, and I don't know, to see me have to lose my rights when I know the truth, when I've been awakened to the truth, and I gotta lose my rights because people just don't want to wake up. It's just, I don't know, it's giving me anxiety. Like, if the more I go in these stores and the more bullshit they do, like, it's just so frustrating. And I don't know, maybe I'm taking it harder today. Some days it doesn't bother me, and some days it hits me really hard. Like, I've never liked being told what to do since I was little. You know, I've never liked being told what to do, and I've always been kind of rebellious against authority. And then to have these people telling me I have to wear a mask and I can't buy underwear. I don't know, it's just very, very frustrating. So I don't know, I just wanted to share that today. Like, I don't know why it's hitting me so hard today, but it's just really giving me anxiety. Like, I cannot wait until the masses wake up and start questioning the truth. Like, till everybody, where everybody knows. I can't wait till that day where everybody knows the truth, you know, because it's so frustrating that the rest of us have to suffer because you're taking so long to awaken. And I don't know, I hope I'm not being like melodramatic. Maybe I'm gonna watch this video later and feel like I shouldn't even made it. I don't know. I'm just very frustrated today. Very frustrated. I don't feel well, and they're just making my life more complicated. You know, like right now, I need my energy and I need my strength so I can finish this detox. And I have so much going on. It's like hard to carry groceries up the stairs, and then I got to deal with this bullshit. You know, every time it's something new, can't use reusable bags, can't take your recycling, can't take your bed without a special mattress cover that you can't find anywhere. Like, it's bullshit. And I just, maybe, I don't know, want to get it off my chest. Like, I've been calm and neutral for so long. Thank you, Melinda. I don't know. And the one thing I tell everyone is don't react, don't give your power away, don't give your energy away. And I don't know, I guess just, I don't know. I guess no matter how much you try and do that, some days it's gonna hit you, you know? But I don't want to spread negative energy because I do know and I do believe with all my might that at the end of this we create heaven on earth. And I won't change that thought. I know that we are going to create the world that we should have had in the first place. You know, we are going to create that. We are going to get back to the Garden of Eden. We are going to create heaven on earth. And I want everyone to know I believe that with everything in my soul. It's just frustrating. I know we got to go through the tearing down process before we do that. And it's just frustrating, I guess. I just wanted to get that off my chest, you know, talk to some people who I know, because I don't hang out with, not much of my inner circle is awakened, you know, and like in the physical 3D world. So I guess I just wanted to share with some people. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you very much. I just wanted to share with some people. Hi, Morgan, who I know kind of are awakened and know what's going on, and get it off my chest to people that I don't have to explain what's really going on to, because I know most of you know. But sorry, I don't want to, you know, lay my shit on anybody, but I gotta say, now that I got it off my chest, I'm starting to feel better. But I love you guys. Thank you for everyone who's watching or sending love or whatever. Just thank you for always like being there when I do stop and make a video, and or supporting me and all the different things I do. I love you guys. I love my Facebook friends like I know them in real life. I really do. You guys are amazing. So I just want to say thank you for listening to me, letting me vent, and sending out just love and positive energy to all of you. And I guess maybe the message for today is just you got to keep working moment to moment to stay neutral and not react to this, you know, not react. Even if it means now you got to go home and sew your underwear together, you know, sew your underwear on top of, sorry, my nose is running and everything, on top of everything else. But thank you, Melinda. I love you guys so much. But thank you for listening to me. I hope everyone has a great day. We are going to create heaven on earth at the end of this. I know beautiful, beautiful things are coming. beautiful things. And just keep your head up, stay strong, and love you guys. Love you. Bye.
Another beautiful, incredible raw expression from Gina. Turn on my YouTube. And look how beautiful this was. Look how vulnerable she was. Even in the state where she wasn't, necessarily calm and collected. She's just raw, and she's able to just do what she's going through, and watch her pull herself out of that too, and grab the anchors, the hooks and the anchors to project plasma projection ultimately into the future. So we honor you, Gina, your energy, your groups you've been a part of, the videos that are on your Facebook. You have beautiful things to say. You're a beautiful human being. We're a beautiful being now, not limited. There's so many things you did figure out about the body, and people need to hear. It's really good shit. So thank you for sticking to the 7-day video thing. It was beautiful, authentic you. And it was on May 4th. May the 4th be with you. So the video she's tagged in. All right. I think on that note, guys, we're going to call it a night. We can go on 7.5 hours. I think we have hit a new record here. And Gina is most definitely worth it. And this whole dynamic of holding space for people to grieve. So we grieve through, process through a lot of stuff with my dad. Go over his website. It's a quote from him at the bottom. Quote from Gina up top. Honoring those who have come before us, the space they held, and the ways that Gina was living her life. Same with my dad. It's a beautiful human being. He really cared about people. He cared about being healthy himself first. Doing that well. Maybe not first. He really liked people and really cared about people. And so Gina, clearly. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah. So, on that note, I can say I love you, Dad. Love you, Gina. I love you, tribe and family, expanded, fearless, expanded family, expanded, fearless family. Whatever, man. Tribes uniting. So we honor you. Everyone who's been here as well, and will watch this in the future. And call it a night. Love you too, Jenny.